So good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 Supplementary Budget Estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee has fixed Thursday, 29 January 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate and enabling services of the education portfolio. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they're appearing today. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Dr Jess Walsh, Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth, representing the Minister for Education. Minister Walsh, do you have an opening statement?
I don't. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Great. I also welcome Mr Tony Cook, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Education. Mr Cook, do you have an opening statement you wish to?
No, Chair. Just a reminder for the committee, since last hearing, youth has moved to the schools part of the outcome. So if you've got questions for the Office of Youth, that should be this morning when the school staff are here, not when early childhood is here later this afternoon. I think we've written to the committee about that. Okay, that's no problem. If we go off track, I'm sure you'll remind us. Great. We will now begin with questions in relation to corporate and enabling services. I think we'll kick off with Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My questions relate, or my first set of questions in relation to the comments by the Minister in relation to lowest priority areas. As reported by the AFR last week, Finance Minister Senator Gallagher confirmed APS departments have been directed to identify the least important 5% of their spending for potential budget savings. Have you been able to identify the 5% of the department's work that is regarded as lowest priority for the purposes of the efficiency dividend?
Senator, thank you for the question. We have been working with the Minister and assisting the Minister respond to that letter, which provided advice to the Minister in relation to the lowest 5% priority activities in the department.
Sorry, before you go on, we just have a request for filming, media, etc. The same spiel applies. Don't take photos of people's documents. If you've got a problem, let me know. Great, thanks, Mr Cook.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Senator Kovacic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. What are the lowest priority functions?
Well, Senator, that's part of a budget process, so we wouldn't make commentary on budgetary processes.
So you don't... Well, effectively they're parts of your department's work that will be trimmed or cut, and I understand there are budgetary elements to that, but obviously there are functional elements for the department as well.
So, Senator, whether they're trimmed or cut is a matter for the government. We haven't been asked anything about trimming or cuts. We've just been asked about the lowest 5% in relation to lowest priorities. It is part of a budgetary process, so I will not comment on budgetary processes.
Right. Okay. So you're not able to share what you've identified or the advice that you've given to the Minister?
As per usual in terms of budgetary processes, Senator, no.
And you're not able to tell us what group they're in?
No, Senator, as part of budgetary processes,
Okay.
we've done what we've been asked to do, work with the Minister to help him assist the lowest priority activities in the organisation across the portfolio. We have done that.
Okay. How many FTE and how much 25-26 funding sit inside that bottom 5%?
So, Senator, I refer to my previous question. I won't make comment on information that we developed as part of a budgetary process.
Okay. So just no answers to those questions.
Well, I've answered, but to be clear, I have answered.
Well, not really.
I am limited. I am limited about what public officials can give about budgetary processes.
I'm not asking you to disclose information relating to a budget process or budget development. I'm asking you to highlight the areas or identify those areas where you articulate that it's the lowest productivity. So I'm just trying to get a sense and an understanding of what those areas are, and they go to the work of this committee. So we're not actually seeking information that you can't share in relation to the budget. We're seeking information as to those lowest productivity areas of your department. So I'd like to give you the opportunity again to answer that question.
Thank you, Senator.
Perhaps with the rephrase of the question might be something you can share.
So my understanding is that Senator Gallagher indicated quite clearly yesterday it was part of a budgetary process. As it's part of a budgetary process, I'm unable to comment.
Okay.
All right. Are you able to tell me whether any of those low priority activities relate to child safety, boys' education or learning decline?
Senator, I referred to my previous question. They're part of a budgetary process, and so I'm able to provide any details.
Okay. Thank you. How many departmental staff are currently allocated to supporting the interim ATEC? And could you please provide the answer in both FTE and headcount?
Senator, I can give you an FTE count in terms of ASL. And the answer to that is 87.6 ASL have been allocated to support the interim ATEC.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think all of those positions are currently filled, however, so Mr Markovic might be able to help me.
So Marcus Markovic, Deputy Secretary Corporate Enabling Services. We will have some people from the ATEC here a little bit later today. From memory, it's around the mid-60 FTE on hand at the moment. The ATEC are in the process of recruiting staff to fill the approved positions that the Secretary's spoken to. It's in the mid-60s though at the moment, and there is recruitment underway.
Okay, and what classification are those staff, and what classifications are the staff that you're still recruiting?
So the classification broadly, and again, actually I've got an org chart here, that might be able to help me. There are a number of SES. Yep. There's about 4, I think, off the top of my head of SES. And then the other staff are EL2, EL1. I don't have a breakdown. My staff can probably bring it later today if you want to ask that during hearing.
Yeah,
we can bring that breakdown.
Or even if you want to
that.
table that when you're able, and if we can just have a breakdown of that, that would be really useful.
Yep.
And I note that you've said that you're still recruiting some of those positions that they're vacant.
That's correct.
But for those that aren't, from which divisions and branches have those staff been drawn? And what core departmental work, may have been deprioritised as a result of the movement of those individuals?
So, Senator, largely we've dealt with the interim ATEC work almost as an internal machinery of government change, because effectively what we've done is that staff who used to be in the Higher Education Research International Group, who were dealing with things like mission-based compacts, that work will now be part of currently the interim ATEC, and then potentially, if the bill passed, the permanent ATEC. So we've largely matched the work that the interim ATEC is now doing, which would have been done by the Higher Education Research International Group. We've moved those staff effectively across to the interim ATEC. So things like needs-based funding, managed growth funding, some of the work that the Minister has announced that the work of the interim ATEC and the ATEC would do. If the ATEC didn't exist, then the department would have done that work. So we've effectively matched that work and taken that work across, if that makes sense.
Okay. What's the total employment cost of the staff within ATEC of the total FTE?
So, Senator, at the moment,
Senator, we might need to get our ATEC colleagues
that's
to
fine. We
provide
can
that number.
take that.
So
Yep.
they're watching at the moment and we'll have that available. We certainly do have a split for staffing and non-staffing costs for each of our functional areas.
I'm happy for that. And just thinking about the last answer about the movement of individuals and who's doing what work,
Yep.
or what work has shifted, will the department not perform those functions anymore where that has been that movement, or will there be a recalibration of existing work focus?
Yeah, so obviously we wouldn't have a department duplicating the work that the ATEC staff might be doing.
Right.
So effectively, as I said, mission-based compacts
Yeah.
will be moved, even though, remind
So
you,
only
just to be
ATEC
clear,
will be doing that. The department will
That's
no
right.
longer be doing that.
That's right.
Right.
Noting, of course, that ATEC is still part of the department. The bill proposes that the staff are still departmental staff,
Yeah.
and all the associated bits that go with that in terms of enterprise agreements, but the statutory officers will be the 3 commissioners.
Yeah.
So you're correct that the mission-based compact work, as an example, won't be done by the department, or I should say the Higher Education Research and International Group.
Yeah.
It'll be done by the ATEC if that bill passes. That's correct.
Yeah. Is there any concern around that, particularly as we look at it, that, we've basically got a department vacating the field in a critical area of policy, and it's obviously moving to ATEC, but it's out of the department's hands? How does that impact the department in terms of broader oversight and functionality and influence over policy?
Sure. Thanks, Senator, for that question. Actually, it's an interesting question because we've been having the discussion around particularly policy. If you look at the bill, the ATEC actually doesn't have a role around policy. So the ATEC has a role around advice and about particular functions in relation to that advice. The department still has an advice. We still have a Higher Education Research and International branch. If you think about some of the comparisons, the Australian Research Council, for example, they do a lot of work around research, but we often provide advice to the Minister around ARC's work. That would still continue in the ATEC scenario as well. As the chief policy, or whatever I'm called, the principal policy advisor or policy advisor to the Minister may still come to me as the Secretary of the Department and say, what's your view on the advice that ATEC has given? We will still play that role in the department. The Higher Education Research area will still play that role from a policy perspective.
Is it your understanding that if ATEC is made permanent, that these changes will be locked in as the permanent structures of the movement or shift of that capability from the department to ATEC?
So what will happen if the bill passes and whatever the functions are that the bill then and the final bill proposes, then my job, remember I'm the accountable authority still for ATEC,
yes, yeah.
My job will to ensure that we can deliver the functions that ATEC is required to do with the resources available to the department. And so some of those permanent structures, and again I'll just use it because it's simple, mission-based compacts, my view would be that the ATEC would be responsible, the departmental staff who are in the ATEC responsible for mission-based compacts, that won't be delivered by the Higher Education Research and International branch.
Okay. And just so to make sure my understanding is clear, so eventually ATEC will provide advice and the department will do the policy
That's
work,
correct.
which presumably means that policy advice to the Minister as well will come from the department.
That's correct.
So what I'm trying to understand is how that's not actually a duplication, or is ATEC not going to be giving any advice to the Minister on policy work?
So all I'm saying is just the functional difference around actually here's advice, but then you have to develop policy. Policy is different to advice because out of advice usually comes policy and policy development.
So they will do
technical.
They'll provide the advice to the Minister, and then the Minister will come to you to do the policy work on the advice that ATEC has given, and then you'll give advice to the Minister on that policy work.
So, which is part of our normal practice.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand.
That's correct. So it's not different to what would normally happen around the various agencies that we've got.
So effectively, just so I'm trying to this is for my understanding.
No, that's totally fine.
I'm thinking through how this works.
Yep.
So ATEC will provide advice, and then you provide the advice on policy. I'm trying to understand where the difference between those two is, because I'm assuming that the advice that ATEC give the Minister will have some policy elements to it, if not a majority of policy elements. And then I guess what if the advice that ATEC give the minister and then the advice that you give the minister are different, or they're in some form of conflict with each other?
That's not unusual.
Yeah, but so I'm just trying to understand which
it may be the minister may explicitly ask me for advice on ATEC advice.
Yeah.
2 sets of advice go, which happens already around a number of my agencies that I have. The minister then determines the advice that he wishes to take forward.
Yeah, and I understand it might not be unusual, but my questions relate, and that I commented on earlier around the duplication. I think when you have different streams coming from different agencies that have a different lens, that's understandable, and there can be competing interests in different departments. But I'm just wondering how it's different here. This to me seems a bit more like duplication. I'd be happy for you to clarify that for me.
Yeah, I don't agree, Senator, on that. We have a research function in my department. There's also Australian Research Council. You could argue because we're both doing research, we're duplicating. We're not. There are different functions, and those functions are set out in the various parts of legislation in relation to the agencies. It'll be the same thing. The functions that are set out in the ATEC bill, if it passes, will not be functions that the department will explicitly be staffed to do, because ATEC will be doing that, so there won't be the duplication. But we'll be working together, there's no doubt about it, as we do with ARC at the moment. So, for example, around future legislation, the department will more likely do the future legislation like we did around the ARC bill as well. So I understand until the bill's landed, there could be some grey spaces around that, but again, my job as the accountable authority is to make sure best use of resources. We will not be duplicating in the Higher Education Research International branch the work that's happening in ATEC, but it doesn't mean we won't be giving to the advice to the minister on some of the work that's happening in ATEC.
Do you have any concerns, or have you provided any advice in relation to what those grey spaces might be that you refer to, or is that more just contextual?
It's more contextual.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we don't. But again, we'll have to see the final form of the bill.
Yeah.
And once we see the final form of the bill after it goes, assuming it passes Parliament, we will then focus our efforts on ensuring that, that the work of the department isn't duplicating work that will be happening in ATEC.
So maybe if I put it like this, the ATEC will be responsible for the administration of policy, but the department will be responsible for the policy of that administration. Is that
not
kind of
really
like
administration of policy? No. So again, their function will be as set out in the bill.
Yeah.
Advice to the minister on a range of things. They will, if the minister directs, makes decisions around allocations of international students. They'll be looking at managed growth and decisions in relation to Commonwealth supported places. The department won't be doing those functions. ATEC will be doing those functions.
Gotcha.
The department may support ATEC by providing information to ATEC. So the data functions that will stay in the department, those functions that we'll have, and we'll have a memorandum of understanding or a service level agreement between the department and ATEC to be very clear about those things. But we will ensure that duplication doesn't exist between effectively the Higher Education Research International branch and ATEC.
My sense is, and I'm happy for you to correct me, is that the department already does this work. So what I'm trying to understand is what actually is the policy problem that the ATEC is trying to solve that can only be solved by an ATEC, that can't be solved by the department, or that the department isn't already doing.
Sure. So I guess my first point is the government has made this decision, and so the government has decided to create ATEC. It was a recommendation, as you know, that came out of the Universities Accord, very focused on stewardship, but also focused on enhancing things that the department does to some degree at the moment. But in terms of mission-based compacts, at the moment, the work the department does is very light touch.
Yeah.
So mission-based compacts will play a much more significant role in the work that happens as part of ATEC, and part of that is about managing. Sorry, I just realised I've got this noise on, but I don't know how to turn it off. Hopefully those videos don't turn up or Siri doesn't start talking to me. That there'll be much more enhancement where the ATEC will play a very big role working with individual, particularly Table A and Table B universities, about the role they'll play around managed growth. So making decisions around the additional 9,500 next year, 16,000 the year after, 16,000 the year after, Commonwealth supported places, and how they should be allocated across higher education providers. The department currently doesn't do that to that level of degree, nowhere near that level of degree, and ATEC will provide those, perform those functions.
Sure. So if there's already an awareness of the things that need to be enhanced, and I note that you said it's a decision of government, but what I'm trying to understand why they just hadn't been enhanced within the department in itself already. Like, why did we need an ATEC to do that? Why wasn't the department doing that regardless?
Sorry, Senator, you kind of have answered my question. Your question for me, which was going to be the Accord made a recommendation, the government considered those recommendations, the government decided to accept the recommendation for the establishment of an Australian Tertiary Education Commission.
Yeah. So that work could have been done within the department. I note the recommendations of the Accord, but that work could have been done within the current structure of the department.
They're really asking for an opinion on that.
Okay,
again,
all right, I'll leave that. I won't push you into an opinion.
Decision.
I was just trying to structurally understand.
No, I
wasn't seeking an opinion within the structural parameters. I was trying to understand that. Going back to the service level MOUs, do you have a service level MOU right now?
No, because in the sense that because the ATEC hasn't been formally established, we're operating the interim ATEC as if effectively they're a group of the department. Once the ATEC, we've begun work on it to identify what the key features would be around it, but we won't have it until the bill passes, obviously.
Currently, because they're interim, they're within the department, so you don't need the MOU. So when they aren't within the department, when it's finalised, they will have an MOU.
So they will be still in the department. So again, I'm still the accountable authority.
Yes, I understand that.
But there'll be a formal structure under legislation. We'll have 3 statutory officers. The MOU will be between effectively the statutory officers to enable that we can ensure that it's very clear about use of departmental resourcing, data,
because it'll be a separate agency. Yes,
exactly.
So is the interim ATEC independent?
So the 3 statutory, the 3 officers provide independent advice to the minister.
Yeah.
But supported by staff of my department. There's a deputy secretary, a chief executive director, who'll be here later this afternoon in the Hairy component, and again departmental staff underneath that officer.
Okay, so eventually you'll end up with an MOU which governs the way the department officers do work in the ATEC, which is technically still part of the department.
That's right.
Will the MOU cover the departmental secretary?
Cover in what sense? Sorry,
the role of, like, between ATEC and the departmental secretary, will that be included in the MOU? Or is it because you still have the oversight?
I'm still the accountable authority.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There's no role for me in relation to again, the bill as it currently sits, the 3 statutory officers will report directly to the minister. They won't report to the secretary.
Yep.
I make staff available, so you'll see my functions in the bill about what I do in relation to staffing and providing support to the ATEC. The MOU is more about things that are perhaps less exciting, like accommodation, how they access data from the department, how staff are supported and provided to the ATEC. What else, Mr. Markovich?
Reporting lines, information technology, so more of the logistical. As the Secretary's mentioned, the bill will kind of set out how the interaction works between the ATEC commissioners and the Secretary. This sits at a lower level of detail about more of the logistics about how we operationalise this sort of entity working inside the department.
Will the same apply for the Deputy Secretary as well, or is that different?
In the sense of?
Whether an MOU will cover the role then of the Deputy Secretary?
All staff effectively, which will include that, and so the Deputy Secretary again is still part of the department staff.
Yeah, I guess where it's confusing for me, and I understand it's a separate agency, but effectively there's the department's having an MOU with its own department, given that you have oversight of the whole thing.
It's a very similar and almost identical arrangement with Jobs and Skills Australia.
Is it?
Where JSA has a statutory officer, but all the staff in JSA are staff of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And I think they're finalising their MOU that they've got between JSA and the department. So it's a similar structure to our neighbouring department, if I put it that way. It's something that I guess has happened before, and it's, from our perspective, it's not that unusual.
Yeah, I guess part of the challenge that we're sort of trying to address, particularly in an environment where we have escalating costs and the impacts to inflation, is to whether that is an appropriate use of taxpayer resources to create an additional layer within the department of another agency that the department already has. And again, I'm just trying to understand what the actual policy problem is that the ATEC is trying to solve.
So I guess I'll refer you back to the University Accord report, which outlined their concern about the stewardship of the higher education sector. They went into that in some great depth. They then made that recommendation to government, which government has accepted.
Sure. And the next question may be on notice as well, and it may be to the ATEC group later. What is the total cost of supporting the interim ATEC since the 1st of July 2025, including salaries of seconded departmental staff and any consultancy or travel costs?
So, Senator, I've got the data as of the 31st of October.
Okay.
So from the 1st of July to the 31st of October, the cost has been $4.254 million.
So it's about $1.5 million a month, roughly.
And as you would expect, that's mostly staff costing.
Yeah, and would you expect that that has increased since the 31st of October, or has stayed, as a ratio fairly consistent, or it would increase, I guess, as you uptake new staff?
It would increase as we take up new staff, absolutely.
I was going to make exactly that point. The staffing started a little low. It's up around that mid-60 number now, on its way to 82. So as that increases, the costs will increase in line with that staffing profile.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
And just to be clear, that's not additional on top of departmental budget. That's part of departmental budget. Those staff are staff.
So that'll be carved out of the current staffing budget of the department. It's not an additional budget.
That's right. They're part of the staffing budget. So when I get a staffing report from Mr. Markovich, ATEC is part of that, as is the schools group, as is the hearing group, as is every group that I've got.
Okay, thank you very much. My next questions go to AI. Mm-hmm. Does the department currently use AI?
So Senator, yes, we do use AI. We, through our Microsoft agreement, have Microsoft Copilot, and we have two different versions of that. All staff have access to Copilot Chat, which is integrated into our tools, and we have a number of licences of a more complete Copilot licence. Ms. Kovacevic might be able to help us with a little bit more detail, but it's around the mid-200 numbers of the full licence.
Thank you.
Good morning. Karen Kovacevic, First Assistant Secretary of the Education Funding System. We actually have 300 licences in the department. We've recently just increased our number of licences, so now all SES officers have access to a licence. So we started with 200, we've now increased that to 300.
Lovely, thank you. Could you tell me whether AI was used in the preparation of Senate estimates briefs in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I can tell you, no, we haven't used AI for preparing Senate estimates briefs.
Thank you. Are you able to capture and produce AI prompts and outputs on departmental systems?
Yes, in Copilot, yes.
Yeah. Do you know if anything else is being used in departmental systems outside of Copilot?
Copilot is the approved AI tool at the moment. There is no approval for the use of any other AI tools at this point in time.
Yeah. So effectively nothing should be used within systems apart from Copilot?
At this point, correct.
Our systems do prevent that from occurring at the moment, and we, like other agencies, are having a look at what tools we might make available in the future. So my first comments were the tools we provided to staff are Copilot, and our network blocks people from accessing other tools at this point in time.
Yeah, so effectively, to your knowledge, staff wouldn't be able to use like a ChatGPT unless they were using their own device perhaps and entering that something into their own device and then putting it into the departmental system.
That's correct. From our network, they won't be able to access those tools currently.
Yeah. Is there any sort of concern or work being done to investigate whether any departmental staff are actually using, things like ChatGPT to assist with their work?
So we probably concentrate around guidance for our staff. That we do have training available for staff about proper and ethical use of AI, and we have been concentrating on ensuring staff understand that we hold sensitive information and that shouldn't be used outside the tool set that we provide. As I said, we are having a look at what we might do in the future, and a number of other agencies have opened up access for staff to use external tools with official information, and we're just working through that at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
And so to you be aware, the Department of Finance has announced, or Minister Gallagher has announced an AI strategy, which includes, I think, Department of Finance having a AI...
Gov AI?
That thing, yes?
Yes.
Gov AI?
Yeah. Gov AI.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And so we'll be going off the back of kind of lead from the Department of Finance as well. Yep.
Thank you. What is your retention policy for AI chat logs that are used by staff? Like, how long are they kept? Who can access them? And what safeguards are in place to ensure that they aren't altered or deleted?
I would have to take on notice the retention policy. I don't know at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. If you could do that for me, please. Sure. And in relation to those elements around how long they're kept, who accesses them, and the safeguards around alteration and deletion would be great. Does the department treat AI prompts and outputs as official records subject to FOI and Senate orders?
I would also have to take that one on notice, Senator, sorry.
Thank you, that would be great. And then perhaps also on notice, if you could provide a copy of the AI prompts used by the department and the outputs it has received, say, over the last 2 weeks.
Sure. So, Senator, individual users would draft their own prompts depending on what it is they're seeking to do. We do have what I'll call a helpful guide or prompt sort of library, if you will. So I can certainly provide that. But again, it's really just, as Mr Markovich said, sort of guidance to help our staff in using the tools and becoming familiar with them.
Yeah, I understand that they would draft them, but my understanding from the response to the last question was that you can capture and produce them. So I would like to see those, if that's okay. Yeah.
Senator, I wouldn't mind taking that on notice, just to have a look at.
On notice is fine.
To the extent that we can produce that information, it's going to be a reasonably onerous task for us to go through. Our version of Copilot enables staff to ask questions up to the protected level. There will be material in there that potentially we shouldn't be releasing. It has the potential for us to do a manual line-by-line review to the extent that we can produce the information. I just wouldn't mind having a proper look at that before we respond to that question.
Yeah, and look, there's a couple of reasons that I'm asking you to do that, and one of those relates to an understanding of whether they form part of official records.
Yep.
And that's something important for us to get our head around as we all navigate this space. So if you could do that.
Certainly the question on, does it form part of the official record? We can come back to you. I'm processing in my own mind what it will take to work through 2 weeks of 1,600 staff.
There could be 500,000 prompts, for example.
I think this is sort of a problem that we're all navigating as to what this really means and to what extent are these things official records. So I'm wondering, that leads me sort of to my next question, is that sort of a piece of work that you're working through now from a policy perspective as well, in terms of how do we treat this information and where it's come from?
And again, I think that's a whole of government sort of approach that we're doing, led by the Department of Finance in terms of that policy work that's happening.
So there's nothing within the Department of Education itself. It's coming from Department of Finance, from whole of government, to your understanding?
We'd be working with them. We've got, as Mr Markovich says, we've got a guidance in relation to the material around AI and use of AI at the moment. Yeah. But again, particularly that question about prompts, very happy to take that on notice, Senator, and work our way through what that would look like.
Yeah. Yep. Just to add, our guidelines are based off the Digital Transformation Agency's guidance for APS staff, so we're in line with those guidelines.
Sure. And just going back to thinking about the licences, there was a comment around, I think it was 300 co-pilot licences, and I believe the SES officers have the licences, but there are some 1,600 staff. So the balance of those staff don't have licences, or are the licences group licences?
So when we started with 200 licences, and that in the initial stage we sought sort of interest from staff in terms of who would like to use a licence and what was their sort of rationale. As you can imagine, the interest was in excess of the number of licences that we did have available. So we're managing that and working through, including looking at, are people who have a licence using them, and if they haven't used it in, short term, then we're making it available to others. The decision just recently to make licences available for all SES was sort of an executive decision. It's part of the APS direction to, make those tools available, starting with the executive.
Okay, so that...
Senator, may I just add one point? I mentioned we had two different versions of Copilot. So we have a Copilot chat and a sort of a full licence. Can I just make the point that all 1,600 staff have access to Copilot chat. So there are two different versions that we're running in the department. Every staff member has access to use a different version. It has less features and functionality, if I can describe it that way, but we have provisioned tools to help support all staff in the department. Yeah,
because that was going to be my next question. I was confused then by the answer before, which was on, the production piece. If there's 1,600 staff and potentially 500,000 prompts, how's that possible if there are only 300 licences?
Yeah, so we're running, I've described that because clearly before everybody has access to a sort of a lower level version that's included as part of our licensing arrangement, and we've purchased at this point the 300 enterprise more feature-rich versions, if I can describe that, and they have a cost associated with them.
And just what would be the basic difference between those two versions as an example?
So the language model that they access, the complexity of the tasks that they can handle. I've personally used the chat version, which is the lower one, and it's sort of, you will start processing something and it says, I've run out of steam, and so you've got to say try again. Yeah. The full licence is far more feature rich and has access to more processing capacity to give more complete answers.
So in effect, it's integrated. It's integrated into the Microsoft suite as well. That means you can access, if you have a license, you can use Copilot through Outlook, for example, or Microsoft Word, Excel, for example. The chat version is really just a web search type version.
I see. Yes, So in effect, every member of the department can use AI. It just depends on whether it's the basic. Very basic version, perhaps like a chat GPT if somebody jumped on, versus a full suite that's integrated into the Microsoft software.
Yep, correct. Okay. Yes.
And you anticipate that there would be 500,000 prompts in a fortnight, so that would be like 250,000 prompts every week. Is that the point at which you believe that this is being used at the moment?
Again, I would have to take that on notice, but I think just on that previous point, if the enterprise licence users can access Copilot through Outlook, Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, for example, then it is possible that it's being used to that degree.
Yeah.
So Senator, if I may, just a really simple example. I've used Copilot recently. I write referees reports for staff as part of selection processes. I write those, and then I would use Copilot to do an edit and QA check on that. I might write 5 or 10 prompts to get it to do, can you make it shorter? Can you make it crisper? Can you remove... I think last time it said my language was verbose, so I'd had a go at re-editing to remove that.
I've agreed
Just
with
that one task of writing assisting me in writing a referee's report, I might ask 10 prompts.
Gotcha.
That would be something that I would probably not put out into the, you know, what are the prompts that I'm asking to support me to do that task. So that's a really practical example.
So, but you wouldn't be doing that like in an estimates brief. So what I'm trying to get an understanding of is if, you know, it isn't integrated, if it is integrated in Microsoft Word, why there was a confidence that AI wasn't being used for these briefs or the drafting of briefs, or are you saying it may have been, but just for the perfection of a brief or something like that?
Yeah, certainly.
As opposed to a drafting.
We're not using it to consolidate information and produce briefs in the department. Our use is probably more at the quality assurance end. We are not using it to we certainly don't use it to draft questions on notice responses. It will be in that quality assurance domain at the moment, given the tools that we've got.
Yeah.
And while it's integrated, the user has to still initiate the use. So just drafting something in Microsoft Word, for example, Copilot doesn't automatically sort of step in and start editing. The user has to initiate that through a prompt.
Okay, thank you. Do you maintain a register of all the AI tools in use across the portfolio, including internal chatbots?
Yes, we do have an AI register.
Are you able to provide details of that on notice?
Yes, I can.
Lovely, thank you. Has the department undertaken any privacy impact assessments on your use of generative AI in the department?
So I don't know the answer to that.
There was I'd probably have to take that on notice. There was certainly, at a whole of government level, a privacy impact assessment done on Copilot. I know that the department did undertake a risk assessment, but I would have to take on notice if there was a privacy impact assessment.
Okay, if you could do so, and if one was undertaken and you're able to share that, I would appreciate that. But I understand there may be some issues in relation to privacy around that. Have any staff uploaded personal information about other staff, stakeholders, students or parents into tools like ChatGPT, any private information, or even to Copilot or similar? And is the department able to sort of categorically rule out those prompts being used to train commercial models?
So, Senator, as we've previously said, ChatGPT is not available on departmental devices.
I'm aware that someone could take their, you know, and type it into ChatGPT on their phone and then type it back into a departmental system.
Yeah, so
only on their personal phone, to be clear, not on a work phone.
Correct, yes. But
sorry.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I could answer that question, because if it's being used in a personal device, but certainly our guidance and guidelines are really clear on the use of personal sensitive information. In terms of whether any of that information has been put into Copilot, to my knowledge, no. But I can take that one on notice also.
If you could, and I guess what sort of risk management mechanisms exist in order to prevent that or manage that beyond the training and guidance piece?
Senator, we in rolling out the Copilot version, we certainly have looked at how the information we're giving to the models for Copilot is used and protected to make sure that it isn't being used beyond the kind of boundaries of the organisation in model training. We might get some more advice from our Dewar colleagues who provide the technology for us just on how that's occurring.
Yeah. Thank you. And again, on notice is fine. Are you able to identify any new or additional safeguards added to departmental ICT and record-keeping rules since 2022 to ensure use of AI doesn't erode transparency and accountability, and FOI, including any rules around the use of chat logs?
I need to take that one on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Orman-Payne, you don't have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, I've got another. Do you guys have? No, perfect. Okay.
Are you ready to move to school? Just keep going in corporate.
I've still got one set for corporate.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to finish off with this one piece on the current evidence. I'm interested in what you were saying before about using Copilot to refine materials, perhaps such as the estimates briefs you're using today. As far as I'm aware, estimates briefs usually include talking points and background, and I'm interested particularly if any of those talking points have been refined by AI.
So, Senator, I would need to go out and check with the organisation. I can tell you for my group, we haven't been doing that, and I've got a good chunk of briefs here. They're in the quality assurance category, but I'm happy to go across the organisation and get a more definitive answer for you.
Thank you. I would really appreciate that if you could. And if the case is that has occurred, how many of the briefs were drafted with the assistance of AI?
Certainly.
Thank you. My next set of questions relates to the delay in answering some of the questions on notice. Are you able to tell me how many questions on notice as of this morning remain overdue and from which estimates rounds?
So the answer is 0, Senator.
So, Senator, we've
all done?
All questions have been submitted.
Excellent. So I will go to my next set. Relating to international travel. Have any of the witnesses at the table travelled overseas in the current financial year?
As in Mr Markovic and myself.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm a no.
In this financial year...
Not for work purposes.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, should say not for work purposes.
No,
Yep.
Senator, not this financial year.
For work purposes. My apologies, I should have clarified that.
Mr Markovic, of course, was
I'm not
member.
interested in your personal travel.
I was missing at the last estimate.
I'm not being unreasonable, I promise. Yeah. Personal travel
He was at the marathon,
excluded.
remember? We did announce that Mr Markovic was at the marathon last time. Do you want his time?
Go. It's very slow.
I'm happy to put his running time on record if you like, Senator. No, I know it's okay. No, Senator, I haven't had an international trip this financial year.
Yeah. So neither of you take any work trips this financial year?
Not since
Thank
the
you.
1st of June.
Do you have a log of, or you can provide information around how many overseas trips senior departmental officials took in the 2024-25 year?
So I'm assuming you mean by senior departmental officials, you mean any SES or
Yes,
DEP
yep,
second above?
yep.
We can take that on notice.
Wonderful.
Senator. We won't have it here, but yes, we can do that easily.
Thank you.
Unless Mr Boyd can help me with SES? No?
Sorry, Craig Boyd, First Assistant Secretary of Financial Management Division. I was going to say we could take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. And if you could do the same for since July 2022, and if you could include any travel by interim ATEC commissioners in that as well. Thank you.
My understanding is, again, international?
Yeah.
Yeah, and my understanding is there's
yep.
no travel by interim ATEC commissioners.
Okay.
Noting that the interim ATEC commissioners officially are Ms O'Kane and Ms Brent.
Okay, lovely, thank you. And if you could include the travel class on those trips, details of accommodation and any travel allowances paid
Sure.
as well, thank you.
We can do that.
So, I've just got a couple left. Excellent. I'm going to just take my next set of questions to some quans from Senator Hume, SQ 25 000404. And my understanding is that there still isn't a clear answer on this question, and it goes to estimates being a basic transparency measure. So she asked whether the minister had ever requested information by electorate, and if so, that it be provided. And the answer from the department was as follows, and I'll quote it. Consistent with long-standing practice, the department on occasion provides information, including to portfolio ministers' offices, with data broken down by a range of geographic categories. This can include by state, territory, electorate, remoteness classification, local government areas and postcode groupings. And then it goes on to say there is no central register within the department which includes information on requests made for information and data and the reasons for which the requests have been made. To respond to this request would be an unreasonable diversion of resources. So I'm trying to understand, there's some standard phrasing in here, and there's been some reference before to some secret manual about responding to quans. And I'm just trying to understand, you know, whether the department actually did try to answer Senator Hume's question, or whether the department just went to that particular manual and provided that answer based on the suggestions of that manual.
No, Senator, we don't use, I'm assuming you're talking about the Prime Minister and Cabinet material that was provided previously.
Yeah.
We haven't accessed, to the best of my knowledge, Mr Markovich, that in response to this question.
Correct.
Yeah.
Senator, this is an answer that Senator Hume has asked in previous hearings,
Yes,
and this
correct.
answer, I think we've got the previous hearing there and the one before that. This
Yeah.
is the answer that we have provided consistently
Yeah.
to this question.
I guess the expectation is that, you know, when we put in questions, that there is an attempt to answer them. So I'm trying to understand, like, what is the scale of the challenge in providing the information to segment it by electorate, and why the department would consider that to be an unreasonable diversion of resources.
I think, Senator, because we'd have to go through every individual brief that has been provided to all ministers' offices.
Yeah.
And manually extract that and divert staff from their job to actually do this for several weeks at a time.
Yeah. So the manual itself says, this secret manual, says, consistent with long-standing practicum, it says the insert department agency on occasion provides information including to ministerial officers with data broken down by a range of geographic categories. This can include by state, territory, electorate, remoteness classification, local government areas and postcode groupings. And then those exact words are used in the department's response.
So, Senator, that's the response that's been signed off by the Minister, and that's the response that we've provided. I've never seen that manual myself.
Right.
I've
So
never
the department
read
didn't
it.
provide that language?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying I've never seen the manual, I've never read the manual, ever. We'll have to go back and see what happened, because this is consistent language that we have used, I think, as Mr Markovich says, for the last 4 or 5 responses to the exact same question that has been effectively provided.
It's almost
asked of us.
identical. It's like 3 words different.
I note that. We'll go have a look at that. If we did, it's information that we use to help us support the answer, and that's the answer that we have provided.
Okay.
And the second part of that is just clear that we've got no central register, so to do that is the manual instruction as I indicated.
Yeah. I guess it's a challenge for me, and I note that you'll provide it on notice, but it appears to be a direct lift from the manual, bar 3 words, for a manual that the department is telling me they haven't seen and that they don't use.
Sorry, in terms of this particular one, in terms of this question, so we have used the same response that we have used for the last 3 hearings, I think. Whether it was accessed 3 hearings ago, I'm not sure, but this is a consistent question that's been provided to us, I think, for several years now. I've responded the same way for several years, is my understanding, Mr Markovich.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So Okay. Yeah, because there's also a question in relation to the central register. So, and I've read that already, but I'll read it again. There is no central register within the department which includes information on requests made for information and data and the reasons for which the requests have been made. To respond to this request would be an unreasonable diversion of resources. So thinking about that again, how is there no central register? Does that mean that the department doesn't hold information like that?
There's no central register in relation to information separated by electorate for briefs. So we have to go through and identify every single brief, because the question is, have we ever received a request, all requests, any time frame, the request responses in the context of the request, and a copy of all responses to that request. We would have to go and actually manually extract that from our record management system, is what I'm saying.
And the manual that I reference, its suggested response for a question like that is, the data requested is not captured centrally and obtaining it would be an unreasonable diversion of resources, which again is an almost direct duplication of the department's answer again. So what I'm probably upset about is that this process is a really important process. Senators come here to find out information so that we can do the work that we need to do. And it appears to me, and I'm happy to be corrected, that there wasn't even an attempt to answer Senator Hume's question, that in fact, scripted answers were provided in relation to those questions.
Senator, the answer is the answer that we have provided. In terms of scripted answers, I mean, we have many of those because the same questions are asked of us, almost identical every hearing, and so the same question gets asked, we provide the same response to the same question that gets asked.
Okay. Secretary, to the best of your recollection, as we sit here right now, has the Minister ever requested information from you broken down by electorate?
Not of me, no, Senator.
And do you know whether the Minister has requested that information of others in the department?
No, I don't. It's, to my understanding, no, and I don't recall us producing anything as we've indicated. There's nothing that I have seen that produces that. Yeah. I'll just say that, and that's based on my recollection.
Okay. Do you routinely provide answers, whether in draft or otherwise, to the Minister's office prior to tabling?
We're required to provide all answers to the Minister's office because the Minister actually approves the answers as per outlined in the witness guidelines. Yeah. Okay. They're the Minister's questions, they're not the Department's questions.
So effectively they sign off on those answers?
And if they choose to change them, that's a matter for the Minister because they're the Minister's questions, they're not the Department's questions.
Yeah. So, so effectively you may have an answer there that is then changed by the Minister?
I don't have any record of that, Senator. I'm just, again, referring to, I guess, the witness guide, which actually says responses to questions on notice provided to the Minister for clearance. So those answers can be lodged with the committee. So it's very clear to us that they are the Minister's questions, not departmental questions.
Just so I'm clear, have there been occasions where the Minister has changed answers?
Look, I'm sure there has been. I don't know what they look like.
Sure, thank you. Could you tell me for this series of estimates when draft answers were first provided to the Minister's office?
Senator, we can. Mr Markovich can probably help me on that.
So for this round, portfolio had 387 questions on notice. 329 were provided to the office on or before the 7th of November. 14 were provided on the 12th of November, 43 were provided on the 13th of November, and the final answer was provided on the 14th of November.
Yep.
And the responses were tabled on the 21st of November.
Thank you. And again, this sort of goes to my prior questions. Do you have a record of whether any of the responses to those quans changed as a result of discussions, guidance or feedback from the Minister's office?
Senator, may I correct my previous comment? I apologise. They were tabled on the 27th of November, not the 21st.
Oh, 27th,
my apologies.
Thank you. Lovely, thank you. And just again to that question, are you able to provide on notice whether any of those quants changed as a result of the discussions, guidance or feedback from the Minister's office, or if in fact any of them were changed in the Minister's office.
Sure, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. That is all from me, Chair.
Thank you. All right, that concludes questions from senators for corporate and enabling services, which means we'll now be moving to schools and youth. I'm just going to suspend for 1 minute to give officers a chance to shuffle at the table. The committee will now resume, and I call officers from the department in relation to outcome 1, schools and youth. Senator Allman-Payne will be kicking us off with the call. Senator, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. Morning, Mr Cook. Morning, Ms Brighton. My questions this morning are around the Teacher Workforce Action Plan. So I've just had a look at the update, the 2025 update that's been provided around the plan. I might just start with a very specific question. The National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, released in December 2022, included a commitment for the Australian Government to co-design a new national First Nations teacher strategy to apply from 2024. And I understand that $2.4 million was allocated for the development and implementation of that strategy in the 24-25 budget. My question is, has the First Nations Teachers Strategy committed to in that Teacher Workforce Action Plan been finalised?
Thanks, Senator. Ms Brighton can certainly answer that one.
Thank you, Secretary. Meg Brighton, Deputy Secretary of Schools and Youth. Senator, thanks for the question. So the First Nations Teacher Strategy, you've rightly highlighted it's a key deliverable under the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. We've did some preliminary work looking at particularly the work that had preceded the Teachers Strategy, most notably the really impactful Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce work that Peter Buckskin had led some years ago. Where we're at the moment is we've been working very closely with NATSIPA, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Principals Association, as well as NATSIAC, on co-designing the teachers' strategy. We have a draft that we've been working on together. At the moment it is with NATSIPA and NATSIAC for their further feedback to make sure that our playback authentically replicates what we think we've heard from them. And the strategy picks up not only the barriers for those in the workforce, but what opportunities are there to strengthen cultural safety, to make teaching a more attractive profession for First Nations staff, and then what it might look like in terms of ongoing support for teachers in the profession and growing in leadership. So we're working on it at the moment. We are planning to finalise that during 2026, the first half of 2026.
Okay. That's a long time. That's nearly 3 years.
It has been long. I think the important part for us is particularly ensuring that First Nations staff and principals are involved rather than us develop a policy and give it to them. We wanted them to be part of the co-creation. I certainly acknowledge, Senator, the timelines are different in the work plan, what we're actually doing.
Yep.
But we think as a result of the deep engagement that particularly Ms Brighton has led, I think it'll be a better product, which we think is important.
Yeah. The other thing I'd add, Senator, is we hear a lot from particularly our First Nations colleagues that they have told us the same story many times. So one of the things that was really important in the early work is to play back what we had heard through our Indigenous Education Consultative Committee, what we had heard from NATSIPA previously, what we had heard from NATSIAC, so that they were confident their previous reflections had not been lost.
Mm-hmm. So you're expecting that it will be finalised by the end of Q2 2026, is that?
So it'll have to go to Education Ministers,
it will
is that
have,
correct?
Yes, it will have to go through the secretaries, ASOC, the senior officials, intergovernmental group, as well as Education Ministers, but our target is to have it settled by the middle of next year.
Okay. What funding has been committed for the implementation of the strategy and to assist in the recruitment of more Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people into teaching?
Senator, with the strategy, one of the things will be the need to work on an implementation plan, and the matters of funding and particular initiatives that are endorsed and supported will be a matter for both education ministers but also for the government for budget.
Okay. The rest of my questions go to the Teacher Workforce Action Plan more generally. So just looking through, and I note that, if I'm reading it correctly, all of the what are they referred to as? Are they deliverables? What?
Close enough.
Yep. Okay.
Deliverables.
So priority area 1, all of the deliverables have been ticked off. Priority area 2, strengthening initial teacher education. I note that the co-design actions to attract and retain more First Nations teachers is still underway, so I'm assuming that's what we've just been talking about.
Correct.
Yeah.
I note that priority area 3, keeping the teachers we have, there was quite a lot of deliverables there. Could we maybe go to action item 12, piloting new approaches to reduce teacher and school leader workload through a workload reduction fund to maximise the value of a teacher's time? That's an Australian government deliverable. Could you update me on where that's at?
Sure.
Certainly, Senator. So the Workload Reduction Fund pilots, there's around $28 million or so that's been committed for this piece of work with states and territories and other schooling sectors. We've got 25 pilots running to date, and those pilots are quite contextual for the particular circumstances and locations across the country. So can I give you a couple of examples, Senator, of the types of things
could
that
I
you've
maybe
tried?
just... actually, no, you tell me that first and then I'll ask another question.
Okay. So in Western Australia, for example, they are working on a Gen AI pilot, noting the conversations the committee have just had about AI, but Western Australia working on an AI pilot for its workforce, but also working on parent liaison officers to really, I mean, the nature of schooling, as you well know, has really changed over time, and the role of parent liaison officers have become really important in schooling, so WA have got a pilot in around that. In New South Wales, one of their pilots is mastery in mathematics, particularly around strengthening the mathematics capability in education in the primary settings. New South Wales also have a piece of work around AI marking to assist teachers.
Just on the strengthening mathematics one, so how is that aiming to reduce workload?
It goes to the supports and resources and access teachers have. So New South Wales, working with their other schooling sectors, saw an opportunity to further strengthen and reduce the workload from teachers, from having them, instead of them doing all the work themselves, often out of hours, putting in a more structured approach, and mastery in mathematics is very focused on that. Yeah. So the nature of each of the pilots varies across the country, and it's very much driven by what the workforce and the departments working together think will be necessary to reduce that workload. And we're anticipating the pilots that are successful will go on to become business as usual in those systems.
Okay, so in terms of the fact that its status is that it's on, does the arrow mean that it's ongoing?
So the pilots are all in flight and in implementation stage. So they're complete in the sense that the work is started and it's in flight, and then they will be ongoing over the next, I think it's got another 12 months to run also in the pilots.
Is there a publicly available source of information where I can find a list of those 25 pilots and information about what they're all doing?
Morning, Senator. Shane Samuelson, Acting First Assistant Secretary for Teaching, Learning and Youth. There is not a list on the departmental website at the moment, no.
Because
we can take that on notice.
Yeah, could I get that on notice? Because I think, like, to me, this is one of the critical pieces of work. You know, you've only got to look at the teachers in Queensland who are taking industrial action, and if you talk to any of them, the thing that's most important to them is workload and working conditions. We're seeing the same thing in Victoria and Tasmania. So I think this is really a critical issue. Where are we at for number 17, streamlining highly accomplished and lead teacher processes to make it less burdensome? Because certainly the feedback from many teachers is they just don't bother with it because it takes too much time to actually get it.
Senator, in 2023, Education Ministers asked AITSL to look at some work around moderation of the process and the streamlining of the quality assurance. So the guidance material has been updated and they have also redesigned the national training of HALT assessors. And we're anticipating that work that AITSL is in the process of embedding will certainly help the HALT process. AITSL are also coming a bit later on this morning, so I'm sure they'll be happy to take any of the detailed questions.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know whether we've seen an uptick. Do you know whether there's been an uptick in the number of teachers taking up highly accomplished and
I don't
lead
have
teacher?
that with me, Senator, but we can certainly take that on notice.
Yeah, could I get some information on maybe the last couple of years and whether there's what the trend is there? Okay, I'm interested now in priority area 5. It would seem to me that this is actually probably one of the most important ones, and that's better understanding teacher workforce needs. So I note that 25, 26 and 27 are all ongoing. Do we know whether there's any time frame expectation on AITSL as to when they should have that done by?
So AITSL have been working, the Australian Teacher Workforce Dataset have been working across the country with states and territories about the workforce supply data. AITSL have progressed that significantly and are working with states and territories at the moment around the finalisation and the releasing of that. That information is available to states and territories at the moment. AITSL will be very happy, I'm sure, to get into some of that detail when they appear a little bit later on.
Yep. So really just a more general question now. If I come back to the information on page 1 at the start of the update on the Teacher Workforce Action Plan, it says, while these positive signs demonstrate the success of collaborative efforts, there's still many challenges facing our national teacher workforce. It says there still are not enough people becoming teachers and too many are leaving the profession. We have declining numbers of new graduates. I think that's interesting given the investment that was made into, I guess, trying to raise the status of the profession and encourage people to take it up. It also says we have an ageing teacher and leadership workforce, and these are all contributing to ongoing shortages, and that there's still work to do to improve ITE, completion rates, early career retention rates, teacher workloads and pathways. Are you able to give me an update on where we're at, particularly around numbers of graduate teachers and what, when you refer to a decline, what are we seeing there?
So, Senator, we have seen a lot of very positive outcomes coming out of the Teacher Workforce Action Plan. As you will know, with the teaching degree being 4 years and students sort of committing themselves to a path when they're at school, this will take some time before we see the true benefits of everything. But we have seen some really positive early work. We've already seen between 2023 and 2024 the number of students commencing initial teacher education increasing by 14%.
Okay, so So I'm interested to unpack then why the update says that we've got declining numbers of new graduate teachers.
So that's the 14% I gave you is the students commencing initial teacher education. And so the commencements are up. One of the things we have in the Better and Fairer Schools agreement is one of the key areas of reforms is around workforce. And one of those areas of reform is seeing a 10 percentage point increase in the engagement rate. So those are the people who are already in initial teacher education and them staying in education, staying in that course and completing that course. Students have been leaving initial teacher education for a range of reasons, but we have seen very recently a 6% increase between 23 and 24 of those completing their ITE courses. The document that you have in front of you would have been a point-in-time document. It may have predated some of the more recent data that I'm quoting you now.
So I think we need to correct the document.
Pardon?
What I'm hearing. I think we need to correct the document, Senator, because I think the decline has now turned into all the data I've got in front of me, increasing number of ITE courses that are completing has increased by 6% between 23 and 24. Total ITE completions have turned around the decline in 2023, so I think you've raised a good point.
Yeah.
I don't think the word decline should be there. I think it's actually more positive.
Yeah, so I think it's a point-in-time document, and Senator, we can certainly update that with more contemporary data.
Do we have figures around retention rates within the first 5 years of teachers entering the workforce?
We will have. I think we do retention on 4 and 6 years, I think.
Yep.
Higher Ed will have that data. We can take it on notice. I'm pretty sure we'll have the data.
I'd be very interested
we'll take it on notice.
to see that.
Yep.
Okay.
Senator, if I can also add, one of the things we're going to be doing in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, in addition to the higher education data that we have, is that we have committed to work together across the Australian Government and states and territories on an early career retention measure.
Yep.
And that will capture sort of the number and proportion of teachers who remain engaged as teachers. So we'll be doing that work over the coming 2 years with states and territories as well, and that will complement the higher education data.
All right. Thank you. I might leave it there, Chair, and then if I can get back in for April, I'll do my best.
Okay, no problem at all. I was going to go to Senator Mulholland now, and then if we've got time, Senator Whitten, I'll come to you before we break at 10:30, but we'll just have to see how we go. Okay, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to move to bullying in schools, and we know that bullying doesn't stay at schools. It follows kids home on their devices into their bedrooms. And next week, this government is introducing nation and world leading social media laws to protect our kids. So I just want to talk about some of the actions the government is also taking to combat bullying in schools. I'm aware that Minister Clare commissioned Dr. Charlotte Keating and Dr. Jo Robinson to undertake a review into bullying in schools. How did the co-chairs make sure that people from right across Australia were heard during that review, and what was that consultation process that was undertaken?
Senator, thank you. Sorry, thank you for the question. So the care. Are you sure?
Yeah, I haven't got that.
Thank you. My apologies. The co-chairs did an extensive consultation across the country, and including consultations across all 8 jurisdictions, around 115 sessions across 11 cities. But that wasn't their only consultation. They engaged quite deeply with parents, caregivers and youth, as well as the teaching profession. So there was about 1,700 submissions received to that engagement. Over 1,000 of them were from parents, guardians and caregivers. So I think that volume in itself tells what an important body of work this was. We had around 187 submissions from young people telling their stories of what they experienced or what they saw, and that was both current and former students. And we also had a significant number of inputs from state and territory departments, schooling sectors, teachers and school leaders, and that was over 400. So the co-chairs sought to go very broadly to gather inputs and to make sure that all parties and all those who had experienced or seen or had a view on bullying in schools had an opportunity to provide input to the review.
Thank you. Now, I understand Minister Clare held a press conference in September with Dr Keating talking about the review, and one of the big themes coming out of the review, as I understand it, was that students want their voices to be heard, but then on the converse that parents want to see a lot of transparency and communication when bullying is occurring in their school with their children. So could you just talk me through what the review recommended specifically about transparency and communication for parents?
Sure. Senator, the reviewers really sought to balance the different voices they heard, and one of the things they wanted to be really clear is honouring the work that was already happening in schools. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of schools doing an amazing body of work around this. They are clear with families, they are clear with students, there is clear and transparent communication. But they also heard a lot from families and students that there was a disconnect between what schools thought was happening and what they were telling families and students, and what the students and families were hearing themselves. So one of the things the reviewers heard a lot about is young people and their families would say they reported this harmful behaviour and they felt that the school didn't hear it or didn't act on it. And then often the time the school's actually doing a lot of work behind the scenes. So one of the things that the reviewers really called out was the importance of communication and being really clear with all the parties about what was happening. So that need to act swiftly, hear it, act swiftly, make sure people are safe, and then ensuring that those communication lines were open and transparent. And that was a really key recommendation that the reviewers provided to all ministers. And Pam, did you want to add to the...
Senator Pamela Banerjee, Assistant Secretary, Wellbeing and Equity Branch. I think Ms Brighton comprehensively covered in terms of what the recommendations said. I think the only thing I wanted to add is perhaps the recommendations call out and the review call out that schools need to make policies and procedures more explicit. So, all schools have policies and procedures, but sometimes they're not available to parents in a very kind of direct way. So that was one of the things that came out in the review as well.
So what the reviewers called for is that no matter what school you go to, no matter what jurisdiction you're in, that the policies are clear, there's a set expectation of communication, engagement and clarity about what's happening, what's going to be done when an issue gets raised. And as we work towards implementation, that's our expectation too.
Thank you. And so the review was released in October. What have been some of the actions taken since October and its release?
So education ministers considered the review in October and they agreed to release it. The senior officials, we're working on an implementation plan. That implementation plan will go back to ministers early next year. The Australian Government have announced a $10 million investment into both a campaign and resources and supports to help families, teachers and schools navigate this pretty complex space. And in addition to that, Minister Clare and Minister Wells have written to every school in the country around the anti-bullying rapid review as well as the social media delay. And they wrote in around the 26th of November. Thank you, Pam.
Yeah. And are we anticipating, obviously, the work of this review and the social media ban delay is going to work hand in glove together to provide a more comprehensive solution for parents and teachers and schools as well?
We think that both elements do work. They work well together, but they also act independently. So, bullying has, featured in a number of different ways across the generations, and social media has just added an entirely new dimension to that. And so what's happening is that with social media, that what is happening at school sometimes or in the playgrounds not only extends outside the school gate, it goes into the bedroom at night time. So the combination of the recommendations from Dr Keating, Dr Robinson, combined with the social media delay, all of that will really support putting greater protections and safety around children and young people.
Thank you. The last question I have goes to student wellbeing, so and particularly about our teachers. So we know our teachers, they care deeply about our children and their futures. They're just as worried as we are about what's going on in their classrooms and at home through social media. So what are some of the wellbeing supports the Commonwealth Government is providing to support teachers in the work that they're doing to make sure that our children are healthy and well?
Thanks, Senator. There's two components to this. There's the work that that the Australian Government has funded around supports for students, and then there's the scaffold that sits around the teachers. So in terms of supports for schools and teachers, there's in excess of $100 million a year of additional investment, and that's covering everything from the National Student Wellbeing Program through to the consent and respectful relationships work. We've got this great resource called the Student Wellbeing Hub, which has extensive resources available onto it. And even the Health Department have a number of resources and supports available in schools through their BU initiative. And the BU initiative is in the order of sort of $20 million a year. So all of those initiatives and investments packaged to provide support for not only children and young people in schooling, but also for the workforce. Ms Banageri can go into some of the detail about what's included in those if you'd like that unpacked a little. Sure.
So I just want to add to that, Senator, that in the National Student Wellbeing Program, as you would know, the funding is provided to states and territories for schools to have either a chaplain or a social student wellbeing worker in the school that supports the school workforce in terms of additional capacity to help students through wellbeing and also the wellbeing of the school community.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Whitten, it's really up to you. I will be breaking in about 4 minutes.
I've got 3 questions.
Okay, we'll give it a crack then. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I've got some questions around the school chaplaincy and specifically the National Student Wellbeing Program. I refer to the government's response to the National Student Wellbeing Program evaluation by Dondallo Partners in 2022. What progress has the government made in implementing the recommendations of the National Student Wellbeing Program evaluation, particularly those related to ensuring the program's long-term sustainability and addressing identified gaps in program delivery and funding certainty?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The recommendations in that evaluation made a lot of suggestions in terms of how the program is administered by state and territory government departments, because we fund the program through a federation funding agreement with states and territories. So there has been ongoing work between the Commonwealth, like our department, and states and territories to implement some of those administrative improvements, which also includes things like better guidance for schools in terms of applying for funding, etc. The current funding agreement goes through to the school year 2027. So future funding beyond that would be subject to another kind of negotiation with governments. But at the moment, the funding is going till 2027 school year.
Thank you. Is the government actively engaging with the National School Chaplaincy Association as the key stakeholder in developing the government's response to the evaluation?
We do have engagement with that organisation, but I can't remember the last time we had a conversation with them. I can take that on notice to kind of give you more detail in terms of when we have engaged and how. I'm aware that states and territories actively engage with the local kind of associations in terms of implementing the programs and the recommendations, but for our department in terms of in how many times we have engaged and what we have engaged with, I can provide that on notice.
Thank you. Given the ongoing rise in demand for school-based wellbeing support, including increased cases of student mental health challenges and bullying, will the government consider expanding NSWP funding to ensure that every school in Australia can access a qualified chaplain or wellbeing officer?
So, Senator, that is a matter for government. We can't answer that. So your question was, will the government consider that as a matter for government? Officials can't answer that question. Thank you. Just for the record, my beautiful sister and her amazing husband are chaplains, and I see the amazing work that they do in schools and the children that they really help. So I do support the program in all its forms. Thank you, Chair. Thanks,
Senator Whitten. Okay, just before we break, I just have some advice to those in the room and those following along at home. We are in a position to release the Australian Research Council, which means the program as printed will now conclude at the end of TEXA.
Okay, thank you.
The committee will now suspend. We'll be returning at 10:45. Thank you very much. Okay, the committee will now resume. We're continuing with schools, and Senator Kovacic has the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions in relation to NAPLAN. On the latest NAPLAN results, how many students in absolute numbers and as a percentage are below the new proficiency standard in reading, writing and numeracy? And how does that compare with 2018 under the old bands?
Senator, we'll certainly see what we can provide. Of course, Sakara is coming on a little later, who's technically got responsibilities for NAPLAN, but we do have data here we may be able to assist. Compared to 2018, I'm not sure, but I'll see whether my staff can help for 2018.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. O'Donoghue.
Thank you, Senator. It's Leslie O'Donoghue, Assistant Secretary, Schools Assessment, Measurement and Research Branch. So in terms of absolute numbers, we don't have the absolute numbers. We have the proportions of students that are actually in the needs additional support category. For 2025, 2024 and 2023. In 2023, we actually reviewed and adjusted the method of NAPLAN to actually look at the methodology and also the reporting of NAPLAN and moved it forward from May to March. So therefore the comparability of pre-2023 to 2023 results were not possible. So looking at the information around the national minimum standards and comparing that to the need additional support, we cannot actually compare those two together as well at the moment.
Right. So I'll ask the more questions one by one. Are you able to provide absolute numbers and the percentages as on notice, or you can't provide those numbers at all?
Yep, we can give percentages, I think. We just don't have absolute numbers. We can do that on notice.
Yeah.
Unless Sakara can help us if they're listening.
Wonderful.
But we can give percentages.
Correct, yes. Yeah. We can give percentages and they're also listed on ACARA's website. The percentages with regards to the individual year levels that are in the needs additional support range from sort of 5.7 in Year 3 writing, to 16.9 in Year 3 grammar.
Year 3 grammar, did you say?
Yep.
Yeah. And so
sorry, just to help me with that question, we've got the breakdown in every domain by year level, 3, 5, 7 and 9 percentages. There's about 20 percentages. Do you want all of those read out now?
Yeah, if you can table that as well, that's good.
Okay.
Yep,
so
perfect.
We won't read them out because it might take up some of your time. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just so we've got that, and I just want to get an understanding of why you don't record actual numbers, absolute numbers. Is there a reason for that?
We'll have it. We just don't have it in our.
Okay, so you'll provide that on notice.
Yeah.
That's great. I'll just go to my next question while I think about what else I'm going to say. Given Australia's PISA results have continued to slide relative to other OECD nations, what is your evidence-based estimate of when current reforms will actually stop the decline and start to close the gap with our best performing peers?
Senator, thanks for the question. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, which very specifically focuses on equity and excellence as well as wellbeing for learning, those two reform categories together goes to the heart of your very question. The implementation of that agreement will be over the next decade, and jurisdictions are working with us on the implementation of their bilateral agreements. So one of the foundation things is things like a phonics assessment and a numeracy assessment really early on in the early years of schooling, and that's specifically designed to give teachers greater insight about what's going on with that young person so that they can target any additional support and needs. So we have, as part of the agreement, a series of targets and measures that we will be reporting on as that data becomes available. We have not got we will reach this outcome in this date, but what we do have as the targets and measures is we have a year-by-year improvement we are seeking. In order to meet those end outcomes, we have a year-by-year improvement that we are seeking to reach.
So the year-by-year improvement that you're seeking to reach, can you sort of tell me a little bit more about that? Is that in terms of each of the different proficiency standards? Is that in relation to each child individually? How does that look? And what actually is a year-by-year improvement, effectively?
So Senator, in order to meet for instance, one of our improvement measures is around learning equity. And the measure for that is by 2030, in NAPLAN, reading and numeracy, years 3, 5, 7 and 9, reduce the proportion of all students in the needs additional support, so that's that category that you just spoke to, the needs additional support, reduce those students by 10%. So in order to reach that 2030 outcome, we need to look at a year-by-year reduction of the number of students in needs additional support in every jurisdiction to reach that target by 2030.
Okay.
And sorry, if I could just say, Senator, as some of the reforms get further embedded, there usually evidence would suggest an exponential increase over time. So first year you'd be a lighter touch, and then over time, as they're more deeply embedded, you'd see stronger performance.
Yeah. Kind of like a fitness, effectively.
Indeed.
Yeah. So the Better and Fairer Schools agreement will run to 2034. What interim milestones, and you've sort of noted this one in relation to, the reduction in children needing additional support. What interim milestones have you agreed with the states for lifting performance by 2028? And what actually happens if those milestones are actually not met?
So the milestones that we've put in place for learning equity, there are two components to that. One is reducing the proportion of children and young people in the needs additional support. The other is increasing the proportion of students in the strong and exceeding categories. So it's not just those who are at one end of the scale, it's also increasing the students at the other end of the scale. The interim point we're looking at is 2030. These agreements are 10 years, so these measures are by 2030, and then at 2030 in the years leading up to that, we'll work with states and territories to see what, for the next half of the agreement, what does those targets and measures need to look like, what further stretch goals need to be in place, how have we tracked against those targets and measures.
Okay. One of the things that we hear a lot about is parents want choice in education as well as equity, and I expect that is something that you hear as well. How is the department ensuring that new agreement conditions don't penalise or perhaps crowd out high-performing non-government schools that families choose and pay for?
Senator, Australia, we're pretty proud of our three-sector system, and these reform agreements are between the Australian Government and states and territories, but embedded in the reform agreements and the bilateral agreement in states and territories is the work of the non-government sector as well. So that bilateral agreement covers the work of the government sector, the Catholic sector and the independent sector, and each of those sectors have reforms reflected in that bilateral agreement that relate to the areas of equity excellence, wellbeing for learning as well as workforce.
Okay. And just thinking back to the year-on-year improvement and measuring that improvement, how will that be measured?
Senator, we will use for the measure I just spoke about around learning, we will use NAPLAN data.
Yeah.
Perhaps Mr O'Donoghue can talk a little bit about how that will work.
Yeah, so we have a couple of areas where the measuring, but more importantly, the reporting element around that. So within the Better and Fairer Schools agreement, we have a range of performance improvement measures. We have a Year 12 certification rate that also looks at students that are actually completing high school and obtaining a senior secondary certificate as well. So that's one measure that we have been reporting through the annual report on national schooling. that occurs on a regular basis. We also have another measure that looks at Year 12 attainment, and this is closely related to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap and looking at youth that are 20 to 24 and whether they've actually received a AQF Cert 3 or Year 12 certificate over a period of time. The third measure, as Ms Brighton mentioned, is NAPLAN and measuring and reporting on the two elements of NAPLAN, both in terms of the need additional support and reducing that by 10% for reading and numeracy, and then also increasing the strong and exceeding component by 10% for reading and numeracy. The fourth one is attendance rates. So, and really going through and looking at trying to return back to where we're located in terms of 2029, in terms of the successful attendance rates that the nation had as well. The last two relate to ITE enrolments and completions as well, and that'll be reported in as well. The reporting elements sort of goes to. I'll just make sure I've got the right material.
So effectively, states and territories will have to provide that data to the Commonwealth every year through an implementation report. The Commonwealth will also, there'll be for the first time a dashboard established, Senator, so that people can see what the performance looks like in relation to those measures. The Commonwealth will also provide a report to Parliament, I think, tabled in Parliament regarding the implementation of what's called the Nationally Enabling Initiatives, things like the Year 1 maths test and things like that. All that detail is actually in the Better Fair in Schools agreement if you've got more questions around it.
And just so that I have clarity on that, so that's basically the measures are the Year 12 attainment, NAPLAN data improvement, attendance rates, and ITE enrolments and completions. Okay.
And there's some wellbeing stuff as well. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And just taking my mind to lifting students out of additional supports. What are actually the practical ways that we are actually planning to, like, how are we going to do that? Very important thing to do.
Yep.
How?
So I think, you go, Ms Brighton, otherwise I'll be here all day. You go.
So, Senator, we've agreed reforms at a national level, and then at each state and territory in their bilateral agreement, they have been quite specific about what that looks like in each jurisdiction. At a national level, it is things like the Year 1 phonics checks, it's the numeracy check. These things give insight as to where the student is at the moment.
But they're assessment tools rather than how tools.
Yes, but part of the assessment is to understand where a young person is at in their learning so that the teacher can design the sort of intervention that's necessary for that young person to grow.
Okay.
The other types of reforms we have agreed with states and territories is looking at whole school multi-tiered systems of support, which is a staggered intervention model whereby there is universal excellent teaching practice and then there is more targeted interventions for those students who need additional supports.
So small group tutoring, things like that, where you'll find a group of students that might have some similar challenges for accessing the curriculum, a teacher with a small group of those students assisting them around excellent teaching to assist them progress through schooling.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Attendance remains stubbornly low in some jurisdictions. One report in the media, I think it was the Telegraph, noted that there were more than 64 million school days lost per year. What specific targets for lifting the proportion of students attending 90% or more of the time have you set for 2026 and 2027, and perhaps if you have that data by state and sector?
So we've set targets for 2030 and 2035, Senator. So the target for 2030 is to increase the student attendance rate nationally to 91.4%. And then breaking that down as for all students and also there's targets for priority groups of students as well. Sorry, and the second question was a breakdown by states and territories. I think Ms Brighton has some of that information. Some of the information is data that states and territories provide to ACARA. But have you got that information?
Yeah, so I have some of that information, Senator. But what I would say with that is attendance is is an area of focus for every schooling system in the country. In order for kids to learn, they have to be at school. And we've seen in the ACARA data just released, was that yesterday? Just released yesterday, we have seen a small but a positive sign in improvement in terms of student attendance in schools, which I think is great, and I'm sure that the CEO of ACARA will be happy to talk about that further. So the attendance rates vary across the country, and you've got some jurisdictions who have some enormous challenges around that, like Northern Territory, and other jurisdictions like South Australia who've seen some really positive improvement even in the 2025 school year. We're happy to take some of that detail on notice.
Yeah, if you could.
But what we are seeing
that.
is strong green shoots, varies across the country, and it's a sharp focus of every schooling system.
And just again, for my understanding, what happens if we get to 2030 and the targets aren't met? So what are the consequences, or what happens next? What's the plan if we don't meet those targets?
Well, I think the important thing, Senator, is the whole reform agreement is anchored around improving outcomes for young people and making sure we've got a really strong and a strong workforce, and we actually have a workforce who can do the work. If we're not meeting the targets, the questions that I have in my mind is what further work do we need to do around the interventions and the reforms, and the targets and measures will give us that insight about how we are tracking. And then we'll work with states and territories about what further refinement we need to do, where have we not hit the mark, what further opportunities do we have. It's not dissimilar to the earlier conversation we had about the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. Some of these reforms will take some time to embed, and even with that caveat about taking the time to embed, just the positive we've seen on attendance is a great encouragement.
But we will know how we're tracking, right? Because surely you'll be tracking this year on year. We won't just find out in 2030 that we've missed the target, right? So are there measures that will be deployed between now and 2030 if we can see that we're not going to reach the target, or the target is getting further away from us? And I note your comments around workforce and the many challenges that teachers have, and the incredibly important work that they do. And we've heard a lot about the complexity of the curriculum as well as being part of the impact around teacher burnout too. So I'm just trying to understand how we balance all of these things together and ensure that we have an environment where teachers can teach and children can learn.
Yeah. And Senator, you're right, we're not waiting till 2030. The transparency and the accountability measures we've put into the agreement around reporting, the annual reporting, will give us insight and clarity about how we're tracking. And if at any point in time through the next couple of years we are seeing that we're not getting the traction, then our work with states and territories will be to get together to look at what further work we need to do, what is not working, and how do we recalibrate accordingly. It is absolutely not a set and forget. It's very focused on delivering the outcomes over the next decade that we've articulated in that agreement.
Okay. And do you have a plan in place in relation to what to do if the tracking of those targets is not where you would like them to be? So are there sort of any interventions at any point in time that the department is planning to take? Let's just say we see in 2027 we're way off. Is there something that is planned to occur at that point in time to try and bring us closer to those targets? And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what are the triggers or decision points that will alert you to the fact that you're not getting traction, and then what are we going to do about it at those points?
So there's a few things around that, Senator. Part of what Ms Brighton indicated was that if we see that data, we will engage with states and territories around it. Of course, this gets discussed at the Education Ministers' meeting as well. And so I would anticipate if there was concerns, particularly at a national level, this would be something that ministers would bring to the table with other state and territory ministers, talk about that. We have already seen in states and territory, in these meetings where something's working well in a state and territory, they're sharing that with other state and territory ministers. And so there are presentations, literally, that ministers give about this is why things are working well in their state, about whatever it might be. Minister Clare and Minister Walsh are very eager for state ministers to work collaboratively around some of these things. They've all agreed to these targets. We will know by the annual reporting the department themselves, we will intervene, and the questions we would ask with state officials would be, in terms of your implementation plan, which is attached to your bilateral agreement, the strategies that you have indicated are going to enable you to succeed and meet these targets don't seem to be working. So what data do you have? What research do we have about? Do we have to change track? And that's the work that we would do and that we can constantly monitor in terms of our work going forward. So it's a combination of officials, and Ms Bryden speaks to her state colleagues a lot. I don't want to be bureaucratic, but then I've got at my level a national body that I chair where I would ask state secretaries, so why isn't this working? What do we need to do? And then at the ministerial level, there's the ministerial meeting where ministers can also engage in having that conversation as well.
And I guess that's, and I guess that's sort of my, sort of the crux of what I'm trying to understand. And I understand the seeking, the collaboration and sharing of best practices and all of that are absolutely important. And I understand that you'll be monitoring year on year and whether improvement is on track and then be ready to intervene at the different layers. But I'm trying to understand what will be that threshold for intervention. When do you actually go, this is a problem, we have to act now to do something? Because obviously, the states and territories will have different views on that. So I'm trying to understand what will be the red line for the department to go, this problem is not being corrected.
The red line really is the data when the data comes in. So the annual implementation plans that state and territories provide, if we as the department identify that we're 2%, 3%, we haven't actually, there's no threshold that we've determined.
So would it be no year-on-year improvement? Would that be what it is?
That could be one of the things that we'd be looking at, absolutely.
Okay.
So, but we have to track that against where the longitudinal data, but for the first time ever, I think, Ms Brighton, correct me if I'm wrong, the data hasn't traditionally been developed through, provided through an implementation plan. It's been implementation plan is real. The implementation report is more been about have we spent the money that we said we would spend. This is going to a level that's deeper, which actually then says, and for the money that we've spent, what has been the outcomes, or what's the data that we can show that we're making improvement or not.
I understand, and I'll just finish here because the Chair needs to rotate the call. I do have some more questions, but I want to understand if the department has created prescriptive thresholds that you will go, well, X has not occurred, so we need to intervene, or has that, or you do not have something, a policy structure or a intervention structure like that in place as yet.
Senator, we have not constructed a prescriptive threshold. Education and schooling is incredibly complex and not one single lever will deliver one single outcome.
I understand that, but there needs to be a series of those. And my view is if you're not measuring something and if you don't have criteria that needs to be met, then it's very difficult to intervene and change the trajectory of a problem.
So, Senator, what we did do in the development of the targets was actually we did set trajectory. So we do actually have that. We said, because we had to work, in setting the targets, we had to look at what was reasonable using longitudinal data to get to, for example, pick one for me, Ms Brighton, by 2031 increase the proportion of people aged 20 to 24 attaining year 12 or equivalent. We actually do have trajectory maps in relation to that. And so we actually can, we actually do have it, we can map from now till 2031 where we would expect every state and territory to be or where the national picture would be. And then every year when that data comes in, we can match that against where we thought you should be in 2029, for example.
Lovely.
So we actually do have that data.
And to save time, if I could please ask you to table those trajectory maps, that would be great.
So we'll take on those,
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Bassick. Senator De Lega, you now have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks and good morning, everyone. In the March budget, the government announced the development of a First Nations education policy. Ms Brighton, I was wondering if you could, or whether someone could help me understand where that's at the moment and what the policy is intended to do.
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for the question. So in March this year, the government announced, I think it was $18 million to develop a new First Nations education policy. But importantly, that's about engaging with First Nation education stakeholders. The focus of the policy, just while Mr Mudford gets settled, the focus of the policy is really to drive tangible change that affirms First Nation identities, knowledges and aspirations, and enables learners to absolutely thrive. Importantly, this is a policy that will sit across the education life cycle, early years, schooling, and those pathways beyond schooling. And it's our expectation that this policy will help shape those national aspirations, and then from the policy, shape national policy as well as our engagement with states and territories. Mr Mumford, perhaps if you could just talk a little bit about the consultation and how we're going about the work on the policy itself.
Chris Mudford, Assistant Secretary, First Nations and Closing the Gap Branch. Thank you, Senator, for your question. So, as Ms Brighton has talked about the scope of the policy and the intent to accelerate improvements in education outcomes of First Nations learners, she also spoke earlier about the experience that First Nations stakeholders often tell us that they've explained similar things to governments over multiple years, and the discussion paper that is currently out for a public consultation process that I'll describe in a moment acknowledges that, and that First Nations peoples and communities have long called for an education system that is culturally safe and responsive, that respects their sovereignty, culture and aspirations. And so the policy is intended to define the national aspirations for First Nations education, particularly shared priorities, and establishing how that change will be enacted and evaluated, and to translate national commitments like the Mbantua Education Declaration, the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement and the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, for example. In terms of the engagement, we've been working with First Nations peak bodies, so NATSIEC and NATSAPA, the Principals Association that Ms Brighton mentioned with regard to teacher strategy, but also SNAKE, National Voice for Our Children, that has a focus on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and families, as well as the National Indigenous Youth Education Coalition and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Higher Education Consortium, so that we're getting perspectives from First Nations voices across the education life cycle. There's a couple of pieces to the consultation. There's the public consultation process that I mentioned, which opened on the 17th of November and will close on the 6th of February 2026. Anyone who's interested or has a commitment to First Nations education can contribute to that either through a survey or through written audio or video submissions via the department's website. We'll also work with First Nations partners on First Nations-led engagement that they'll do in Q1 2026, so leading up until April. And that'll be an opportunity for those peak bodies to work with First Nations communities, with the workforce and with young people to ensure that those perspectives are central to the design and development of the First Nations education policy.
Sounds incredible, and can I compliment you on your amazing tie? It looks absolutely fantastic. And we're part of working with First Nations people, and as to building this. You're also working with a trust with state and territory non-government schools as part of developing this policy as well, eh?
Yes, absolutely. So we've also got a policy working group that we've established, which includes the First Nations partners that I mentioned, but also state and territory education departments, representatives from the non-government school sector, so the National Catholic Education Commission and Independent Schools Australia, as well as unions. So the Australian Education Union and the Independent Education Union are all represented in that group.
Great. And when will this scoping, how long is this going to take to go through this process? Yeah, so the First Nations-led engagement will happen up until Easter, and then the outcomes, the themes from that will be synthesised and provided back to the department, and we'll work with that to develop the policy, aiming for that to be done in the middle of 2026. It will go to education ministers for consideration and endorsement. Okay, great. And how does the policy interact with the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement?
Senator, in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, there are a range of commitments that states and territories make, and there's a range of commitments that the Australian Government made. The First Nations education policy is a commitment that the Australian Government has made to deliver under the agreement. I think I've given testimony here previously about because that agreement was, we had First Nations partners part of the negotiation of that agreement, both the Coalition of Peak and NATSIAC. It means that anchoring the policy in the agreement shows a direct connection between the ambition we have about outcomes and then where this policy work will land middle of next year.
Okay, and how will the Better Fairer Schools agreement support the First Nations students and teachers? And can you give me some examples from the state and territory bilateral agreements that will support First Nations people?
Certainly, Senator, thank you. In the Better and Fairer Schools agreement, in the targets and measures that we've just been talking about, each of those targets and measures also point to particular outcomes for priority cohorts like First Nations teachers or First Nations students. Each of the jurisdictions in the bilateral agreements, they have particular initiatives against each one of the reforms. And so in say, Northern Territory, some of their initiatives are anchored about really to increase the diversity of the workforce. And they've made a commitment about developing an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce plan. South Australia they've been doing a lot of work with their First Nations communities, and one of their commitments is really around supporting Aboriginal controlled organisations in South Australia to deliver services into government schools. And that can be everything from reinvigorating learning of Aboriginal language, which also relates to the Australian Government initiative around first languages, but also support for students and supporting transitions of students between different stages of schooling. So that's sort of just two of the jurisdictions. I can pull out a couple more examples.
Particularly Tassie, maybe Western Australia for my colleague next to me as well, potentially.
So Tassie, what they're focusing on is partnerships with First Nations communities and ACOs around increasing cultural safety and cultural responsiveness. They're also very focused in their agreement, and it's drawn out specific initiatives around creating culturally safe workplaces, because it's important schools are culturally safe for the students, but actually if they're not culturally safe for staff, then that in itself is a significant impact on the workforce and on families and communities. Yeah. The other thing Tasmania are working on culturally safe, culturally responsive teaching resources for their workforce. So Tassie has a number of initiatives, and Western Australia, they look at further strengthening their two-way learning models that they have for delivery in government schools. So that's about reinvigorating, supporting the reinvigoration of language and working with community about the reinvigoration of language, as well as supporting students in their transition from school into workforce. So you can see just by those examples that the bilateral agreements under the Better and Fairer Schools agreement are very contextual to the communities in each of the states and territories.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Delega. Senator Orman-Payne.
I note that you talked earlier in your responses to some other questions about work around attendance and seeking to improve attendance, and that there's some improvement in that. I also note that there are things underway and in the Better and Fairer Schools agreements around student wellbeing. But what I'm specifically interested in is the department doing any specific work with the states and territories around the very specific issue of school refusal, or more preferably school can't, because we certainly are still hearing that there are high numbers of students who want to be at school but can't. And I note that one of the recommendations, for example, that came out of the inquiry was addressing the way attendance is measured so that we're actually tracking kids who are experiencing school can't. So keen to know where that's up to and if any work's being done.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Under the Better and Fairer Schools agreement, it's a great agreement, we have a number of national enabling initiatives. And one of those national enabling initiatives is doing work with states and territories to better understand school attendance. And the parliamentary inquiry unpacked that a lot in terms of the breadth of school attendance issues, from school can't, school won't, inability to access learning because of a range of medical and other issues. We have started work on that, what we call that National Enabling Initiative, started scoping the work, and Aero have done some preliminary work around attendance that is informing that work. But I'll pass to Ms. Banerjee and she can talk to you a little bit more about the detail.
Senator, in February 2023, Education Ministers commissioned AERO to investigate the causes of decline in attendance and provide advice to ministers. The January new insights from AERO in January 2025 report found reasons for student absence are complex and often specific to student, family, and broader community, and identified promising approaches to address attendance, such as multi-tiered systems of support frameworks and areas for further consideration school context. As Ms. Brighton pointed out, we are doing quite a bit of work with states and territories in relation to the National Enabling Initiative on Attendance. Work is underway to work through in the next year or so in terms of going back to education ministers with a plan in terms of how we incorporate some initiatives and interventions in relation to school refusal, school can't, as well as attendance more broadly. But that work is underway at the moment.
Yeah. The other thing, Senator, if I could just add to that, is that there is also, between states and territories, there's a community of practice that was stood up, I want to say around about 12 months ago, that is specifically around attendance. So this community of practice is working together to look at what are the initiatives working in states and territories, what can be shared, what are the learnings and what are the insights. It is a complex issue that everyone's leaning into to try and look at where is necessary work at a national level that we work together, and then where is it specifically in states and territories.
I guess, with respect, I don't think there's anything in that AERO research that anybody didn't already know. Like, we all know attendance is complex, and I guess my concern, for example, were people consulted specifically, such as we know there is a group in Australia called Parents Can't Australia, which literally School Can't Australia, which has around 16,000 members. Were the people who are the key advocates for that group consulted in this attendance work? Because what we continually hear from them is that they are continually excluded from conversations around attendance, and so there's a real concern that whilst everybody's saying yes, it's complex, yes, this, we have this key issue that is just being lumped in with everything else. So I'm keen to understand, have they been consulted, or have any specialists who are particularly experts in the area of school can't been consulted at any stage of this work?
I think that would be a question for AERO in terms of the consultation process that they went through as part of that, but we can definitely take that on notice.
Well, beyond AERO, so happy for you to take that on notice, has the department, I mean, obviously you're doing work with states and territories, in any of that work, have you heard from experts in relation to school can't?
We have, from memory, we have had engagement with School Can't Australia, but I can take that on notice and provide you further details.
Yeah, that would be
in
great.
terms of
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'd say, Senator, the other thing is we're in the scoping stage with states and territories, so the further engagement and the deeper engagement with other stakeholders will come after we get the broad scoping shared and agreed with them. I meet very regularly with organisations like Missing Schools as well. It gives a particular insight into the experiences there, those that they represent.
Thank you.
Senator Orman-Penny, you finished?
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Senator Kavasky, you have the call.
Thank you. I just wanted to finish out the last bit before I go out to some other questions. And I think what I was trying to sort of get in terms of where we're going, what mechanisms were in place, what interventions are, what the points of intervention are. This is a really significant problem that we have in relation to the education of our students and the declining proficiency standards. And my concern is that without these clear interventions and some consequences, which I'm happy to try and understand, if these targets are missed by the states and territories, there is no accountability mechanism of any kind. Effectively, the Commonwealth will still provide more funds. So I just really want to understand how we're going to embed some really clear criteria, some really clear KPIs, and then what the consequences will be, or how we actually stop that from happening, because it appears that there won't be any consequences if the states don't meet it.
Senator, the Productivity Commission, when they did a review of the previous school funding agreement, some of their insights and their reflections were that, which we have fed into the Better and Fairer Schools agreement. So the Productivity Commission indicated that they thought that the agreement was impaired because the targets weren't specific enough.
Right.
And there was a lack of transparency and reporting. So with what we've done with the Better and Fairer Schools agreement, we've made the targets really specific. As Mr Cook said, there is a trajectory for the targets. We've got significantly more reporting and accountability around those measures and that performance. A key dimension of the agreement is that public schools in particular have not been funded at their full level of funding. And so the funding that will flow with the agreement is a really important part of particularly public schools being able to meet the needs of students and therefore be able to improve education outcomes. So it's not just about the targets and measures, it's about the reforms, but it's also about making sure that there's a funding flow, and that funding flow will flow over across the next decade.
Okay, thank you. So in relation to bilateral agreements, has the department now received and published all bilateral agreements under the Better and Fairer Schools package?
Senator, all the bilateral agreements that have been signed have been published.
Sorry,
all the bilateral agreements that have been signed have been published.
They have. What enforcement mechanism do you have if a state fails to meet its commitments again, as Victoria did in the previous cycle? And just to confirm, so Victoria's has been received, signed and published?
We're in the process of finalising the bilateral agreement with Victoria. We're in the final stages and we expect it to be concluded quite shortly.
And is that the only one outstanding?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, so could you, my prior question was, what are the enforcement mechanisms in place if a state fails to meet their criteria, and obviously as Victoria did in the previous cycle?
So you're talking about the funding commitments, Senator, that's what you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, what enforcement mechanisms?
The National School Resourcing Board,
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So under the previous agreement, a number of jurisdictions at different points in time of the agreement were unable to meet their funding commitments. We do have a National School Resourcing Board, and that Resourcing Board provides a report annually on the performance of jurisdictions. The board have a range of criteria they look like, and then when they table that report, they provide advice as to the actions. Jurisdictions are asked if they don't meet their obligations, they are asked why, and then the board consider the merits of their response and whether they will accept that as a reasonable argument as to why they weren't able to meet their commitments. The Resourcing Board has accepted the advice from the Victorian Department about why they didn't meet their funding arrangements. The Resourcing Board has not accepted the feedback from Northern Territory Government, and we're working with Northern Territory Government about making sure that they can meet their commitments into the future. Yeah, well, that sort of goes, that's exactly to the point of my next question, which is that, at the last estimates we spoke about the S22A report, and, Victoria was non-compliant with its funding obligations in relation to 2023, that was clear. And the explanation about the response to that failure was exactly as you described, and I quote, the sorts of reasons why that came from the Victorian Government were around matters of recruitment and workforce and the changing shape of the student cohort. The board felt they were reasonable mitigating circumstances. Will that same criteria be applied going forward? And if the board feels that the mitigating circumstances are reasonable, then effectively any state could just simply be let off from meeting their obligations. They can do what they want, be non-compliant, and yet continue to receive Commonwealth funding.
Senator, the board has a role about providing advice to the Minister in relation to compliance. That's not a role that we play in relation to the board. If they make recommendations in relation to a state and they feel like the state hasn't taken the necessary action to be compliant, there are actions the Minister can undertake, and their actions are outlined in the Australian Education Act, so Part 8 of the Act, taking action for non-compliance and requiring amounts to be repaid. And so legally, the Minister does have an avenue if the board recommends to the Minister that they don't believe that a state has been sufficiently, or the arguments the state's put forward has been sufficient for them to be convinced that they are compliant. But that's a matter for the board, not for the department.
Sure.
Yep.
Do you know what the reasons were provided by the Northern Territory and when they were provided?
The reasons would be in the report, so they're public.
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know whether Ms Brighton knows them.
So the reasons for the Northern Territory's funding shortfall is that the most significant factor in that was around staffing costs. And from the Northern Territory...
It wasn't the Victorian issue with staffing, and that was considered okay, but it's not okay in the Northern Territory?
The Northern Territory have had a number of years of not meeting their commitments, and their reasons have ranged from staffing shortages through to reduced travel and COVID. The board is the one that weighs up on balance the evidence presented by the jurisdictions as to why they haven't met their commitments. The board have determined that they're satisfied with the Victorian response.
But they weren't satisfied with the Northern Territory response.
The board have determined that they were not satisfied. They were seeing measurable progress from the Northern Territory towards meeting their commitments. And we are now working with the Northern Territory
I would suggest that the challenges in the Northern Territory are significantly different to the challenges in Victoria.
Yes.
Senator, the board, we can't respond on why the board's made these decisions. They're an independent body to the department.
Is this the first time the board has not been satisfied with the response from the Northern Territory? Do you have that information?
Fabian Harding, First Assistant Secretary, Funding and Data Collection Division. That's the first time.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to be very clear on that, they have found them to be non-compliant, but they thought the mitigating circumstances is the first time they decided to take action in this space.
Okay, thank you. Mr Cook, at the last estimates, and I note we've made a comment about this already, you gave evidence that the negotiations with Victoria in relation to the bilateral agreement have not been completed, and that Victoria is still in negotiations with us and that it would be signed as soon as possible. And you did anticipate that it would be in this calendar year. When do you expect to sign the bilateral agreement with Victoria? And when would we expect that to be publicly announced?
So, Senator, as Ms Brighton said, we expect it to be concluding that process to be concluded quite shortly. Yeah. So I'm still confident of this calendar year.
So before Christmas, so before the 25th of December.
This calendar year, I'll stick to this calendar year, but seeing Santa comes in, I'll go with that. Yeah. That is my expectation. Of course, that is still a matter between two governments, but that's my expectation. Yeah. When the bilateral agreement is signed, we move quickly to get that bilateral agreement published on our website.
Yeah, okay. And I guess something that I'm just sort of thinking through about what's happened with the Northern Territory and Victoria, there have been years of failures in the Northern Territory, and we have accepted their explanations. But under the current Northern Territory government, the board has decided that it's not satisfied with the Northern Territory government's explanation. Is this something that has concerned the department in relation to cutting funding to a cohort that's obviously had some ongoing issues over time?
Sorry, Senator, cutting funding. Who's cutting the funding?
Sorry?
So you said cutting funding by who?
Yeah, but basically a reduction in funding. I think there was a shortfall, is that correct?
Oh, sorry, in terms of what they had indicated they would be allocating to schools.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Sorry, I thought you meant the Commonwealth cutting funding. I was a bit lost. My fault. Ms Brighton?
Senator, the Resourcing Board have brought an independent mind to their determinations. I'm not privy to the detail of their assessment nor their discussions when they're looking at the evidence that states and territories present to them for their the mitigating circumstances. I'm sorry to repeat myself, but the board, when they've looked at those mitigating circumstances from both jurisdictions, they've made a determination around the Northern Territory and they've made a separate determination around Victoria. So again, I take my mind to the Victorian situation. I think last time we were talking about $2.4 billion in funding being deferred to 2031 by the Victorian government. And if that's true, that's a lot of Victorian children being at risk of being left behind, particularly those cohorts that are already behind.
Could you articulate for me what has been the hold-up with the Victorian bilateral agreement?
So, Senator, it's a usual process in terms of negotiations with states and territories. Some states sign early, some states sign later. Really, it's a matter for the Victorian government. They're working through the options available to them. Once they've landed that through their various cabinet processes, they'll decide what's appropriate for them in terms of the bilateral agreement.
So the department didn't provide a deadline or anything like that in this case to them?
Well, the deadline, I guess, for us is the end of the year. So,
yeah, so very close to that.
As Ms Brighton said, we're confident that those processes will be concluded very shortly.
Okay. At the last estimates hearing on this issue, we discussed modelling showing that BFSA funding increases for New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia are quite modest until 2029 and heavily back-loaded thereafter. When would you expect to see a difference in student outcomes?
I'd like to see a difference in student outcomes immediately is what I'd like to see, Senator, to be honest with you. But, you know, it's not just money, it's about strategies and things like that. There's a lot of good things that are happening in states and territories now about certainly research-based teaching, as you'd be aware. Yeah. And so we are seeing some of those improvements as I think Victoria themselves announced improvements around attendance, I think it was, last week. Or was it Year 12 certification? Maybe it was Year 12 certification. So those things are happening already. So we would like to see the improvements as soon as possible is what we would like to see.
Has the department done any modelling on the impact on student outcomes if states do delay or backload their contributions?
No, Senator.
No? Okay. Just some questions in relation to the curriculum. How long or how large is the actual curriculum, the Australian curriculum? And
Senator, these are probably ACARA questions because ACARA is responsible for the Australian curriculum and they develop and manage the Australian curriculum. Okay, so you want me to put all of these questions to ACARA in relation to the curriculum? They're the agency responsible for that. They'll answer that. That's all. Yeah.
I'm happy to ask at ACARA, so that's fine. It's sort of a combination of both, but I will ask one question of you. In terms of the size of the curriculum, which is rather large, has the department asked ACARA to plan to shorten the curriculum and make the core knowledge explicit for each year level?
So, Senator, a few things. It'd be education ministers as a group that would request that of ACARA because ACARA is owned by all education ministers. The department can't unilaterally ask ACARA to do something. And Ms Brighton could talk about this in greater detail, but you'd be aware that in the October meeting, particularly ministers asked ACARA to look at the F2 maths curriculum for concerns about is it too loaded, so to speak? Is it teaching the things that we want our young kids to be taught? But Ms Brighton can probably provide a bit more information on that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Senator, ACARA scoping that curriculum review of the Foundation to Year 2 Maths at the moment. And the first 3 years of maths are really critical. Maths is a cumulative knowledge subject area. So ACARA will come back to education ministers early in 2026 after consulting with key stakeholders about the scope and the depth and the breadth of that review. That scoping exercise will look at not only the curriculum by way, and when I talk about the curriculum, that is the content and the achievement standards. Separate to the curriculum is about how it's implemented. So ACARA will come back to ministers having looked at content achievement standards as well as any implementation challenges. And then ministers, once they've got that preliminary advice, then ACARA will likely do some work across 2026 to refine, if refinement is required, doing any refinement of the content and achievement standards.
Okay, thank you. Last week, the Coalition called for a mature, bipartisan and evidence-led inquiry into boys' education. We acknowledged, the success over the last 30 years in girls' and women's education, which is important. But significantly noted the relative underperformance in boys' education, and now we see a widening gap. It's not uniform, but the NAPLAN data is clear that average achievement is now probably higher among girls than boys in all domains except numeracy. The outcomes on metrics outside NAPLAN and PISA are also becoming quite a concern. And then earlier this year, we had the Echoes of Disparity report from Catholic schools in New South Wales, and they said amongst the most academically vulnerable students, there are wider disparities to the detriments of boys, and this warrants policy reflection. Does the department acknowledge the concerning trends in the education of boys and young men, and is any work being done in this space?
Senator, we have seen the trends that we've seen in NAPLAN are reasonably consistent with what you see internationally, that boys are outperforming girls in numeracy and girls are outperforming boys in literacy. It's amplified under NAPLAN because there's a number of domains that fit into the literacy category. But if you look at it as simple as numeracy and literacy, boys are outperforming girls and then girls are outperforming boys on literacy. Those results are also reflected in things like we've got these things called NAP sample assessments. So we've got a literacy science assessment which shows that Year 6 and Year 10 males are outperforming females in science. The PISA results talk to something quite similar in terms of males outperforming females, and even in the gender results in the TIMS maths and science assessment shows the numeracy trends that we're seeing in NAPLAN in terms of boys outperforming girls. Having said all of that, we want every child to be thriving across all domains and all subjects, just as we need many more males in those professions that have historically been female-dominated. We also need the reverse in play. The funding agreement is one mechanism to do that. I've seen the call for inquiry. I think that the work that we are doing around student engagement is really important. Boys tend to disengage with, if they're going to disengage, they disengage earlier than females do. So all of the work that we've talked about across our hearing today about investment, reforms, support should not only assist boys and their outcomes, but also girls. And it is a concern.
Do you have any data on the sort of data points on when the disengagement is happening for boys versus girls? At what point?
We don't have the data that we use at the moment around disengagement is an imperfect data set, and one of the elements of the funding agreement that we've put in place is actually to do work on about an engagement index, because we use a proxy for engagement being attendance, which is not a good proxy. There are a lot of other factors that drive someone's ability to be at school. So we will be working with states and territories and schooling systems to develop an engagement measure, and that will give us insight. There is other entities who have done research around this, and that is often pointing to the early preteen stages.
Okay. And then sort of based on that, and based on both sets of children, would the department then have targets or milestones for addressing that disengagement that then perhaps turns into shortfalls in achievement at different points in time, and obviously these are earlier ones for boys?
There's a direct relationship with all those things to those targets and measures we've spoke to earlier on, and as we work with states and territories and schooling systems, we will look at what are the different levers that point to delivering the outcomes that we've agreed to in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement.
Okay. So, speaking to the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, it requires all parties by 2030 to reduce the proportion of all students in the needs additional support proficiency band by that 10%. And based on the comments that you've made now about this occurring for boys earlier, and we know factually now that boys are more likely to fall into that band than girls, aside from numeracy, and by some statistics often by double. Has the department developed any particular boys' education measures to sort of stop that from happening any earlier?
Senator, I understand that Mr O'Donoghue can perhaps correct me if I've got this wrong, that we can analyse the ACARA data by gender, and that will give us insights on the targets and measures that we have, whether there's what the gender differential will look like.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Leslie O'Donoghue, Assistant Secretary, Schools Assessment, Measurement and Research Branch. So, as reported in the National Report on the 30th of July, there is a disaggregation by gender on the NAPLAN results by years 3, 5, 7 and 9 by all 5 domains, and that's included with regards to the proficiency levels, so both needs additional support, developing, strong and exceeding. So we can table that as well.
All right, thank you. In the last hearing of this committee, the department spoke about the work that the states and territories were doing in this area in relation to children who need additional or fall into that need additional support proficiency band. And the comment was some of the things they're doing is introducing things like phonics checks, where in the first year of schooling they'll identify boys that might be struggling in areas like particularly reading and putting remuneration programs in to support boys. The additional funding, the $16.5 billion that was put in, is very focused on small group work. If a small group of boys are identified as underperforming, schools will sit with those boys. Teachers will have additional support to sit with those young boys and assist them with the work that they're doing to improve their outcomes. Would you be able to expand for me on how that $16.5 billion is being used and which parts of it, if any, are specifically earmarked for any particular outcomes?
Senator, sort of a clarification from me and then a response. I'm not sure what you were just reading from there, but was it? But
yeah, it was from. Yeah, it was from the last.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, it was from the last estimates hearing. Okay. Evidence from the department. Yeah.
So the detail of the different activities in the states and territories are published in their bilateral agreements, which are available on the department's website, and that goes into quite some specifics about which jurisdiction is doing small group tutoring, which jurisdiction is heavily focused on small group tutoring plus other interventions. So they're all available on our website. We're happy to take specifics on notice.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand what work, if any, is going on to sort of effectively deal with this problem before it becomes a bigger problem. I think you would be familiar with the Echoes of Disparity report from the New South Wales Catholic schools, and they spoke about this problem as well. And they did make the comment that it was an international problem, so it's not a solely domestic problem. Where they said there is evidence internationally that new gender gaps are emerging. Boys are more likely to be disengaged from school than girls, and you've noted exactly that is occurring, that the disengagement is earlier. Have low skills and poor academic achievement, and to leave school early. So, obviously that is a significant vulnerability. So I'm just wondering, whether there has been any policy reflection in relation to this, and whether this is sort of emerging as a priority concern for the department as well.
Senator, I don't recall in any of the bilaterals there being a specific initiatives targeted at gender in terms of specific interventions, but we can take that on notice and have a cross-check against the bilateral agreements.
Oh, thank you. That would be great. And whether if there are any particular programs, but just to the policy work, is any particular policy work being done in this area?
Well, certainly there's some, there's Australian government initiatives like the Department of Education funds the Clontarf Academy that does specifically around supporting young men engage with school, participate in their learning, participate in community in a really constructive way. And the Clontarf Academy has been running for a number of years. NIAA support a similar initiative but targeted to girls. So there are initiatives like that. Other organisations like the Smith family have very targeted programs depending on the particular needs of the cohorts they're servicing.
Has there been any work commissioned to understand the link between curriculum design and perhaps the disengagement of boys?
Not by the department, Senator.
Okay. And in terms of explicit teaching initiatives on the outcomes for boys and girls is there any tracking done across each of those cohorts, or are they just done on overall averages?
So, Senator, states and territories and schooling systems who run schools may well have that data and that insight. That is not something the department has. Okay, all right. And will the department publish targets for on closing the gender gaps in reading and writing and numeracy, so we actually see how the cohorts of boys and girls are performing against each of those measures?
So, Senator, that hasn't been agreed with states and territories. The targets would have to be agreed with states and territories. The targets that have been set, broken down by cohorts, are actually in the national agreement.
Yeah.
The cohorts at the moment are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, students from regional remote locations, including outer regional, remote, very remote, and students from low socio-educational advantage schools. So they're the cohorts that have been agreed at the moment. The issue about gender, and again, whether this ends up being a House or a committee review, is a matter for the Parliament, I guess.
Sure.
It's certainly a conversation that we can have with our state and territory colleagues about gender. I have no concern about that. For the target to be formally set, you'd have to amend the national agreement. That would be a matter for ministers.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is whether, it would be useful to you to address your concerns, assuming that you have them in terms of those disparities, to actually have that as a measurement that enables both the department and the states to actually adjust what they're doing to ensure that, within, each of those elements, that the cohorts have the same opportunities to succeed.
Yeah, we actually got the data, I understand, so we can actually look at the NAPLAN data and disaggregate by gender. Yeah. It just isn't a target at the moment in the bilateral, in the national heads of agreement, but it's something that we can certainly discuss with states and territories.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Chair.
So that does conclude our questions for schools, which means we will be moving to hear from the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership Limited. I'm also confirming in the school session we were dealing with closing the gap outcome 5 as well. But in that sense, officials just related to schools are free to depart. I understand we have the next agency in the room, but I'll just suspend for 1 minute, just as people shuffle to the table. Thank you. We will now resume. And Senator, I'll just check if I need to offer an opening statement. Yes, I do. Welcome to the Chief Executive Officer, Mr Tim Bullard. Mr Bullard, did you have an opening statement you wish to table?
No, Chair. No opening statement. Thank you.
All right, Senator Kovacic, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about teacher supply and demand projections. And the work that was completed in December 2024 and requested in February this year on notice in answer to Quan SQ25 000024. The answer was that ATSL is currently working through the intergovernmental process to seek agreement by the Australian Government and all state and territory governments to release the data. And in a subsequent answer to Quan SQ25 000668, it was said of the projections, projections which are subject to approval by education ministers prior to publication were finalised by the ATWD in December 24 and progressed through the intergovernmental process throughout 2025. Clearly, ATSL has published the high-level national trends in June of this year. Would you be able to provide an update on what has been done since February and throughout 2025 to work through the process and publish the supply and demand projections?
Certainly, Senator, and thank you for your question. You will recall that under the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, it was agreed that workforce projections would be a really useful data set. We know that there are considerable demands on the teacher workforce, and ATSL, through the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, was commissioned to look at the supply and demand projections, so projected data for teachers in schools. I can indicate that the work that we have previously alluded to or referred to in questions on notice is in its final stages of settling the publication of that data, which we know will be a really useful data set for workforce planners in every state and territory. But, Senator, if it is of use to the committee, I can provide some highlights out of some national highlights that we're getting from that data set.
Sure. And is it possible to, when do you expect the projections to be released?
Look, I think we're close to that release. At the moment, it is just some final discussions with states and territories around the presentation of the data.
All right, thank you. But yes, some high level would be appreciated. Thank you.
So thank you. The first thing that I should note is that the projections are based on a number of attributes, and so whilst they have ITE enrolments and completions, and they are projections of teachers who are currently registered both in and out of schools with an attrition rate for those teachers, they don't take into account some other factors that we know have a particular impact on teachers and teacher numbers, and in particular they don't take into account, because it is 2023 data that we are using here, a number of actions that have since taken place under the Teacher Workforce Action Plan, or skilled migration, which we know is also a significant component in terms of the teacher workforce. So in terms of providing this data, they are the caveats. But if we look at that 2023 data and the work that we've done, by 2026, so next year, it's estimated that there would be 358,771 teachers working in or attached to schools. So sorry, I should say that's the 2023 number. And by 2026, it's estimated that we will require 365,682 teachers. And the reason for that change is because of demographic growth. So one of the things that we track is the projected number of students who will be coming into schools and classrooms. So that's the high-level number, and it does indicate an additional 6,000 teachers growth in the requirements between 2023 and 2026. During that same 3-year period, it's estimated that there would be 41,335 graduate teachers, so coming out of initial teacher education courses. But of course, what we need to recognise is that not all teachers who complete that course will register, and not all registered teachers will commence teaching in classrooms.
Yeah, of course. Are there any states or territories where the projected demand will be exceeded by the projected supply? And if so, which ones would they be? Sorry, yeah.
Senator, that would be a question that we would need to take on notice. Just regarding some of the mechanics, the data set is hosted on a web platform where you need to interrogate the platform.
Right.
And so it's not on spreadsheets that we can bring.
Right, okay. Yeah. So thinking about the report, it was noted that it's in the final stages of being settled. What aspects of the presentation of the data need to be changed that could be holding up publishing the release of the projections? Is it sort of is it just a vetting by each state or territory? Is it some discussion about how to present the data? Is it changes to the data sets because perhaps they're not what some of the state and territories would like to have published? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the issues are.
So it is a presentation issue, and it's around presentation that is going to make sense to people in the members of the public who are interpreting the data. As I've said, it provides a number of attributes, and those attributes are really, really useful. We've had positive feedback from workforce planners on how useful they'll be, but you could not take it and say there's a definite number of teachers. And why can't you do that? As I've said, skilled migration is not factored in, and also the effects of the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. So trying to find a balance in the reporting of the data set that's going to make sense, I think is really what is taking the time and is the concept that's under discussion at the moment.
The thing that I'm worried about most is about the teacher shortages. So, and from what I'm hearing this morning, I'm just wondering whether, the 6% increase in teacher enrolments that we discussed earlier, and, not all of those ending up in the classroom, does that mean that workforce supply isn't going to keep up? In other words, based on the data, are we expecting the teacher shortage to remain as it is, or perhaps even get worse?
Senator, I think that will depend on the effectiveness of some of the actions under the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, but also of jurisdictions. What the data clearly shows is that there is no single point that you can influence that is going to solve or improve that position. But it also shows that there is potential at various points in a career life cycle of a teacher to make a difference. So if I give you some examples, if you can encourage more teachers to enter the profession, so actually register and start in a classroom, then that is going to have an impact on the number of teachers that you have available. And we've done further work at AITSL on things that make a real difference to those early career teachers. We know that induction and mentoring is really important, and we've developed and published some guidance on what quality induction and mentoring looks like. Likewise, I think if you can encourage teachers who have left the profession to return, that can have an impact as well. One of the things that we know is that a number of teachers are returning to the profession after leaving, and it does make sense, like any other profession, where teachers make a decision for family or lifestyle or geographic location reasons to no longer be in teaching. That is only one decision in their career, and there are supports that you can put in place to ensure or encourage the return. And likewise, I think seeing how you can retain older teachers to stay longer in that workforce and not retire is another lever that can be pulled. So the data set will give an indication of the types of things that are going to make a difference and where to put the energy and effort.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me when ATSL will publish in full the teacher workforce projections that were finalised in December 2024, including sort of the clear FTE shortage figures and breakdowns by, state, subject, school type and remoteness? Because you have that data, right?
So we have that data in a data set, but we need to reach agreement with the jurisdictions about the publication of that data. Those discussions are currently underway, and so the date of its publication will depend how quickly we can bring those discussions to a resolution.
But that's been a year, so are there some particular jurisdictions that are refusing to consent to the publication of that data?
Senator, I think it's just a difference of perspective. So just because of the different constitution of particular states and territories, they find different cuts or different presentations of the data more effective. So it's not so much a refusal It's that some would say, where's more data? Others would say, that doesn't make sense. We've already got data sets out there and we're going to have to reconcile them. So it's really seeing, we want to put out a national number, national figure. We don't want to have jurisdiction-specific tailored data sets that are published. So it's trying to find that middle point that states and territories can say makes sense for them.
Yeah, I guess that sort of makes me worry in terms of transparency, right, and a concern that we're a year in and this data hasn't been published. And I guess, you know, this problem in relation to teacher shortages and the quality of education is something that keeps a lot of mums and dads up at night, and rightly so. And based on the evidence, on current trends, teacher shortages will likely get worse, but some states may not be happy with publishing that data, and that means fewer teachers in schools, more workloads on those good teachers that are still in the profession, and worse educational outcomes for our children. I mean, that's a huge problem. So are you able to explain to me or tell me, you know, are there particular states who are holding out on the publication of that data, and if so, who they are?
Well, I might just check with Ms Brighton.
Senator, if I can just take you to the first part of your comments before, noting that the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan came out of the teacher shortages. One of the things that we have seen in the ABS data that was released a couple of months ago is that the student-teacher ratio has improved. So that means that there are more teachers. So when that ratio improves, it was 12.9 students for every permanent teacher in 2024. And that's compared to, it was 13.9 a decade ago. So the ratios are improving. So if we take the ratios, plus those numbers I gave you earlier on about the number of students commencing teacher degrees, plus the improvements for students finishing their teacher degrees, that's the 6% we spoke about earlier on, and then combine that with even applications for 2025 for teaching degrees, they also increased. So while AITSL is working with states and territories on this presentation issue that Mr Bullard has referred to, what we are seeing is some beginnings of a reflection of the work that we have been doing through the action plan, through people expressing interest teaching, people starting teaching, people finishing their teaching degrees, and that student-teacher ratio improving, which is all good signs.
Yeah, so they are good signs, but that's confusing for me based on the evidence that we've seen and the fact that for a year the states don't want to publish the data. That would suggest to me that there is a reason, and I guess I'm just going to say this, which is what I'm thinking out loud without much of a filter. If we've got jurisdictions who are refusing to publish data, for want of a better phrase, because it's potentially going to make them look bad if it's presented in a particular way, is that really enough for us to refuse publication so we actually know what the problem is?
Well, Senator, our objective is to have a useful and used data set available so that states, territories can make better decisions to inform their workforce planning. And so we believe that it's worth investing time to work with those jurisdictions about what useful looks like for them, so that this is something that is informing better decisions regarding what the projections look like around retention and demand.
So do you think that useful should override accurate, like in this reporting? Like, I understand people might want to look at it in a particular way, but respectfully, I think given the issues both, in classrooms and with the curriculum and the concerns of parents, they just want to see the information. And taking a year to effectively put that information forward is challenging. And I guess, and I'll get you to answer that, but then my next question, I guess, Ms Brighton, is it then your view that, the teacher shortages are getting better, or do you think they're getting worse? And I think that's a simple thing that parents as well would like to understand.
Do you want to go first? So, Senator, this is, as I understand it, this is the first time ever that national work has been done around this set of data. And Mr. Bullard will correct me if I've got that wrong. So working through how the data is presented, how the data could be used, what the tool does. And when we use language of presentation, it is really around how the tool could be used by states and territories to inform their work and the presentation of that data in it. I would say, to your question specifically to me, I would say there has and is a teacher shortage. We are seeing some positive signs towards improvement, but it is not over and there is a long way to go. And importantly is that we have an ageing workforce. So these strategies that the government and governments have put in place are really important to embed and continue to strengthen, because as our teachers retire, we want to make sure there's absolutely a workforce coming in behind them.
I guess my concern is, and thank you for your answer, and perhaps even the Minister may like to answer this, is most problems are best solved when you lay them on the table and we actually see the extent of the problem, because then we know what we're dealing with and then we can actually deploy in a manner which helps us solve the problem. Is there a concern that the manner of withholding the publication for whatever reason of certain data is actually making it more difficult for us to solve the problem and taking longer to solve the teacher shortage problem than it actually should?
No, the teacher shortage that we're talking about has existed for a really long time. And the reason that we're in a conversation about national data and compiling jurisdiction data to have a national data set is because the Commonwealth and education ministers for the first time have decided to create that data. So, you know, our approach is to work with the jurisdictions to get the first ever, as I understand it, national data set to help deal with what has been, you know, a very long-standing problem. And as Ms Bright said, there are some sort of green shoots in relation to the teacher workforce. We know that ABS data tells us that teacher numbers increased by almost 9,000 in 2024. And we know that class sizes have decreased at the same time. And we know that the numbers of people doing initial teacher education are increasing as well. So it's a long-standing problem. We have the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan in place. We're working with the jurisdictions, as we do, which is in a collaborative, cooperative way, to get the first ever national data source so that we can examine the issue further. And of course, we are for the first time fully funding every single public school in the country and every single public school student in the country through our historic $16.5 billion Better, Fairer Schools agreements. And that funding is going to be really important and is very important to supporting our teachers who do such incredibly important work.
It is, and
So we are due to break, but the committee's decided we're just going to go for another 5 minutes. So Senator Kavasic.
Thank you. And thank you, and I acknowledge all of this, but just so I have this clear in my head, ATSL are telling us the data shows that there will be a shortage. And Ms Brighton, you have said that all of these measures that make that data out of date. Then Mr Bullard's saying there's delayed publication to ensure that it is useful. But the longer it's delayed, I'm guessing the less useful it will be because it's older data. And then, you know, we have to factor in the ageing workforce, Ms Bryden, as you indicated. and then, Minister, you've said things about data sources and funding that will come online in 2029 and 2030. And I get all of that. I acknowledge that, that is all valid information. But what I'm trying to understand very simply, the question that, parents want to know and want to understand, do we expect these teacher shortages to get better or to get worse? And what we are going to do about that if they are in fact going to get worse? How are we managing for that?
Can I just say, so we are actually doing the next year's projections as well. So I understand the concern around 2023, but we have gone on this year to do the 2024. So once we've settled the manner of publishing the data, we will have a more contemporary data set that is available. The other thing I should say is it will not give you a blunt number in terms of teachers either oversupply or under. It will tell you how many teachers are in initial teacher education, how many teachers are registered, how many teachers are likely to exit. But you can't take the supply side and then take away the attrition and come up with a number. But what it does show you is where you can put your energy and effort to make a difference. So as I indicated, at the same time as the data suggests that we are going to have to find an additional 6,000 teachers to make up for the growth in population and a potential another 17,000 teachers around attrition, we've got 41,000 teachers in initial teacher education. So by its very nature, that piece of information tells us if we can support more of those teachers to stay in the profession, and as I've said, we know induction and mentoring and the work that AITSL's done around that is really important, that would show an automatic uplift. Likewise, if we can encourage those teachers who are registered but not currently teaching in the classroom to return, that would show an uplift. And likewise, if we can encourage those really experienced teachers that we know we have in our system to stay that bit longer, that would be an uplift. So it is not giving you a blunt number. What it's showing you is where the levers sit in the life cycle of a teacher, and what that allows is data-informed policy decisions to be made. Just one other thing, Senator, was you did say something around the correctness of the data. That's not in question. So the data set has integrity, and our team, who are data scientists, have put a lot of energy and effort into the integrity of the data. So that's not what's been debated by jurisdictions. It's how do we present it publicly so it makes the most sense.
And I guess the one question to that was sort of outstanding, is it an issue across all jurisdictions, or is there a particular jurisdiction that is concerned around the presentation of that data?
And I think I said, Senator, they have different concerns. So are they concerns? Well, yes, but are they? Is there a coalition around those concerns? No, because they're all coming from different.
So there may be different concerns from different jurisdictions.
That's right, but that's not unusual in a federation.
Yeah, just going to quickly to teacher standards before my time runs out. In this committee in February, you were asked about the updates to the 15-year-old teacher standards, and we were told that a stock take was done in 2020. It's now been some 10 months since then, since it was said that it was a priority. Have these standards been updated?
Well, Senator, they haven't been updated, but we have been asked by ministers to go back with a proposal to review and update the standards. And so we're currently in a process, and Mr Pinchas, General Manager of Teaching and School Leadership, can provide more information to pull that scope together for ministers to consider.
Okay. I think it was flagged at that same meeting, that same hearing to Senator Hume, that there wasn't a funding stream to do that work. Is that funding stream in place now, or has that funding stream been sought by AITSL?
So part of the proposal will be to put forward. So we'll put forward a costed proposal for ministers to consider.
Okay, so that's in play now. You don't have the funding yet, but you're proposing to seek the funding.
Yep.
Okay.
And Senator, that's a usual course of business for the agencies. If ministers ask them to do work, they go away, they scope it, they come back to ministers with their proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Can I just confirm you're finished with this section? Okay, great. So in that case, we have no further questions for the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership Limited, so your officials are free to depart. The committee will now be breaking for a 1 hour lunch break. When we return, we'll be moving to ACARA. Thank you very much. We are now with ACARA, and I would like to welcome Chief Executive Officer Mr. Stephen Neal. Is that how you?
Guineal.
Guineal, sorry,
Yep.
apologies.
No problem at all.
Mr. Guineal. Do you have an opening statement you are seeking to table? Or
I've tabled it, so I wasn't intending to read it all.
No, that's fine.
Just if I can point to a couple of things, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so look, I think just firstly, it's nice to be here and back, and my apologies again for being away last time. The team did a great job. A couple of things I wanted to raise which come up in questions too was, of course, yesterday we had the latest release of the My School data on every school in the country, and all the information there freely available to all. We also released an update on the National Report on Schooling, which included attendance data. I think there's been some discussion in the committee about that earlier today as well. And then the third thing, of course, is since I was last here in particular, we've had some requests from the ministers collectively around F2 mathematics, so happy to go into more detail on that if the committee would be interested.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, Senator Sharma, you have the call.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon and welcome. So do you have an opening statement? It's being distributed now, right? Okay, thank you. Could I just ask the methodology used to determine the top 25 schools in each jurisdiction for NAPLAN purposes?
Yeah, I'll hand over to Russell to go through the technical detail if that's all right, Senator, but I might just start with just the way in which we position those in terms of language. So ACARA looks at our data, and of course that is extensive but limited. And so as an example, we use the literacy and numeracy data, but we don't have data on music or the arts in general, science, those things. So we're aware that it's a narrower measure, but it does include, on the My School website, does include further contextual information for parents. But we present that list as a schools making a difference list. And it's important around how we name that, Senator, because it's not a definitive list. This is based on the information we have, and particularly the growth of children within a single school setting from matched data from one year to the next two because of the way that NAPLAN works. And we put that in front of media outlets and work with the jurisdictions and sectors, including on the methodology, to point to some of those schools that we see as punching above their weight. And we want to get that message out that there are a wide range of schools in the 9,500, and many of them are doing a really fantastic job. But if you're interested in the specific methodology, Senator?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Russell Dyer, Executive Director, Assessment and Reporting. Basically, this is the first year since we reset the scale where we've been able to obtain progress data. So what we do is we go and look at the original score of students that was there 2 years ago, and we then make comparisons to the score in 2025. Now, by doing that at a school level, we take the average progress, so it's the average score in 23 compared to the average score for that school in 25. Now, using that and a scale which we have on the My School site, which actually is a colour coding, which actually determines whether they're well above or above, we take that colour coding information and we look for schools that have got mainly the green, the well above and above in there across the 5 domains. And so we're looking at that progress of that school. So it's a way of actually identifying those schools that have actually made a difference because they've shown that improvement.
Compared to their results from
That's right.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Has it thrown up any surprising or unusual findings?
It's quite interesting. We distribute that information to the states and territories, and they look at those results for their schools, and they also look at the context of the school. So for us, it's not a matter of anything thrown up for us. It's actually at a jurisdiction level. This is where they can then target those schools to look at the strategies that they're using to actually improve the performance of their students. So I think this is targeting those schools that are making a difference because of some of the strategies that they're using.
As I understand it, we now have around 1 in 3 students that still aren't meeting the national literacy and numeracy benchmarks, and international rankings are falling on measures such as the OECD's PISA index. But I believe in your 30 July NAPLAN release, you described the 2025 results as broadly stable. So how do we reconcile those two conclusions?
Sure, I'm very happy to answer that, and I've answered this before by going back to the full statement, which includes that there are areas of still for concern and prioritisation, so it's important to take those comments within the context of which they were said.
In the NAPLAN release? Of
Correct, yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. I think, Senator, you asked about the results being broadly stable. Of course, that's year on year, and so we look at the statistical significance of any change. It's a large sample size. We've got 1.3 million students doing 4.4 million tests across a 9-day window. You know, it's a big assessment, which means we have really refined data analysis that we can do on that information. So we see that that's fairly stable between 2023, in fact, 24 and 25 at the Australian level. There are changes underneath that, though, at the jurisdiction and subgroup level that we report on in that report as well. And so that's where some of those really important data points point to areas where we do still need to do work. Sometimes the average can below the importance of looking at individual students. Of course, there's students that are doing extremely well and those that need additional support. Senator, if you wouldn't mind just clarifying, if I can just clarify that the marker that you're talking about with the 1/3 was a proficiency standard set by teachers. And this changed a few years ago. It's a really important change. We used to do it much more by mathematical formula. When we shifted to a standards-based approach, we actually asked teachers what they thought students in Year 3 needed to achieve or demonstrate to be proficient.
In literacy and
in the subdomains as well. So for reading, for example, what would students in Year 3 need to demonstrate to be proficient? We categorise proficient, though, Senator, as challenging but achievable. So that's not a minimum standard. And some of that language, I think, that is a hangover of the mathematical model we used, where we did look at a minimum standard, which was much lower. The proficiency level is challenging but achievable. So it's 1/3 that are sitting below that proficiency of challenging but achievable. Importantly, within that 1/3, this is where it gets a bit technical, within the 1/3, 2/3 are actually developing and on their way to that proficiency. So, of course, we want to see all students meeting challenging states. But I think to their credit, ministers wanted to set something that was more aspirational for our children. We know that literacy and numeracy are the bedrock. They're the foundation of everything else that we then access through the discipline-based curriculum that we have in the Australian curriculum. So it's not enough just to have a minimum standard. And I think you'd agree, Senator, particularly in a digital world, you actually need higher levels of literacy and numeracy to access that than you did 20, 30 years ago.
So it'd be fair to say that you sort of rebased this assessment then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, correct. So we rebased it in terms of the scale, so the proficiency I've just talked to you about, but we also moved the assessment forward in the year. One of the things that ACARA was asked to do was to have results back to schools and families earlier. We turn those results around now back into schools within 4 weeks. For example, for international tests like PISA, that's around, I think, a year or 18 months. So, we turn this around very, very quickly. The reason that parental information takes a bit longer is that they get more information. So they get the average for the Australian student, which of course takes us a lot more analysis to work through and give that information that parents want.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so 1/3 are not meeting the challenging but achievable standards.
Thank you, yes.
2/3 of that 1/3 are making progress towards that. So what the biggest cohort of concern is the 1/3 of 1/3?
Yeah, correct.
Right?
Yeah, and one of the things, again, this is the Minister's credit, they decided they wanted to call that out, and so that proficiency level is actually called needs additional support.
The 1 in 9?
The 1 in 10, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Needs additional
Yeah, so we have a proficiency level that's 1 in 10 now. It's important, Senator, that some of those students will have learning disabilities or difficulties, and so some of those students will always need additional support. But there are signals in that data as well that we want to make sure that schools are receiving as well as parents so that they can work together where those kids might be falling behind. And as I said, the decision to focus on those foundational skills of literacy and numeracy for every child in this country at years 3, 5, 7 and 9 is crucial to that work.
So what's your assessment of overall academic, I know this is a very broad question, I know, but overall academic performance in schools? Is it slipping, improving, level? I mean, obviously the metrics have changed somewhat because the standards have changed, but a qualitative assessment would be fine.
Yeah, and look, society's changed too, hasn't it? I mean, this is the thing that I'll often reflect on is we used to have a leaving age of 15, and a lot of kids used to leave even before that. I think the demands of society and engaging with the democratic principles that we exist within, online banking, if I can use that as an example, they take a lot higher levels of skill than we had expected of children previously. Also jobs that students could do with a lower level of literacy and numeracy. I always think of probably the first time I drove up to a petrol station and someone put the petrol in for me. I mean, they don't exist.
You don't look that old, Mr.
That's yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Make sure that's
get in the transcript.
Thank you. Might be bordering on asking for an opinion if he responds to that. But, just tread carefully.
Yeah, thank you. So look, in a general sense, I think we have had to move with society's expectations. The curriculum plays a big part in that, as does our role to assess it and where students are up to in terms of their skills and understanding, and then report on that to the broader community, parents and schools.
You mentioned curriculum there, so just how much of that sort of, because obviously the assessment settings have changed, which you've explained to a degree. In terms of curriculum design and its impact on performance of the broad cohort of school students, what links do you see there?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So I think first of all, if I could just draw the connection where we were talking about assessment, that when we asked teachers about setting that standard, it was against the curriculum. So it wasn't just teachers coming up with what they thought, it was actually against the Australian curriculum. What do we expect would be a challenging but achievable level within that curriculum? So for Year 3, for example, let's have a look at what we expect in reading and how do we see that. I think from an ACARA perspective, we just went through a full review of the curriculum, presenting that in 2022. That reinforced the discipline nature of our curriculum, that we start with those discipline areas. So those literacy and numeracy skills are still called out as foundational skills within that curriculum. I think it would also be appropriate to say that the curriculum has had to respond to society's expectations around that as well. So, again, I'll use an older sort of version, but we now expect our schools to teach kids to swim. Some of them are teaching kids to ride a bike. We've got consent in there. All of these things are new. So there is, I think, pressure on the curriculum from our expectations of our schools. Some of those expectations that used to be taken on more broadly by the community. And then within the curriculum, of course, we have things like artificial intelligence that we're trying to help our students to connect to. So we have really high aspirations for our children, as documented in the goals for schooling, democratic values, history of our country, our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander histories and cultures. So they do put pressure on the size of the curriculum. I think they're the sort of things that we're constantly wanting to look at. ACARA does monitor and evaluate the way in which we can improve that curriculum as it's being improved in the jurisdictions and in schools.
So yeah, I've had put to me that the curriculum's, if you printed it out, it's about 3,000 pages right now. Have you got a figure? How do you measure the length?
I was just talking to someone about this. The Australian curriculum is actually an online document.
Yeah.
So we've been round in this circle before,
Depends
Senator.
what font size you put on.
Yeah, that was one. I was going to use a different one. I was going to say actually the length of a book read on a Kindle is determined by the size of the font that you use, of course, and it doesn't change the size of the document itself. So we did some further follow-up. I think we provided that feedback previously as well. The curriculum, and I think Ms Brighton actually said this in her statements earlier, that the curriculum is set as the achievement standards and the content descriptors. We then have a lot of material to support teachers, and that's the 3,000 pages, and that's great. If we've got a lot of support for teachers, that's actually a positive. The curriculum...
So that's not all content they're expected to teach and students are expected to know.
Correct. And also, Senator, as you would understand, the curriculum covers 11 year groups, from foundation through to year 10. And so when a teacher's looking for that, they're not looking at all of that content. If I'm a primary school teacher myself, so if I was teaching a year 2-3, then I'm still only looking at 2 out of the 11 years.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of nuancing there, Senator, but when we've printed it out, to try and get some sense of a response to the 3,500 pages, around 200, a bit more. That's what we
metrics
printed.
That have to be
font point 10, Senator. Yes, we used. I'm not sure of the margins, but that'll impact it as well. But when we looked at things like, if you stack that up against Singapore, for example, it's about the same from our analysis. Of course, Singapore, the correct way in which you would look at a comparison there would Singapore put out textbooks for every year and subjects. So if you put their textbooks up like this, then...
Which all the teachers need to teach too. It's a standardised textbook, is it? For
correct,
each year,
and it's a support resource.
Public or private.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we've just got to make sure we're comparing apples with apples when we look at page numbers, especially of web-based documents.
So I have a comment here from Learning First, and Ben Jensen in particular. So I believe they've described the Australian curriculum as, quote, astonishingly light on detailed content, and drawing a direct comparison with the Singaporean curriculum, he says I think he does a comparison here with body and plant systems, which the Australian curriculum introduces in Year 8, but he says it leaves too much of the burden to teachers to decide which plant, animal or human systems to teach. Should they be taught about the cardiovascular system, the digestive system, the neurological system? How would you respond to that? I'm sure you're familiar with him and his work more than I am.
I certainly am, yes, and I've actually responded to him directly and had further discussion.
His argument seems to be that too much of the burden is placed on teachers in our curriculum versus the Singaporean curriculum in particular.
Yeah, and look, I think some of that's down to the setting. So, of course, for Singapore, they're a single country state.
City-state, yeah.
Yeah, so some of that's in what ACARA is asked to provide. So we're asked to provide achievement standards and content descriptors. I think also the expectations of teachers has shifted about what they would like in terms of further specificity in the curriculum. That's why we're really happy to be looking at what the ministers have asked us to do in F2 mathematics. That's precisely what you're referring to there, is whether we can improve the curriculum, as we're always happy to do, to make it easier for teachers to draw from directly. Of course, in our federated system, Senator, we have some of those jurisdictions, particularly larger jurisdictions, that already provide some of that specificity.
Yep.
Whereas in some of the smaller jurisdictions, they don't have the approach. And I think it's the importance of a national approach to this if we want all students to reach those goals and equitable access and achievement. Then the Australian curriculum needs to respond to that as well.
You're referring there to the K-3 maths curriculum review process that the ministers... K-2, is it?
Yeah.
When's that review expected to be completed?
So we're scoping that at the moment to bring back to ministers. So that came to us in, I think it was end of October, and we were asked to look at working with the profession, with the jurisdictions, what they see as the challenges for implementation of the F-2, Foundation to 2 curriculum. And then to come back to ministers in February with a proposal about what we might do to improve either that specificity of the curriculum, the content itself. They're the things that we're working on at the moment.
Is that the specificity point in particular? I mean, my sense is, and I'm not, got to confess, I'm not a subject matter expert in this area as well, but Ben Jensen's argument seems to be that there's too much discretion left to teachers and not enough specificity so that you can have not only a breadth of content that's taught, but as a result, a breadth of outcomes as a result, depending on which teachers and which schools decide to teach which elements of the content.
Yeah, and I think that's been a product of trying to get an agreement across 8 states and territories with the Commonwealth as well about what we could agree on.
So part of this, I mean, is that a recognition that it's suboptimal but reflects what's politically possible?
No, I think it's we're at the higher level because that's where we were asked to do. So I think this is the difference in the framework. So one of the reasons I think we were asked to keep it at the achievement and the content level was that the implementation of that curriculum is the domain of the states and territories under the Constitution. So it goes back to that federated model. I think what we're being asked to do is to really seek from the profession itself whether they would like some further support in that. And so if I give you an example of a content descriptor at the moment can include a couple of key concepts. I think Learning First and others would say rather than put those together, let's actually expand them a bit further and actually give the specificity to the teacher so they know where they fit within the foundational knowledge of the curriculum. So, and the ordering of that too, Senator, is really important. So if we're teaching students mathematics, the importance of number sense is front and centre. It must be the thing that we keep coming back to. We can't let kids miss that step because it runs all the way through the curriculum and access to all the other areas, as you know, science, being one of them.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. Happy to rotate the call.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here again today. ACARA is responsible for a national curriculum intended to be taught to all young Australians. How does ACARA account for a growing shift away from mainstream schooling towards homeschooling? Does ACARA accept that implementation burdens or content choices in version 9 of the curriculum are contributing to a loss of faith in the school sector's ability to teach our children? And also, we know that the COVID mandates and drove a lot of parents to take their kids out of school, the lockdowns and so on. So I understand that, but if you could tell me any impact from version 9.
So version 9 is being currently implemented through the jurisdictions through their own implementation plans. As you know, that ACARA doesn't have any role in terms of monitoring the actual implementation of the curriculum. That's not part of our...
Left to the states, is it?
Remit, correct, yes.
And excuse me.
Sure.
It's opportune. Do the states have choice as to how much of the national curriculum they implement?
So all ministers approved the Australian national curriculum, but they did approve it with their sovereign right to adopt and adapt for their own communities where that's required. It's important that, and this goes to Senator Sharman's points before around what we have in the Australian curriculum is an agreement about what we see as the most important parts for our children to understand. But there is that flexibility at the jurisdiction level.
Thank you. Did I interrupt you?
Not at all.
Okay. Is ACARA currently conducting or commissioning research on homeschooling trends, motivations and outcomes, especially the relationship between curriculum engagement and school withdrawal?
No.
Why not?
We don't have any jurisdiction over homeschooling. Certainly the Australian curriculum is signed off is for all children. As I said before, the implementation is at the state and territory level. I would expect that they are doing some of that, Senator, because as you've mentioned, I'm aware of that too, that there's been some increases in homeschooling. So it's an important area to be considering.
I thought maybe with the growth you might have got some indirect analysis.
No, we don't at this stage, Senator, and we would expect that to come through any feedback from the jurisdictions, though, as we ask about what we can do to improve the curriculum. A lot of those resources that are provided to homeschooling parents, they're all provided at the state and territory level. I know that remote schooling, homeschooling, broadcasting over the air, they've got very high standards and a fair bit of flexibility. Yeah, and you're right, Senator, about some of that's been around for a long, long time. That's good, solid stuff. You mentioned that you used the words "at this stage." One Nation fully supports parental choice. Can ACARA confirm it's not preparing proposals to crack down on homeschooling? ACARA has no role within homeschooling. You're not going. So the short answer is no. Okay. Has ACARA provided advice to ministers or jurisdictions advocating increased regulation or compliance audits of homeschooling families? No. What's ACARA's view on appropriate balance between parental choice and national standards? We don't have a view on that, Senator. We left to the states, is it? You just leave it to the states. Sorry, I'll just finish what I was going to say. So, sorry. Can you just repeat so I can go back to what you actually... Siri wants to jump in now. Yeah, good. Might be helping me. Sorry, what was the question? Could you state ACARA's view on appropriate balance between parental choice and national standards? No, we don't have an opinion. Don't have a view, okay. Last question, Chair. What steps has ACARA taken to ensure the Australian Curriculum version 9 is usable by home educating families? For example, do you provide guidance, exemplars, flexible learning sequences, so the families are not driven away by perceived complexity and so they can have full choice and informed choice? Yeah, so the Australian curriculum and all the support materials are freely available to all Australians. Do you have any guides or supporting material for parents? At that level, that would be something the jurisdictions would do. States, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate your direct answers. Thanks, Senator. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Sharma, do you have further questions?
Yeah, if that's all right. Thank you. Just returning to the maths curriculum review. So you're doing K to 2. Are there plans to do 3 to 10?
No, not at this stage. We've only been asked to look at K to 2. I think that when you look at K to 2, F to 2, sorry, I come from Canberra, so I always use K to 2, but it's F to 2. F to 2 is what we've been asked to do at the moment, so we'll come back with advice on that. I would assume that it will depend on what that advice looks like. For example, that might give us more of a focus for what resources ACARA might be putting into teachers' hands in the following years. Of course, we have to look at the curriculum as a spectrum as well, so making sure that we're looking at those students that need earlier support, so as well as those students that might be excelling and accessing the higher levels of the curriculum.
And so you said you're scoping at present. Just do you have I might have missed this.
It's okay.
Completion?
So February for to go back to ministers, and then it'll...
February 2026, next February?
Correct, yeah, okay. So it's quick.
Yeah.
And then we will... The decision about how long that will take will depend on what we're asked to do in terms of scoping. But we wouldn't expect this to be a long time, Senator. We want to get this out into teachers' hands in 26. I mean, I say that with a caveat that if we're asked to redo the whole thing, of course, that might take significantly or longer.
Okay, so there's the scope, so the option, the universe of options is tweak, small changes, wholesale review kind of?
I wouldn't expect that we'll be looking at a wholesale review, Senator, just because we've only just done it. One of the criteria that we have to look at is the context of workload for teachers, and we're acutely aware of the support that we need to provide for teachers. The jurisdictions are in the implementation phase of version 9 at the moment. So they're all things that we'll take into account when we provide that advice to ministers. Our focus will be making sure that it supports teachers and the sectors and schools. And as I keep coming back to, what we want to see is that supports better outcomes for all our kids.
Now, the announcement to review, or the decision to review the K to 2, F to 2?
That's it.
Maths curriculum, was that advice based on advice that CARA had provided to the Minister?
We had some discussions with the Minister, and we have a board that includes all states and territories as people that are nominated to us as well. So, and we get feedback, as you would imagine. We read things in the paper like Learning First, others that have made comment on curriculum as well. I think as well we're responding to Minister's focus on early years numeracy with the numeracy check in the Better and Fairer Schools funding agreement. So from our perspective, whatever ACARA can do to support what ministers have collectively set as targets and improvement agenda, that's what we're here to do.
And what's next? I believe you told this committee previously, I wasn't here then.
That's okay.
That the next curriculum review overall was set for 2027. So is that still the intent? And that means what? English, science, maths, 3 to 10?
Yeah. So one of the announcements that was put out at the same time by ministers was that the review cycle would be 10 years. So the next curriculum will be looked at in terms of reference and those things in the next couple of years, and monitoring that. As I said, schools are only finishing implementing this curriculum in 2027, so we'll be doing that work, and that's of the entire curriculum, Senator. Really importantly, that we're balancing stability with the responsiveness of the curriculum, keeping it contemporary. Alongside that, that's why the reviews, the interim reviews, like the F to 2 mathematics has been put in place, so we can. It's not a set and forget for the curriculum. If we need to go in and improve things, then we have the ability to either recommend that to ministers or for ministers to ask us to do further work.
And did you recommend ACARA or its board, have you recommended that other parts of the curriculum be targeted in advance of the 10-year?
Not at this stage,
review?
No.
No? Okay.
No, Senator, because we've only got the implementation happening really now from the jurisdictions, that monitoring and evaluation will be happening over the next couple of years to lead towards advice to ministers on the type of terms of reference for that full review. So the full review and setting of the terms of reference obviously has to happen earlier, because if we're then asked to do significant work on the curriculum, we'd have to do that in order for it to be launched in 2032, which is the 10 years.
10-year period,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and that's consistent, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's consistent with international approaches as well. So looked at the OECD information around that, Japan, Finland, those type of jurisdictions about how often they review their content at large, and so that sort of 8 to 10 is about the normal settings that we've seen. But certainly the literature that I read around that was one of the really important things was to set the date so that teachers knew this is what we're asked to do at the moment and we're going to get on with it. Because there is, with any curriculum change, Senator, as you can imagine, there's a flow-on effect. Yeah. If we want the curriculum to be part of change, then it does take the teachers changing practice in classrooms.
Okay. And how will you be able to measure, or how will you measure whether the K to 2 maths curriculum changes have had an impact, for instance, in improving early years numeracy? What tools will you use to measure that? Yeah, well, look, obviously we'll look at some of the national data collections. I'll probably put the caveat with that, Senator, that of course what impacts on improvements in outcomes for children is multifaceted. So curriculum's one part of that, yep. Teacher capability, things like adverse weather events, pandemics, those things, they have a far greater impact. So I think certainly the intent for us is to provide what ACARA is responsible for in a format that supports the jurisdiction, schools and teachers
do what they're trying to do, which is improve the outcomes for children.
And how do you touched on this before, but how do you sort of avoid curriculum design by committee? Because obviously we're a federated structure, and so, you know, whatever you get has to, I presume, it requires the agreement of all states and territories and jurisdictions. I mean, how do you make sure you're designing? You've obviously got a vision, or ACARA does, of what the best curriculum would be, but then that hits the reality of, I guess, preferences and other views and ideologies potentially.
Yeah, from an evidence base is the thing that we would look to do. ACARA has a depth of expertise around assessment and curriculum and assessment and reporting and data. But what we do during those periods where we're reviewing is draw on the expertise across the country and internationally where we need that as well. So, you know, from our perspective, we put in front of ministers what we think is the evidence, the best approach, and then, you know, make recommendations based on that for ministers. I think, you know, the Australian curriculum's been around since 2008, so it's continuing to be improved as it should be, as any curriculum document is, as well as the support materials. So, you know, our basis and what we're asked to do is provide that advice on the evidence and the best available information.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does ACARA have a role in advising on or reviewing third-party lesson plans and platforms and media that?
No, we don't have a specific role. No.
Curriculum?
No.
And there's no sort of accreditation process or anything that's something's ACARA approved?
No, in our legislation, Senator, we're asked to provide support materials. So, of course, for us, they're quality assured within our area of expertise. But no, we haven't been asked to do third-party commercial products or anything like that.
Okay, so you don't have a role or an area that's devoted to that. Okay. And then just last two questions, if I can, Chair. Cross-curriculum priorities, what do I understand by that? What am I meant to understand by that?
Very happy to answer that question. I was hoping you might ask that one. I mean, we've got the disciplines that are the bedrock of the curriculum: maths, science, the arts, etc., etc. But one of the design principles around the curriculum at the time of it being developed was how do we translate some of the priorities that we have for this country and make sure that they're captured within the discipline areas and the curriculum itself, the content. And so at the time, those were the curriculum priority areas, as you've said, the cross-curriculum priority areas. So they're a design structure of which, when we're developing then the content, we're embedding those within the discipline areas. So they're not, often I think people mistake that to be that we're asking teachers to teach 8 KLAs and then these 3 other things.
Yeah.
We're actually asking teachers to really focus on the discipline areas, and we've already embedded the cross-curriculum priorities into that where that's appropriate.
So do these cross-curriculum priorities, I mean, do they enhance, improve, detract from the teaching of core subject knowledge? Or
no, they should increase the depth. I mean, that's what they're there for, is then to shine a particular light on those 3 areas of priority that was set. You know, I think the 10-year review timeline is about when you look at those things. In this case, I think for the 2022 one, ACARA was asked to do the review within the current structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And look, just finally, sort of, I guess, civics more broadly, and I'm conscious that people are always telling educators that the curriculum needs to do this and the curriculum needs to do that, but just the evidence that we've seen lately in Australia that shows a decline in basically trust in institutions and social cohesion through the generations. The Lowy Institute had it recently. I think the McKinnon Institute has had it the same. How does the curriculum address, you know, I guess, building confidence or faith in Australian institutions, you know, democracy, civic values, social cohesion, you know, all those sorts of things that we've seen fraying in Australia over the last few years?
Yeah, so probably firstly, Senator, that's an area of great passion of mine personally, but also within the curriculum and within the goals for schooling, social cohesion, democratic principles are part of what we're asked to do with the curriculum. So it's not an add-on, it's not a kind of afterthought. And so that starts in an age-appropriate way from foundation. So we want kids to learn to work together, for example. That's the starting point of, working with kids that are not like yourself, that type of thing with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. Of course, that expands up and then through the years into some of the other parts of the curriculum. The content area is specifically called civics and citizenship, so we have an area of focus on that within the humanities curriculum. I'd also say that the history is, a really important part of that as well, where we do teach the establishment of many of those institutions themselves. So I'm very happy, Senator, to provide you with a significant amount of detail on how we do that, because it is an area of focus.
Yeah, could you take that on notice?
Yeah, I can, yeah. And we do assess that area. So ministers, in terms of prioritisations, literacy and numeracy are a given, of course, but then on a 3-year cycle, one of the 3 sample-based assessments we run is civics and citizenship. So it's certainly taken as a core part of our curriculum.
All right. Thanks so much, Mr Burrell. Thank you, Chair, for your generosity there.
Patience. You are free to go.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now be shifting to outcome 1, early childhood and youth. I'll just suspend for 1 minute as we change the officials at the table. The committee will resume. And Senator Sharma, over to you.
Thank you. Minister, can I direct to you in the first instance, in the References Committee 2 weeks ago, the AFP gave evidence that you had not yet been briefed about the Joshua Brown case, the Ashley Griffith case, the Good Start case in Ballarat, Four Corners hunting ground investigation. Have you had a briefing by the AFP about sexual abuse within early childcare or childcare centres and centre-based childcare since that time?
I have had briefings from the AFP and I think the AFP said was I briefed? Not to their knowledge, but I had been briefed by the AFP and I have been briefed by the AFP.
Could I ask when those briefings took place?
Sorry?
Could I ask when those briefings took place, the dates?
Because briefings from the AFP are, of course, by nature confidential, I'll take on notice whether I can provide information about
Okay,
that.
not asking for the content of the briefing, just the dates that the briefings took place. But so when the AFP said that in the References Committee 2 weeks ago, they were wrong.
I think they said not to their knowledge, so I wouldn't put it.
Wasn't in their knowledge, but you
I wouldn't
had
put
been
it that way.
Okay.
I've been in briefings with the AFP and briefings with Minister Clare, and those briefings were referred to in the hearing.
Okay, all right. If you could provide the dates of the briefings or look to provide that on notice, I'd appreciate it. So what has changed in how the Commonwealth monitors serious safety incidents in early childhood services since the Four Corners investigation and the Joshua Brown case?
Senator,
happy to direct that to wherever is appropriate.
Kylie Crane, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood. Thank you for the question. There's a range of measures that have been introduced at a federal level. So I'll go through a number of those, and then my colleague might add some more colour and movement into that. So the most significant will be the changes that were introduced into Parliament earlier this year, which meant that apart from our usual role around integrity and the actions that we could take against providers, it meant we could actually consider some of the quality and safety implications from providers where they have a history of poor performance, and we can take notice by writing to them, seeking further information, and potentially, depending on where that goes, applying conditions to their provider approval, which may go to things like stopping their ability to expand, and at the extreme end of it, suspensions or cancellations. The entire focus of that is to uplift quality in the sector. And so there is a strong piece of work that we do with states and territories around making sure that where those services are identified, there's focused effort to uplift quality whilst that condition is in place. There is also extensive work with states and territories in joint compliance monitoring and data sharing around the different pieces of information that we might hold on providers. And then again, depending on what that says, there will be a risk-based approach to how we take action or states and territories take action. I might hand to Mr Moon to add some of the more detail around the compliance action and in particular the unannounced spot checks.
In particular what, sorry?
The unannounced spot checks.
Okay.
So Senator Brendan Moon, First Assistant Secretary, Childcare Integrity Division, Department of Education. Senator, since the new powers were passed, we have taken compliance action in terms of setting conditions of approval on 60 approved providers. Those conditions require that the providers for the services in question meet the national quality standard within a set period of time. Those periods of time range depending on the provider, and also communicate with parents on the steps being taken to uplift the safety. Just this month, as announced by Minister Clare, after the Education Ministers' meeting, we have commenced spot checks. As at today, we have done 40 unannounced spot checks across a couple of jurisdictions. We aim to have a further 20 done by the end of the month, and we're targeting around about 1,000 this financial year and 1,600 in the following years. I would say also, Senator, that since the new powers have been passed, we've incorporated consideration for quality and safety matters as the legislation requires across all of our compliance work. So when we're considering, for instance, whether or not gap fees are being collected correctly or sessions of care are being reported correctly, we're also now considering several factors around quality and safety. We've done some significant work around the development of data in terms of considering both information captured under the national law, the ECEC national law, as well as other sources to help build a more holistic view about the performance of providers, not just from a financial integrity perspective, but from a quality and safety one as well.
Senator, I also add there is a range of other national actions that are being progressed with significant investment from the Australian government. These were the ones that were announced at the August Education Ministers' meeting, so I might just go through some of those because they are quite significant and will roll out over the coming months. So the National Educator Register, which is being developed by ASEQA, who I know are due to appear a little later. That's the first of its kind in early childhood that is being built at the moment. It is in its testing phase. It will be mandatory for employers to use that and record all the details of their employees. So for the first time, when it goes live in February, we will see who is in the sector and where those people are working in the sector, and over time that register will build out with other features. There is a national mandatory child safety training package that is being developed that will also roll out in February. Again, whilst there's been training available in the sector, there's nothing like this that is as comprehensive, that supports the workforce to know what to look for, support them to do the job they need to do on site, and it extends beyond just educators and teachers. It is everybody in that service that will be required to do that training. Again, the package is being developed and there is support from the Commonwealth to support services for those workers to undertake that. There's a range of transparency measures to provide families with information about their services, about their compliance track record and what that looks like. So a number of releases have already been made to the Starting Blocks website, starting in September, further in November, and there is other actions that Education Ministers have asked us to look at to make sure that families know what the track record is for services that they've put their children in, and they can ask detailed questions of that service. ASEQA have undertaken a report in terms of safeguarding practices and supervision. That review, or that rapid assessment I should say, will be with ministers by the end of this year, and again goes to where else do we need to strengthen the system and the practices that might be in place across the sector, particularly in services around supervision. And ministers agreed to a national assessment of CCTV. So again, that is being developed at the moment with the support of experts like the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Centre for Child Protection, to look at how we understand how CCTV is being used or can be used across the sector, and provide guidance to the sector about the use to strengthen and be a deterrent. There was also a range of measures that ministers agreed to progress through national law. I'm pleased to say that passed through the Victorian Parliament this week and is due for royal assent next week. That will again strengthen the requirements for providers and what they need to do and take stronger action and allow the regulators in states and territories who have responsibility for regulation of ECEC services to have a number of other powers.
Can I just ask, how do these unannounced spot checks work? Who goes and does them?
Thank you, Senator. They're departmental officers. Currently it's a mix of existing staff. Well, it is all
so from the Federal Department of Education?
That's right, Senator. So the spot checks leverage the new powers. So there are powers of entry that were introduced in the legislation that was passed in the Parliament earlier this year. So in effect, what the process is that the department will have a look at the integrity risk of all of the services that we have. We target medium and high risk services for things like gap fee collection, reporting of sessions of care, child attendance, those sorts of things. We'll do some preparation work and understand what are the risks, what are we worried about, what do we want to check. We'll organise a time that is suitable to turn up to a service. We'll go to the service, ask to come in and have a chat around some things. And have a look at evidence like the claiming history, children in attendance, these sorts of things. If we're not granted entry, we can require to be allowed in using new powers of entry. We haven't had to do that to date. And then it's effectively a conversation. It lasts around 10 or 15 minutes. We run through the risk factors that we're particularly concerned about, do a general conversation, check around how things are running otherwise. And then we're out of the educators and services hair. There are a couple of other elements to this that we're really pleased about. One of those is that in the vast majority of cases, we're able to actually have quite a rich educative conversation with services. Our aim here is to absolutely drive higher levels of financial integrity across the childcare subsidy, but equally we want to help providers get it right. So there is quite a lot of investment in the experience of our staff to have a conversation about how to avoid common pitfalls and mistakes that people might make. And the other thing that is really pleasing to say is that I think we had mentioned in this committee before that our intention was that the spot checks would report hazards or concerns, layperson concerns to safety if they're observed. Really pleased to say of those spot checks that have already been undertaken, no hazards, concerns or safety issues have been identified.
I guess, I mean, my concern here is that the evidence, that anecdotal, not empirical, but some of the worst offenders or alleged offenders, Joshua Brown, Ashley Griffith, these are pretty sophisticated and cunning operators. Ashley Griffith, I think, was only caught because of a find on the dark web and some quite ingenious detective work. It seems to me that this is, yes, there's a sort of regulatory compliance issue here, but it's also a law enforcement one because, a lot of these people, these perpetrators have spent significant amounts of time figuring out how to game, evade, deceive and avoid being caught in a broad net, and it's only a sort of very narrow and targeted net that's caught them. So, what is these things that you've said, and they all sound very worthy, and I couldn't disagree with any of them, but are they going to catch the future Joshua Browns and Ashley Griffiths? What level of confidence do you have in that?
So, Senator, I think you probably hit the nail on the head earlier around the sorts of individuals that you're referring to. They will look for weaknesses in the system. There is no one avenue that we could pursue that would stop that. It does take a collective effort across every actor in this system to do that. And so in talking to some of the experts who've spent their time interviewing individuals who particularly target this area, their advice to us was to tackle a number of areas. So things like ensuring that when we're working with providers about their recruitment practices, that they are overt about their checking practices, that they are checking references, that they have visible signs up, because perpetrators look for where things are lax. They look where referees aren't checked. They look where they can move around and nobody's paying attention to that. Similarly, services where they have a very proactive reporting culture and issues are discussed in their team meetings and the like. Individuals will not stay there very long if they think they're going to be caught out. So that's just one example of where that is at the employment side of things, and the on-site practice, again, some of what we've talked about collectively adds to that, but it will take response from across the sector.
Including from law enforcement?
Certainly, we have them, as I mentioned earlier, as part of the expert panel for the CCTV assessment for exactly that. They have expertise that we do not. They will often be aware of cases long before a state or territory regulator is notified of it, and certainly long before we become aware of it. So we will rely on the advice that they are able to give us about how to, wherever possible, stop or address or mitigate some of these gaps that are in the system.
Senator, I might just make a couple of general comments. And you've mentioned Joshua Dale Brown, and I think it's important to acknowledge that Victoria Police released further information today.
Yeah, I did read that, yeah.
And there are 4 additional alleged victims of this alleged perpetrator and additional charges in relation to the 8 known alleged victims. So I think as we're talking about this, it's, a really horrific day for a number of families affected, both the families of the additional victims and the families where there are additional charges as well today. So I'm sure that we're all thinking about those families and, of course, the over 2,000 families in Victoria who were drawn into this sort of horrific and sickening series of events. In relation to your broader question, Senator, I think, we have in early childhood education become very aware that this sort of offending, this sort of horrific offending is on the rise in our society. And that is not in doubt. I think for us in early childhood education, the question really is, how do we keep these people out of our centres? So the scale of the problem for the AFP is significant, and I think again we've all become fairly aware of that. For us, our focus is on how do we shut the door on these people in early childhood settings. And so the measures that Ms Crane have been through are the ones that have been recommended to us and the ones that we are urgently implementing. So, for example, the first ever nationwide register of early childhood educators is incredibly important, because for the first time we'll actually be able to look at the movements of people around the services and raise flags where that is needed. You might sort of recall in relation to these dreadful incidents that police in Victoria were having to use search and seize powers to go into services to find records of where this individual had worked. And that is just not good enough. We should know where early childhood educators are working, and we should be able to look at their movements across the sector, so this register will do that. In relation to the mandatory child safe training, again, training to identify the signs of potential grooming of children in services and potential grooming of co-workers in centres to sort of facilitate behaviours will be mandatory from February next year. And that's never happened before, and it's incredibly important that it does. We need to skill up the workforce who are our best asset, but also generate those conversations in services about what could be happening and create a culture where people are skilled in identifying it and speaking out. So there's a range of measures, and Ms Crane has been through them. The question is not, are those perpetrators out there? They are. For us, the question is, how do we close the door on them in early childhood education? And that's what the measures that we are implementing is designed to do.
Thanks, Minister. Could I just pick up on something Ms Crane said before, which intrigued me? I think you mentioned, Ms Crane, that often law enforcement is aware long before regulatory authorities, the centres themselves, colleagues. How do we make sure that someone who is on law enforcement's radar, and I appreciate that people have, certain fundamental civil liberties that should be protected before, if they have not been found guilty of a crime, but how can we ensure that the people who are on law enforcement's radar are also, to the degree possible, on the radar of departments such as your own and other regulatory authorities?
It's probably a matter for police rather than us, Senator, with respect. And also, some of these things are under court suppression, so the police themselves are unable to actually provide some of this information to other persons. So in a number of cases, it's a legal suppression for police to talk about these matters.
I understand that.
Obviously, at a state level particularly, there's close relations between the law enforcement agencies and the regulators, and I know there's a lot of conversations that happen, but I think the police themselves are prevented in some cases providing information, or they may seek a court order to enable them to do that, to enable them to ensure their investigation is fulsome. A number of these cases were not cases where the issue was reported through childcare. They were reported through other matters. And as the police did further investigation,
the perpetrator, yep.
And so, we're caught up in all those sort of situations. But certainly, where possible, I know state and territory regulators work closely with their law enforcement agencies in relation to these matters.
Senator, I do need to rotate the call, but I'll obviously come back to the
position.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up, just in 30 seconds? Then, if that's the case, what you're saying in relation to law enforcement, and that's where, the matters are coming to light, does that then suggest that it's a law enforcement issue and not a regulatory issue?
It's an issue for both, Senator. There's no divide around that, and it really depends on the nature of each individual case. And our the work that we have been doing, including the work that we're doing with AFP in relation to the work that's happening around the CCTV trial, is that law enforcement and regulatory agencies work together as best they can.
Yeah, because these matters at hand appear to have been primarily detected by law enforcement, not by within the system or by regulators.
It depends what cases we're talking about. There's a number of cases. The cases we're talking about are the more extreme, and I mean that not in a discursive way, but they are the more extreme cases. But there are many cases where the cases are identified through the childcare service that may contact the police in relation to some of the matters. And they utilise information like the CCTV information that the childcare services might have.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll come back. So I'm passing the call to Senator Mulholland and then to Senator Hodgins-May, and then we'll return to the opposition. So Senator Mulholland.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ms Crane, you spoke a little before about that $189 million package of reforms to strengthen our ECEC settings. You mentioned some of the things like the National Educator Register, mandatory child safety training, a national CCTV assessment, banning mobile phones, some transparency for parents, tripling of the fines, the new national law. In particular, I just want to come to the national CCTV assessment if I can. And I understand the Commonwealth is investing around $21 million in that assessment. Can you inform the committee what in particular that assessment will include and how that $21 million will be spent?
I can. Once again, I'll start and Mr Moon can add some detail. So there's a couple of components to it. So we have contracted NOUS to work with us to design and implement the assessment, and that's deliberately to ensure that it is done well, that it is statistically valid, that we've got a good representative sample across the country. It will include up to 300 services. The method of participation will differ across states. I think we've spoken at this committee previously around some of the recommendations that were made in an independent review in New South Wales, where they had a recommendation around mandatory use of CCTV where there was a concern from the regulator. So we may have some of those services participate, but most of the other participants will be voluntary. We've had a number of individual providers who are very keen to work with us across the country and be part of that. There'll also be a separate evaluator, and that procurement is underway at the moment to ensure that the actual assessment is done appropriately, both in the how we've conducted it, but also in the outcomes that are out of that. But Mr Moon, did you want to go through some of the things that we're looking to get out of the assessment itself?
Certainly. So ostensibly the assessment will look at how CCTV can be effective in the ECEC setting as both a tool in monitoring and investigating either allegations or incidents. The assessment is all about generating a strong and robust evidence base for future policy setting. It will consider different modes of CCTV usage, including real-time monitoring, as I say, disclosure to regulators and, of course, to providers if alleged or reported incidents occur, and also whether or not different models are more effective. So whether voluntarily installing CCTV is useful, if in some instances it's required to be mandated by state and territory regulators, and all of these sorts of things. Importantly, some of the important struts and supports that are being developed through the assessment come to guidance about should CCTV be used more broadly in the early childhood setting, what ought be in place, and that does go to various factors including how data should be stored, who can access, how long data should be retained, protocols around direction of cameras, if there should be areas that are excluded, these sorts of things.
Sure. And just with, I think you said up to 300 odd centres are likely to take part in it, will you be looking to have participation across all Australian state and territory jurisdictions and a mix of services? Is that the intention?
That is certainly the intent, yes. And making sure that we pick up some of those locational differences that you'll get between regional and remote, and size of service as well.
Thank you. I now want to move to the mandatory child safety training that you talked about a little earlier. Can you just provide some information about what you expect this training package to cover and when will it be available? I think you said it was going to likely roll out from February, is that correct?
So it is. So the Australian Centre for Child Protection is developing this training. Again, I'll go through at a high level sort of the timing and what that looks like. And
can I just quickly jump in? Sorry. One of the things I think is perhaps not that well understood in the community is, you know, why have we not been doing this type of training? And I think the Minister sort of touched on this before. It's more than just awareness. This is specifically looking, as I understand it, for patterns of behaviours, red flags, actually training staff to be aware. It's not just about sort of awareness of this is how you deal with it. This is actually, I understand it as training people to see the red flags and to be aware of the behaviour. Is that correct?
That's correct. This goes far deeper and far wider than anything else that is out there at the moment. When the Australian Centre for Child Protection looked at what was out there, there were gaps in the information, and when they consulted with the workforce, which they have been doing as part of this, the understanding of what was out there, even where information was there, varied widely. So the package and what will be available in February is the foundation components, and so they will be mandatory to complete from the end of the 27th of February, assuming royal assent next week. And then there will be an advanced component which will be available a little later in the year. But I'll get Ms Akara just to go through some of those high-level content pieces that you're referring to.
Thanks, Ms Crane. Ms Michelle Acaro, First Assistant Secretary, Early Learning Programs Division. So there's the two components, as Ms Crane has outlined. There's the foundational, which will be from February, and that will be for all ECEC workers. So irrespective of whether you're the cook or you're the educator, that will apply to the workers in the service or in the sector. And then in July, or at some point sort of later on, probably around the middle of the year, the idea will be that we'll have advanced course, which will be for those that are working directly with children and for anyone with managerial responsibility. So it'll be a much sort of tighter group of individuals that will be required to undertake that advanced course, but much more about those that are working directly with children.
Thank you. And I understand last weekend there were some announcements around some changes for centres and providers to try and fast-track the ability to be able to do this training and provide them with the ability to sort of close early to be able to do that training. Could you talk us through that a little bit?
So there's two methods of support that the government has announced for childcare subsidy eligible services. So the one that you're referring to there immediately is the ability for services to close down from 5 p.m. Until when they would normally have run their session of care, so that for up to 5 hours over the course of a year, they can actually have paid time to do the training. So the idea is that to minimise the impact on families of a service shutting early, but actually encourage and support services to have workers undertake this and undertake it sooner. And we certainly don't want people to be doing it in their own time at home on unpaid hours. The other support that was announced back in August was some targeted workforce subsidies, again for small and medium providers that will open up through a grant round later on in the year. But again, the focus primarily here is to ensure that services and staff have the support they need to actually undertake this training.
Great, thank you. My final question goes to the mobile phone ban, the personal mobile phone ban as well. And if you could just talk us through why that isn't so important. I think it probably goes to some of those points that Senator Sharma was raising before about the nature of some of this this offending and where it's been discovered by law enforcement, why this particular reform is so important. Can you talk me through why it's important? Obviously, it's going to have impacts for the workforce, and we're going to have to take the workforce on that journey with us. So if you can talk me through the consultation that's occurred with the sector, including with the peak organisations, obviously employee representation, the unions, prior to changes being introduced.
We can do that. So the recommendation around the banning of digital devices, which is broader than just mobile phones, actually came from the Child Safety Review, which was undertaken by ASECRA, and that report was released in 2023. Now, the findings in that were on a number of fronts. One, obviously, use of a device if you are meant to be caring for children is a distraction as a first-up point. Secondly, the ability to then take photos, images, do other things on your personal device, obviously completely unacceptable. So the work that has been done since then has been quite deliberately staged because making a national law change takes a while. So there was a voluntary code, national model code that was put in place last year and implemented across the sector, and we had quite a good take-up and a number of services, particularly those large services, saying, we've done this for a while, we already had policies in place. Those services you really value, the supervision and attention had already had things like this already, and this just strengthened that. The broader consultation that's occurred as part of the changes that have passed through national law was done through national consultation, so it was peaks, it was individual workers, it was families, it was open to the public to consult. That was undertaken earlier this year, widely taken up, and was used to inform then how this would actually be implemented, because implementing it in a family daycare service compared to a centre-based daycare obviously has different implications. But again, overwhelmingly support for this to happen. Again, I think the focus back on actually caring and not necessarily taking photos or the distraction. Clearly some practical pieces around implementation, and we were able to draw some of those strategies from the larger providers and others who've had these policies to put it in place. But it has been well received, and obviously with the introduction of that National Model Code last year, it was not as big an implementation impost or change for the sector, because they've been implementing it since then effectively.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hodgins, may you have the call? I'm just noting that we're due to break at about 3 o'clock.
Great. Before beginning questioning, can I ask the department if they've tabled a response to our letter sent on Friday?
We've got it, Senator, somewhere.
Thank you. Also seeking to table a submission from the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research, or CICTA, to the Senate inquiry into the quality and safety of Australia's early learning system. Have you got?
We can circulate it.
Circulate it.
Decision taken.
Terrific, thank you. CICTA. Do you need me to say that acronym again, or are you familiar? So yeah, the Centre for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research warns that corporate landlords are draining $2.71 billion a year from early childhood education in rent, which accounts for around 20% of government spending on the CCS. Many of these properties are owned by real estate investment trusts, or REITs, which generally pay no or little tax. Does the government track the investment of real estate investment trusts in early learning providers?
No, Senator.
You don't? Does the government track the relationship between early childhood education property trusts and the operating companies running services?
So, Senator, probably not quite in the way you've described.
Yeah.
We would have some visibility about the broad financial position of childcare providers, including like their encumbrances. So we do large provider financial viability assessments, so we will know what rents are paid and potentially to whom, but we wouldn't track in the way you've described.
Okay. CICTA warns. CICTA warns that corporate landlords rely on triple net leases that push all costs onto operators and ratchet clauses that guarantee rent only increases. Has or will the government examine these lease structures and the impact on fees, on quality and on access? Is that something?
Senator, we have the service delivery price project that is underway at the moment, which is looking at the essentially cost and the delivery of ECEC across the country. As part of that exercise, that will draw out information on some of what you've just referred to. Obviously, that is a large data collection, and we're keen to get that from large, small, mixed providers around that. But that would be the primary mechanism in which we would get the information. What is then drawn from that and what government ultimately chooses to do with that is a decision for government.
Thank you. So, to be clear, corporate landlords, as cited in this document that I've sought to table, are draining $2.7 billion, a huge amount of money from our early learning system. I think the equivalent of funding the 15% worker retention payment 1.5 times over. And what I'm hearing is that the government doesn't really have a lot of visibility over that sum of money.
Not in the way that you've described it, Senator Nye.
And there's no plans to get more visibility over that, other than the price mechanism project that you just spoke about. There's no, that the government, maybe for the minister, does the minister have concern around that $2.7 billion that is effectively going to corporate landlords, or perhaps your colleague, Mr Reid. I can see nodding.
Sorry,
No,
Senator. Tristan Reid, First Assistant Secretary of the Evidence Reform Division. I'll just expand on the service delivery price project, because that is going to collect pretty detailed information, not just in relation to the various property costs and the structures that ECEC services do, but we'll also collect information on related entities, so where services or providers might structure the relationship with the property costs through a related entity. We'll be collecting that kind of information through the project too, so it is going to be quite detailed information that would, I guess, shed more light on these structures and the amount of money that is being paid through the different structures of rent and property costs. So we will have quite detailed information through this project.
Thank you. SIGTAR's submission raises further concerns about corporate landlords reshaping the early learning sector. I know that I've picked up the newspaper and seen gross advertisements about how many children can fit in these centres and how much money landlords can make off these centres and our kids. They note that many landlords are selling smaller centres or those in lower income areas in favour of larger metropolitan properties, and real estate investment trusts are actively moving away from large not-for-profit providers like Good Start, providers that use lower property costs to reinvest in educators and quality. The evidence shows that not-for-profits generally deliver better outcomes for kids, I think, as we've spoken about, compared with for-profit centres. Maybe for the Minister, are you concerned that corporate landlords using tax-advantaged real estate investment trusts are reshaping the early learning sector in ways that could reduce the access to high-quality, affordable childcare?
In general, Senator, we have high expectations of providers in early childhood education in care, and we expect all providers to operate with integrity when it comes to Commonwealth funding, and we expect all providers to provide safe and quality early learning, no matter whether they are for-profit or not-for-profit or community. Our agenda is very squarely about increasing safety and quality at the moment, irrespective of provider type, because there are 1.4 million children in early learning settings, and every single one of them deserves safe, quality early education, again, no matter what the provider type is. And we're also focused on early learning being more affordable and more accessible, and we have a range of measures to promote those things. In general, irrespective of whether a provider is for-profit or not-for-profit or community, we have high expectations of them.
And thank you, Minister. And will your government, I suppose, the department commit to monitoring and regulating corporate landlords in the sector based on some of these pretty alarming statistics about the amount of money, public money, that is filling their pockets?
So I think the officials have explained the service delivery price project, and that will give us a good amount of data about some of the issues that you're raising.
I suppose the question then is, with the data, that next step of regulating them is what I'm keen to hear about.
Well, we'll get the data, which will inform future policy directions.
In relation to that data, it's good to hear that work is finally being done. Even if it is Deloitte, an external contractor that's delivering it, will their data be made public? Are you aware?
Each individual provider's data?
The report, the project, the data from delivery project.
That matter was dealt with in the legislation, and that just passed last week. Yeah, and so the report will be published, but the data will be aggregated at a level that doesn't compromise commercial considerations of individual providers, is my recollection.
I suppose just to contrast it with a recent Anglicare report that I suspect you've probably seen, that found that only 0.8% of rental listings were affordable to early childhood educators, even fewer in Victoria. just really keen to understand how, Minister, you can justify the billions leaking to corporate landlords with very little oversight, and I understand that project's happening now, while the very people that we're wanting to educate, our kids, can't actually afford a place to live in many parts of the state.
Senator, as you know, I've spent my working life improving the wages and working conditions of our nation's early childhood educators, and very proud to be part of a government that has just implemented the second part of a historic 15% pay rise for our nation's early childhood educators. For the average Certificate 3 early childhood educator with a year's experience in the sector, it's $11,000 per annum in additional salary. I'm incredibly proud of the government's commitment to the economic security of our early childhood educators.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, I saw that, and we continue to press for that to be extended beyond next year, by which point there still is no certainty for those educators, but I digress. The ACCC childcare inquiry found that when the government increases childcare subsidies, families see only a short-lived drop in costs before fees rise again. The ACCC also found that the fastest growing expense for early childhood education and care is land and related costs driven mainly by rent. Clearly, funding meant to make early learning more affordable is ending up in the pockets of these corporate landlords, as we've spoken about, who pay little to no tax instead of families. Minister, is this really the best use of childcare funding while educators are underpaid and children's quality and safety are at risk?
There's sort of a lot in that question. So in relation to the for-profit sector, as I've said, we have high expectations of the for-profit sector. The standards that we expect from them are the same as for the not-for-profit and community sector. You made some statements there about affordability. We could go into the fee capping arrangements that we've put in place as part of the worker retention payment, and we could also go into the government's $1 billion Building Early Education Fund as well, where the government for the first time is getting involved in funding infrastructure, which will encourage more not-for-profits and assist them with the cost of infrastructure as well. So sort of a number of actual policies that we are actually implementing in relation to some of the matters in your statement.
Yeah, look, and it's not just me stating it. In the United Workers' submission to the Senate inquiry, they wrote, all this government funding should be going to improved quality early childhood education and care. Unfortunately, there is every indication that the opposite is the case. Private interests have no requirement to invest their profits in the interests of children's learning to the detriment of child safety and educational outcomes. So, yeah, it's not just me saying it, it is something that we are hearing from unions. And it still just begs the question, and it's something we're hearing frequently, about how these corporate landlords are raking in billions and eating up those subsidies that could be so desperately used to improve the quality of our early learning system. And it feels that that is at the heart of also the PM's promise to build universal childcare. Do you accept that without proper oversight and regulation of those corporate landlords in the sector, that funding for affordable childcare is disappearing into corporate profits? And is that something that concerns you and the government?
I mean, we're focused on building quality early education. We're focused on building affordable early education, which is why we increased the subsidy rate to 90% for families on incomes of up to $85,000, saving the average family $7,500. We are focused on accessibility of early childhood education, which is why we are implementing a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, and for the first time getting into the work of assisting to build early education infrastructure.
That beef is $1 billion. We're talking about $2.7 billion.
At the same time,
just let the minister finish.
At the same time, we have been clear that we have no time for any provider who puts profit ahead of child safety and quality. We've amended the family assistance law and with the jurisdictions, the national law, to put child safety and wellbeing at the heart of the legislation. It is the preeminent concern and must be the preeminent concern for all providers as well. And we've been talking earlier about the suite of measures that the Commonwealth has put in place, including our legislation to withdraw subsidy from any provider through our compliance actions that does put profit ahead of child safety. So we have a comprehensive plan that we are implementing. We are building the pillars of education and care. We're building the workforce, we're building safety and quality, we're building affordability, and we're building accessibility.
Thank you, Minister, and I'm aware of those initiatives that were responded to by Mr Sharma earlier as well, Senator Sharma. But what I would put to you is that the $1 billion for the beef is in contrast to the $2.7 billion that we're seeing lining the pockets of corporate landlords, and there's a range of evidence here from the UWU, from SICTAR, etc., and your response isn't really addressing whether government has concerns with that huge amount of money that's not ending up in improving quality in our system, but it's actually lining the pockets of God knows who, whether it be private equity firms, whether it be offshore providers. So I do continue to have concerns about that significant amount of money and those specifics of that evidence not being addressed. But look, are we? What time's the break? I've got another chunk of questions.
3 o'clock, so I can either rotate if someone would like to call for about 8 minutes.
Sorry, was my turn? I wasn't sure if my turn was up or not. If there was.
Well, we're sort of going in blocks, and happy for you to go a bit longer if you want to do that. But I will have to stop you at 3 for the break.
That's fine.
So
thank you. My next set of questions are in relation to the Windsor Children's Community Centre in Victoria, my home state. On the 2nd of April, the Albanese government promised to commit $4.3 million to ensure the future of Windsor Community Children's Centre if re-elected. The member for Macnamara wrote in a media release at the time that the election commitment will go towards ensuring the centre on Union Street in Windsor can provide exceptional early education to the local community. We understand that this commitment was made in partnership with Swinburne University, yet in the 7 months since this announcement, educators and families have been forced back into uncertainty when Swinburne advised a few months ago that that lease would not be extended beyond the 31st of December. I can imagine you would understand the distress that these families and educators are feeling at this time of year, with the threat of their doors closing despite having this commitment that they would be continuing to provide that education into next year and beyond. While I understand that Swinburne is deciding on the fate of the centre as we speak, Minister, can you explain what happened over the past 7 months and why the government hasn't been able to secure this site as was indicated ahead of the federal election?
Thanks, Senator. So the government made a commitment of over $4 million to help secure the future of this really important community early childhood education and care service, and the Commonwealth's contribution is on the table. It's available, and the contribution is also available from Stonington Council. The institution is unwilling to sell the site, and that is the challenge that is being faced at the moment. The university, the council, the service, the community and our department are all working to try to secure the future of the service, and the Commonwealth stands ready to do that.
Thank you, Minister. But what was the barrier with Swinburne that prevented this deal from being finalised? And it seems like what fell over, because we were told that this was going to be happening. Is there anything in relation to the lease timeline that impacted on Swinburne's willingness to sell, or any details that weren't adequately negotiated? The community are really unsure as to why that particular financial commitment was made, and that media release and surrounding comms were put forward that the centre would be saved, when in fact now it is looking to face imminent closure.
Well, the ball is essentially in Swinburne's court, and I don't believe that they've given any reason, as far as I'm aware. They refuse to accept the offer that is being made for the site, and as I say, everyone is working together to try to secure the future of the service, and that work continues, and the Commonwealth's contribution in relation to that is still available.
Thank you. And I suppose it doesn't bring a whole lot of comfort to those families knowing it's in the hands of Swinburne when they were relying on the government's announcement. And
the government's commitment remains. And the government's contribution is on the table.
And if that's not enough, though, is there a commitment for the government to reconsider that purchase amount in order to keep those kids in care and education into 2027?
Well, I note you said $1 billion wasn't very much before, Senator, and that's a matter for you. And that's a matter for you and your political party in terms of our commitment to the Building Education Fund. But we made a commitment to secure the future of the service. We're still working to secure the future of the service.
Minister, could I just
and
ask
the commitment that we made, I think, was $4.3 million. And everyone is working together to get this done.
Can I just ask that correspondence be tabled in relation to that?
Swinburne University really is the issue at this point.
Thank you, Minister. Would you please be able to table any of the correspondence relating to the agreement between Swinburne and the government in relation to Windsor Children's Centre?
I'm happy to see what information can be provided. I can certainly put it on the record that I've written to Swinburne asking them to facilitate the future of this service.
Thank you, Minister. I've probably got one more that will just take us through to the break. Thank you, Chair. This is in response to a question on notice SQ 25-000363. Do you need a moment? The department revealed that as of October, fraud investigations are underway regarding 40 individuals on unexplained wealth connected to early education. Do you have any updates on the outcome of those investigations?
Senator, those investigations are ongoing. I'm sure you'd appreciate when we get into the criminal prosecution side of the world and referrals to the Department of Public Prosecutions, these matters can take some time. I can confirm that since we last spoke at the previous estimates, we have executed several search warrants in multiple jurisdictions, and some of the body of evidence that led to those search warrants and will continue through to referral to the DPP does involve information supplied by Austrac.
So is there any further information that you can provide around their connection, the individuals and their connection to early childhood education?
Senator, I can take on notice what more we can provide. I'm just really conscious there are ongoing investigations and I don't want to compromise those.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr Moon. And at last estimates, you said that some of the work the department has undertaken has been on some particularly high-profile providers where you've had to understand the fitness and propriety of the people running the centres. Will this information be made public, particularly for families who are making considerations around what centres they...
Senator, I might just confirm, most commonly when we're looking at fitness and propriety, it does come down to governance and leadership. It can come down to various other factors in terms of fit and proper, and if helpful, I'm conscious of time, I won't go through all of the requirements. I would say certainly where we see large sums of money moving around, it gives rise to whether or not the right governance is in place in the service of the right accounting to accounting for money and all of those sorts of things. And most commonly, where it ends up on the really pointy end of things, it's indications of tie-ins to other nefarious activity. Where these matters come to a head, we would take, I think Ms Crane mentioned, the most extreme of action that we take under the childcare subsidy would relate to suspension or cancellation of services, and certainly where we've taken that action, we do advise families of the action we've taken.
Okay, at this point we are due to rotate, but we'll have a break first. So the committee will suspend for 15 minutes, resuming at 3:15, and the opposition will have the call when we return. Thanks. Okay, just to give an update on the program, we remain in outcome 1 early childhood. In this outcome, we're also dealing with closing the gap outcomes 3 and 4, and we're due to move to a CEQA within the hour. But in the first instance, Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. The in-home care program that is designed for rural families, shift workers and families with health issues, but we're receiving advice that it seems to be chronically failing them. These families are under increasing financial pressure to pay unsubsidised care or forego opportunities to participate in the workforce. There is a clear need, but I understand that the program is just 30% subscribed at this moment, which I would probably suggest evidence is that it might not be fit for purpose. My question is both to the Secretary and to the Minister. Secretary, is the department doing some work in this space? Is it on your radar? And to the Minister, do you feel that it's adequate, the current situation with the in-care home program?
Thanks,
Secretary.
Senator. I'll ask Ms Crane to make a start, and Ms McCarran might be able to help as well.
That's right. Thank you, Senator. So in terms of the program itself, we work quite closely with the in-home care agencies that exist. So in terms of how the program is operating, where it can be improved, that is quite a regular engagement that we have around that. There's obviously been a number of reviews around the program itself, including references made to it in the Productivity Commission. So in the broader sense of changes that are made, some of that will be picked up in any response that government determines at a later point. But I would say the day-to-day pieces around how educators are identified, or as you've outlined, the 3 different categories of support that's provided, that is something that we work with the in-home care agencies on. Do you want to...
Yeah, sorry. So, Michelle Caro again. We know that one of the main issues around the utilisation of the program is around workforce shortages. So we have a statistic that 59% of those families that are on a wait list are waiting for an educator to be employed. And that's because I think mostly that the families that are utilising the service are often geographically dispersed. So we've got it's sort of a workforce shortage sort of more generally, but we've also particularly got them in regional and remote areas where the families are that are needing the support through the program. So as Ms Crane said, we are working with the agencies to understand better ways to support the sector, and any kind of further decisions around changes to the program or sort of more information around affordability will be a decision for government.
Is the program under review of any kind?
Not a new review, Senator. It has previously been reviewed, and it was part of what the Productivity Commission reviewed when it reviewed the entire system.
Is it a concern, though, that it's only at a 30% uptake? And I acknowledge and I understand the issues with workforce, but obviously the geographical nature of the families in rural areas obviously is something that would have been known to the department before the program was rolled out. It's not something that's arisen after the fact.
Senator, I think across all programs we continue to focus on ensuring that they are working, that they are operating as expected. Where they aren't, we work with, in this instance, the in-home care agencies, or more broadly, as Ms Akara has mentioned, on the workforce side, the workforce strategy, which has been endorsed, and we're looking at how we build, attract, retain a workforce across the country. There's probably nothing more I can add specifically about the in-home care program itself.
Okay, so just so I understand, is it the view of the department that it is problematic, that it's not working as it should when you reference those programs that aren't working as they should?
Senator, I think the reviews that I've mentioned indicate that there are opportunities to improve how the program works. Some of that went to streamlining of administration programs or administrative arrangements within the program. We have done that. Some of it goes to the way that we work with in-home care agencies. So again, we are acting on those. Any decisions that go to settings of the in-home care program itself remain a decision for government.
Sure, okay. I think one of the challenges in that space, and I'll finish here for the moment, is that the program requires I think a Cert 3 educator, which requires work experience within a childcare centre, which is not really practical for in-home carers, and perhaps that's part of the workforce issue, I guess.
Senator, the qualifications across the board for the workforce are obviously critical to ensure that the education and care outcomes that it's intended to do are there. I think where there has been feedback from the sector around qualifications, that is something that we work on with states and territories around. Again, are they fit for purpose? What does that look like? But the primary focus is to ensure that those who are going to be working with children in this sector have the appropriate qualifications to do the job.
Thank you. My next questions relate to the beef. Would you be able to tell me how many new childcare centres the beef will actually enable?
Senator, thank you for the question. We'll just bring the relevant officers to the table. Senator, as you indicated, as you be aware, beef is part of the $1 billion project. The first $500 million is discussions that we're having with both states and territories, but also large and small providers. So we don't have a number at this stage until we finalise those consultations, discussions, including the open rounds that we will open in relation to small and large providers as well. Once those applications are in, then we'll be able to quantify the numbers.
Thank you.
Nathan Smythe, Deputy Secretary and Senior Responsible Officer for the Building Early Education Fund. Senator, I would echo the Secretary's comments. We're in the middle of a number of processes at this particular point in time to determine exactly how many centres or services that we may be able to fund from the $1 billion that we have available for capital works under the program.
So that final number has not yet been determined?
It's very hard to estimate a final number when we are yet to open a grant round, and what we're doing there is we're encouraging through our market sounding processes that we've been undertaking. We're currently in the middle of one, getting information from the sector, particularly providers, as to the number of services that they may be able to open. And that doesn't mean new builds all the time. It may well be that services could be the addition of another building that can add additionality to the number of places that are available for that service.
So extensions of existing buildings?
Exactly.
Right.
And those things, in terms of build, obviously are at a lower cost, more marginal cost than they are from a greenfields kind of site.
Right. Okay. Do you have, and just very quickly, do you have an expected band of increase in centres or increase in scale of centres that you're hoping for or you're anticipating?
That is part of the process that we've been undertaking through the market feedback. So we don't have a final position on that yet, Senator.
Okay. What is the algorithm or criteria that's being used to determine beef locations, and are you able to table that information for me?
Senator, as I indicated at the last period of estimates, we don't have a set algorithm or an index or anything like that. The priority is that we are looking at areas that are underserved and that are lower socioeconomic demographics. But they can generally be quantitative measures, but then we need to work with the sector to determine whether or not there is an available workforce, that there is potentially accommodation for the educators in that community, whether or not the community actually wants a centre in that location, because some people actually obviously live and work in different locations. So there's a lot of consultation that's required to get community buy-in, but also we need to better understand whether or not through local governments, whether there are existing development applications that are in train or not. So there's a lot of engagement.
I understand that, but we're going into a grant round that you've talked about. Surely there is a criteria, a base criteria upon which you're going to be assessing those grants. And I expect that in that criteria, that location will be one of those factors. So are you able to tell me what those criteria are?
Well, as I said to you, Senator, areas that are underserved and lower socioeconomic are two of the principal factors that we will be including in the grant guidelines.
But are you able to table for me a list of criteria, or is there no list of criteria?
We are in the middle of developing and finalising grant guidelines at the moment, Senator. That has not been finalised yet.
Right. But are the grants open?
No.
Right,
No.
okay. So you're ready to open the grant rounds?
We're getting very close, Senator.
Right, and you obviously will have to have the grant criteria before you open. Are you able
Absolutely.
to provide that on notice once you have that?
Yes, and that
The grant guidelines are made public.
I know, but
so they'll be public, so
Yeah.
absolutely they'll be made available.
Yes, Senator.
Who will make the determination that areas are underserved and so on?
Well, we do have indexes that are available in the department to determine those areas that have lower ratios in terms of children in the area and available services. So we have indexes that we can look at that. We look at CFA indexes as well. We look at AECD data. There's a multitude of data sources that we incorporate into how we will assess particular areas of need. So there are qualitative, and then, as I said, there are quantitative, and then we will apply qualitative measures to that as well.
Right. So those data sets that you speak of, they are the ones that will be used to identify deserts and disadvantage. Is that right?
That is part of it
Right.
as well, yes.
So what are those data sets then that will be used to identify those?
Well, as was, I think, responded to on a question on notice, there was a data set that the department held that indicated indexes for areas of disadvantage, but areas of also need in terms of various SA2s that existed where there were underserved markets across the country.
So will it be the department that makes that decision, or will the department simply use those indexes to provide advice to the minister?
At this particular point, we are yet to determine who the delegate for those grant rounds actually is. We'll be providing advice to the minister when those grant guidelines are provided to the minister for endorsement.
Okay, thank you. Is it your expectation in terms of where you have an awareness around where the deserts are and the underserved areas are? Do you believe that there will be the areas that will miss out on this funding, or is it your intent to provide this funding in all of those areas so that we no longer have childcare deserts?
Senator, there will be areas that will miss out. This funding will not be able to meet the need that exists out there in a number of communities. And as I said, there are also issues that go to some areas in terms of workforce availability, construction availability, and also accommodation for educators as well. So there will be areas that would like to have ECECs constructed in their local community that will not be able to be fulfilled through this
How
round.
will you determine who misses out?
As I said, we are working through a variety of criteria at the moment. We're also working with the sector because one of the benefits of a grant round is it is attempting to fulfil a policy directive by the government. So we're working with the sector as to where the sector, in terms of existing providers in the market, are looking to build services in areas of need and disadvantage, so that we can work collaboratively with the sector to ensure that we're trying to stretch the Commonwealth dollar here, the taxpayers' dollar, as far as we can. We're in the middle of a market sounding process for smaller providers, so those providers that have between 1 and 9 services, and also talking and seeking information from local councils where they might have buildings that they could make available that with minimal amounts of money could be modified or upgraded to become ECECs or to house in-venue family daycare. So we're looking at a variety of approaches to service provision around the country, and we're in the middle of receiving that kind of information back from markets, including providers as well as local governments.
Will you commit to tabling a list of communities that the department puts to the Minister for consideration and any departmental advice around merit of those?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, but clearly we will be following the Commonwealth grant rules and principles when we...
Of course, but if you could commit to doing that for me, I would appreciate that once that's done.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. What outcomes and milestones have you set for reducing childcare deserts under the beef? And when will we see a reduction in the number of children in childcare deserts to say, for example, 5%?
Well, Senator, the objectives that we are setting ourselves is to try and, as I said, stretch taxpayers' dollars as far as we can to build as many services as possible in areas of need and socioeconomic disadvantage. And that's through a variety of mechanisms that we're deploying here. Different funding streams. We have larger provider rounds, smaller provider rounds. We're very focused around Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and sites there. We have the partnership with the Investment Dialogue for Australia's Children that's focusing more around a hubs model. There are a number of election commitments that were made by the government. We're looking to incorporate those in Federation funding agreements, and we're also discussing and negotiating at the moment with states and territories around sites that they are putting forward that are as close to or on school sites, because that was one of the priority areas that the Prime Minister raised when he announced the beef. So,
but there are no specific targets that you're aiming towards, like a numerical target?
As I said,
just trying to work out what the taxpayer is getting in exchange for $1 billion.
It's hard to give you a final definitive figure, but in the earlier estimates, we're seeking to try and get around 160 services out of the $1 billion.
Okay. I just have like 2 quick questions and I'm finished in this part. Do you want me to finish those or come back?
I can do that and then I'll go to Senator Delago.
Perfect. On your own modelling, how many deserts disappear completely versus seeing marginal improvements as a result of beef? Have you guys done that yet?
We have not undertaken that level of modelling, Senator.
Okay. So just to be clear on my head, there are no set guidelines yet. We don't know how many centres yet. We don't have targets around the childcare deserts, but effectively we've got the $1 billion to spend, and hopefully that will reduce part of the problem that we've got.
Well, as I said, the minimum that we are trying to reach here is 160 services through the $1 billion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then we've got, so that's 160. When you think about it, there are 18,000 ASICA approved childcare centres. That's a very modest increase on what's already there. What's your expectation around the impact that will really have?
Well, Senator, I think that $1 billion...
Just to be clear, the 18,000 I don't think is childcare centres.
Sorry?
18,000 is all centres.
Yeah, correct.
Including outside school hours
I called
care.
them ASICA approved. I did say childcare centres.
Yeah, they're not childcare centres, to be clear.
Centres.
There's about 9,000, 8,000 or so.
Yeah.
Without centre-based daycare.
Yeah, so it's 18,000 ASICA approved centres as opposed to
services.
Services.
Fair to say. Yeah, just because they include outside school hours care, in-home care, all those sort of things.
Standalone. I'm happy to take the clarification. 160 over 18,000 is still the final figure, because some of these might not be childcare centres as well. Of the 180,
they're not like for like. Yeah. No, they will be. The 160 predominantly will be about childcare services.
We are all ECECs, Senator. Is what we're focusing on, in-venue family daycare, etc.
So that's then, did you say 9,000?
I have to get the figure, but Ms McCrane's got it.
Yeah, there's 9,684.
So 160 across 9,600. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to Senator Delago, but before I do, I'll just give an early indication that I'll seek to start rotating the calls closer to 10 minutes, just because we're now kind of due to rotate in about 40 minutes or so, so just to give some opportunity for it to move around a bit. So Senator Delago, you've got the call, but if you could keep it down to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I have questions about closing the gap. If that's okay. I would like to ask if the department can give me to walk me through the progress against closing the gap outcomes 3 and 4.
Thank you, Senator. So I'll start. Ms Winslow will continue. So target 3 is on track. It is one that actually, in terms of where we get, we will exceed at the current trajectory that we're at. Target 4 has declined slightly. It is not on track at the moment, and that is where further work and attention is underway.
Hello, Alana Winslow, Assistant Secretary for Early Learning and First Nations Priorities Branch. As Ms Crane outlined, we have seen positive trends with respect to preschool enrolment in the year before school, and pleasingly that target is on track to be met this year. However, yes, we are seeing less progress against the target that is tracked against the Australian Early Childhood Development Census. And we do acknowledge more work is required in that space, and there are currently a range of targeted and mainstream reforms that are in train to address some of the barriers that we know exist and have been recognised, including through the recent Productivity Commission inquiry into early childhood education and care that go to barriers around affordability and access to culturally safe early childhood education and care. And we do know that where there is access to high quality ECEC, that children are 1.7 times more likely to be developmentally on track when they attend school. So there are a range of reforms that are, as I mentioned, in train at the recommendation of the Productivity Commission. There will be from January next year 100 hours of subsidised CCS childcare subsidy available to First Nations children and families, and that's in tandem with the removal of the activity test around the childcare subsidy. So those reforms, did come following the inquiry that I mentioned into early childhood education and care, but also off the back of representations from experts and First Nations peak bodies over a long period of time around some of the barriers that those settings around the activity test created, but also the importance of more subsidised hours of care. We also continue to have a really strong focus on ensuring that we are supporting community-controlled organisations to lead early childhood education and care services through the subsidies and programs that we provide. So under the Community Childcare Fund Restricted Grant program, we have a strong focus on supporting ACCOs to lead early childhood education and care centres, and that's in particular in regional and remote areas, and also through our Connected Beginnings program, we are supporting a number of community-controlled organisations to lead integrated wraparound support for families and children to access not just early childhood education and care, but health supports and other important early childhood development services that we know really go to early childhood development outcomes. And pleasingly, through that program, we have seen a huge uplift in the number of ACCOs, or community-controlled organisations that deliver that program, from 21, from 2 ACCOs in 2021 to now over 30, approximately 35 services are now being led locally by First Nations organisations.
Thank you. And so outcome 4 is not on track, you said there. So we're hopeful that that's that will trend upwards, and we'll get towards getting that on track. Would you say?
Currently, the target's not on track to be met, but we are working, as I mentioned, to improve access to early childhood education and care, but also working across portfolios and with our partners. Through our First Nations representative organisations, but also importantly the jurisdictions, which are also parties to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. So through education ministers, but also through formal partnership mechanisms, we're working to look across all systems that contribute towards early childhood development outcomes for the further reforms that we know will make a difference. So whilst not on track, there's a lot of active work happening at the Commonwealth level, but bilaterally with jurisdictions and with our First Nations partners to think about the further reforms that will, shift the dial, hopefully, be it in health, social services or in our portfolio.
Senator, I would just add, obviously, any decline is not what we're looking for. We have certainly progress against and consistent increase. What I would say is that the decline is consistent with what we saw across the broader population, but pleasingly, it did not drop anywhere near as much for First Nations children as it did for other children. So some of what Ms Winslow has outlined, we would say, is making a difference to hold and lift. And interestingly, underneath that national picture, it is not consistent across states. So there are several states where actually the results went up. So Queensland and Victoria in particular, South Australia held, and a number of locations where we have connected beginning site. As Ms Winslow has indicated, we have 50 of them across the country. Actually, they bucked the trend completely. So there are things in under that are well underway that we can see are working and have held. And obviously, as we continue with that work and the other reforms that Ms Winslow has outlined, yes, we would expect that continues to turn that around.
And I'd just add to what Ms Crane outlined there, at the domain level across the early childhood development results, we did in particular see particularly positive results around the communication skills and general knowledge domain, which I think is an indication of further access to early childhood education and care. And now over 62.7% of First Nations children are in fact on track with respect to that domain.
And just following on what you said, Ms Crane, about the states, do you know, just being a Tasmanian, how's Tasmania doing? Like, do you have any... I know my colleague is probably smiling because Queensland is doing well, but...
that is publicly available on the Productivity Commission's Closing the Gap dashboard, and currently Tasmania is also not on track to meet that target and is sitting at about 33.3% of First Nations children on track against all 5 domains. But that is, broadly consistent with the other jurisdictions also not on track.
Thank you. And can you tell me how many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are attending CCS-approved care and how that compares with the previous years?
So approximately there are 66,500 First Nations children. First Nations children, I should clarify, who are enrolled in the childcare subsidy, and we have pleasingly seen an increase of about 6% from the June 2025 data compared to last June's data. So we are seeing an increase, and as mentioned earlier, we continue to see increases with respect to preschool enrolment as well, and we did see a 2% increase between the last 2 available years of data in preschool as well for the year before school for First Nations children.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May, and then I'll seek to rotate you after about 10 minutes. Thanks.
I understand that an initial business case for the beef Commonwealth investment in owning or leasing components is being developed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. And the consulting firm KPMG has been contracted to undertake the business case. Correct. According to AusTender, the contract period ends on the 19th of December. Has KPMG finished that business case yet?
No, I don't believe so. I'll ask Ms Smythe to respond to that.
Senator, that work is ongoing, but you are quite correct that we are expecting the final report to come to us on the 19th of December.
Thank you. And will the business case be made public?
It's not going to be made public, Senator. It's part of... There's some very confidential information in there that's been given to us by a number of parties that have been engaged in the process, but it will inform future government decisions through a more confidential process by government.
Thank you. Is there a way, do you think, for a redacted version without disclosing the names of those businesses that might give us the gist of what...
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. Sorry, how much was that price delivery project and how much was KPMG contracted to deliver that?
Sure, I'll just get that to you.
2 different projects.
Oh, not the price delivery, the service. So it was, what have we got?
The business case.
The business
KPMG.
case, yeah. Could be.
Senator, the business case development by KPMG was a contract for $678,972.
So close to $680,000, and then it's $3.5 million went to Deloitte to run the Inclusion Development Fund, and then we've got the. So what have we got? So 3.5 million to Deloitte, and you just said almost 680,000 there for the beef KPMG project. Are there any other external contracts that have been engaged in, any other external contractors that we've sort of put this taxpayer money towards?
I'll just clarify a couple of things, and then the officials can help with the numbers again. But the Building Early Education Fund business case for own and lease is the KPMG one.
Yeah.
And then the service delivery prices project is the really big project that we've got going on with Deloitte. And then you referenced there a role for Deloitte in relation to inclusion support. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's that total of taxpayer money that, you know, really, from our point of view, the Greens' point of view, should be going towards children and educators, is being funnelled towards private consultants? And do you have any comments about the outsourcing of this, when I think at a time where we have heard the government say that it would rein in external consultant expenditure and maybe really focus on building institutional capacity within the department?
For me?
Sure.
Yeah. So this department has relatively low use of consultants. The Secretary can speak to that. I think there's a 4 or 5% figure. That's right. There. And, you know, the projects that we have are really important, of course. The service delivery prices project, I think, I know from your interest, Senator, you're aware of, and is a really significant piece of work that will help us understand the reasonable costs for providers to deliver safe, quality early learning, and give us a sort of a data-driven understanding of all of that for the long term to resource and support future policy direction. So it's an incredibly important project. Having Deloitte do it allows the department to do other, you know, critically important work as well.
Yeah. Is there a desire to get that down even lower? That sort of 4 or 5% of funding going to external consultants, is that sort of a KPI to reduce, to get more work happening in-house?
Certainly for us, Senator. So in terms of contractors, for example, that we've engaged, it's less than 5% of our workforce are contractors. So we've only got 90 or so people in the organisation that are contractors, or the rest are permanent public servants. It's the nature of the work to some degree. So in terms of some of the work that's happening around the inclusion support program, for example, it is processing work that effectively then comes to the department to be the delegator and the decision maker. So in terms of, as you said, best use of money, where's the best use of money in terms of the work that my department does? Is it processing work, or is it work around policy and decision making? And so there's some of the things that we make that influences our decisions in terms of how we might use taxpayers' funding around that.
But you would err on the side of not expending as much of those funds on external contractors and the big consulting firms. Is there generally a preference to keep it in-house where possible?
And we generally do. I mean, our total departmental is, I want to say, I should know, around $300 to $400 million. In fact, I can tell you here. So the amount of money that we spend externally on consultants is actually quite low compared to our departmental.
And hopefully getting lower and lower. In response to a question on notice, Q25000334, the department notes that the government agreed to a total of 14 election commitments to be funded through BEEF, 15 services in total. What component of the BEEF are these commitments being funded through? For example, the $500 million capital grants round focused on existing providers, or the $500 million for future Commonwealth investment?
Senator, it's the first $500 million that those election commitments are being funded out of. And that is part of discussions, as I said, that we're having with states and territories around federation funding agreements where we're focused at on or near school sites. So that 500, those election commitments are provisioned, not all of them, but the vast majority of them are provisioned through that first $500 million.
The $500 million capital grants round?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, just one moment. And how does that factor into KPMG's business case?
It doesn't. It's quite a separate piece of work,
because
Senator.
that's the Commonwealth.
There's the second $500 million. So
Yep,
the $1 billion.
related.
So
Yep,
the first
okay.
$500 million is the election commitment. The second $500 million is the KPMG work you're talking about.
Yes. Okay. So it's not related. Thank you. I have some questions for the Minister. Minister, on Monday, I've got a little bit more time still. Yeah. In an interview with the ABC, Minister, on Monday in an interview with the ABC, you were questioned about the Productivity Commission's recommendation 8.2 for an independent review of the National Quality Framework and whether your government would commit to this. At the time, you couldn't clearly answer if this was something that you would commission. Are you able to explain why that's the case?
Well, I reject the premise of your question there, Senator, in terms of a lack of clarity. We have no current plans to review the NQF.
No current plans, okay. Listening to the interview, I wasn't sure if that was the case or not. But you said that we're doing the work today to strengthen the system. Why isn't reviewing our framework and implementing a Productivity Commission recommendation part of this?
Sorry, what was the last part of your question?
So why you said that we're doing the work today to strengthen the system. I'm just curious as to why that component, the reviewing the framework and implementing that Productivity Commission recommendation, isn't forming part of that work.
Okay. So the National Quality Framework sets out a few really important things. The staff to child ratios and the national quality standards that services are assessed against in the quality rating visits, in the rating and assessment visits. Our focus at the moment is, as I said in the interview and as we've been talking about today, strengthening the system itself. And, we're doing that in a bunch of ways. I think you probably won't want me to go through them all again necessarily, but at a very high level, we're strengthening the workforce, we're strengthening the rules that operate in the centres, and we're strengthening the regulation of the sector as a whole. In relation to yes, Chair.
I thought you were finished, but you can continue. Apologies. It's about
in relation to staffing issues that are contained within the National Quality Framework, we have asked ASEQA to conduct a rapid review of safe staffing practices. And I've said before, and I'll say again, we're less concerned about whether the ratios are right, if you like, as contained in the NQF. We're less concerned about whether the ratios are right and more concerned about whether providers are following them. And so, that's one answer to your question. We're less concerned about reviewing the framework as a whole and more concerned about strengthening it and making sure that providers are following it, and seeing whether there's any advice that ASEQA has for us about ensuring safe operation of safe staffing in services. There's also a range of work going on around the other part of that being the quality standards and assessment and rating visits, which was part of the announcements at EMM as well.
Thank you, Minister. I suppose I'm just questioning how you can really say that it's functioning without reviewing how it's working. Well, you say that you're strengthening the system without reviewing the function of the National Quality Framework. Is it something that you're saying it's not happening now, but you anticipate that review will happen?
I think I've given quite an expansive sort of answer in terms of the National Quality Framework sets out the ratios and it sets out the national quality standards. And in relation to the ratios, we've got concerns about whether providers are following them, and we're looking at that right now and we're looking at it urgently. And in relation to sort of compliance work around the standards. There's a lot of work going on about that, which Ms Crane and her colleagues have started to detail as well. I think more generally in relation to the PC report, which was commissioned to articulate a path towards universal early childhood education, the PC itself was clear that this is a long-term agenda and that any changes need to be made in a gradual way. I think there is a constant conflation in questioning around child safety with the PC's recommendations about a path to universal early childhood education and some of the safety and quality issues that we face today. We are squarely focused on the safety and quality issues. We're strengthening the sector. We are, using all of the tools that we have to do that. When it comes to the longer-term agenda outlined by the PC in terms of building a path to universal early education, we're working our way through that, including by implementing directly many of the recommendations of the PC review, including around support for not-for-profits in relation to infrastructure, which Mr Smythe has been talking through, including reforming the workforce with the worker retention payment and the pay rises, and including a universal guarantee of 3 days subsidy for every child, no matter what their parents do, removing and replacing the punitive activity test. So there's a range of work going on in relation to the Productivity Commission review. Government asked them to give us a path to universal early education. We are on that path and we are implementing the PC recommendations as we go on that path.
All right, I'm going to pass the call back to the opposition. Senator Sharma and then Senator Kovacic, I think you're seeking to do so on the same block. So Senator Sharma, you have the call.
Okay. Sure, thanks, Chair. Just on the Building Early Education Fund, how will the effectiveness of the fund be evaluated? What's the plan there?
So really the fund is about increasing childcare supply across the country, Senator. So we'll be ensuring and looking at first that there's quality providers who are involved in the program, but also that the number of services, the number of not-for-profit services and the number of children who are receiving care has increased.
And will that be done independently, at arm's length from government?
I don't believe there's been a decision made at this point around that.
Is that likely to be covered in the business case that KPMG is presenting to you?
The funding
mechanisms?
I've got for the Building Early Education Fund is effectively for capital funding, Senator. So how the second $500 million that's provisioned in the contingency reserve for that business case is something that the government has yet to make a final decision on. So in the course of developing options for the government, those considerations would be factored in, Senator.
So just explain, so there's $500 million in the contingency reserve for the capital component of this?
So we have, yes, that's for the second $500 million. That is the initial business case that we're doing at the moment to work out whether it is feasible, viable for the government to own and lease an entity that would own and lease a series of childcare services across Australia.
Okay, so it would build, own, but not operate.
Not operate. That would be through the provision of not-for-profit providers, quality not-for-profit providers.
Right, okay. So that's the capital program, $500 million sitting in the contingency reserve?
Yes.
And then you've got $500 million in your... Has that been allocated to you already for the...
So that funding is in the forward estimates. It's funding that will be utilised for a variety of potential funding streams, including the election commitments that we outlined earlier, Federation funding agreements, grant rounds, plus a partnership where we've provisioned $50 million as part of the partnership with the Investment Dialogue for Australia's Children. So philanthropic partners have also put in $50 million, so that's an $100 million partnership that we're looking at building a series of hubs, early learning hubs around Australia.
Okay, and that $500 million, it's in the forward estimates, is that over how many years?
It's 4 years from 24-25.
Okay, so you've got an allocation.
That's right.
From last year. Okay. When would you expect to do would you do an evaluation at the end of this program? At the end of, so 4 years the money's run out. Is that when you do an evaluation? Would you do
I
it
think that
mid-term?
we would be certainly looking to do an evaluation as to how many services that we were able to get up and running. And the number of places that those services provided for communities as well. So that will be an important aspect of the program, Senator.
Okay. And what if the finding is that the program's not effective, or it's delivering poor value for money?
We're the government in 4 years, and you're asking us these questions.
I'm sure it'll be a rolling and iterative evaluation process, Minister.
This is where the Secretary comes in and says that's a hypothetical. We don't answer hypotheticals estimates.
Nicely done, Mr Cook.
Okay, I'll take that one. Last question. You touched on the government's election commitments. I just had one specific one to ask about in Mook and Boodin, which is in the wheatfields of Western Australia. So that was an election commitment, I believe, for re-elected Albanese Labor government to commit $5 million to creating a childcare centre in a so-called childcare desert. Is that going to be through this program, and where is what?
It will be through this program. We've been having discussions with the Western Australian government about the implementation of that initiative. So
Okay. Have you had any discussions with the local government?
We have.
Authority in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And have you found a site, lands, anything else like that?
That's something that we're working through at the moment, Senator. Yes.
Okay. So I know this is a difficult question. You've got lots of these individual commitments, but when would you expect to be in a position to announce, not open, announce some detail about where and when and how this centre will be up and running?
It's dependent on when we reach final agreement with the Western Australian government. As I said, we're in negotiations with them at the moment. I wouldn't like to put a specific time frame on it, Senator, but I suspect sometime early next year.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Cassidy.
Thank you. Thinking again about in-home care, what alternative care options are available for families affected by sexual abuse and severe harm within childcare centres?
So can you just repeat the question, sorry?
What alternative care options are currently available for families affected by sexual abuse and severe harm in childcare centres?
So, Senator, there are 4 care types broadly available. There's nothing specific to that goes to the cohort that you're describing. But in terms of what is available under the childcare subsidy, there is centre-based daycare, which is what has primarily been affected. Obviously, outside school hours care, if that's appropriate, family daycare or in-home care. They are the 4 available options at the moment. There is no specific program or other arrangements for specific individuals outside of those care types are there.
Okay. And then I assume the answer to the next question may be the same as to what alternatives are available for families without care options, including families in childcare deserts or families impacted by shutdown or unsafe and poor providers.
So, Senator, I think there's been a fair amount of testimony today just around the ways that the government and the department is supporting the government to address where there is underserved markets across the country. In addition to that, there is a range of activities that we're working on, such as with Family Daycare Australia to increase supply of family daycare. In terms of the other programs that have been available, the Community Childcare Fund has previously provided rounds to increase supply. So the question on supply, I think Mr Smythe has answered extensively around the sorts of demand that exists across the country. There is a range of responses in terms of trying to address that, and that is what the department is working through.
Is the government looking into any proposal to support increased choice for these families, or any other family for that matter, in subsidised care options?
So, Senator, I think we've outlined at the moment the range of reforms that are being considered. There is a range of things that the Productivity Commission put forward. I think we've covered that in earlier testimony.
But is there any proposal to support increased choice in subsidised care options at the moment?
What do you mean by increased choice?
So outside, expanding the subsidy to outside the current set of care options. Is anything like that being explored, given that we do have childcare deserts? We do have families who have, special care or special needs for their children. We have families that have been impacted by poor experiences or sexual assault. So are we looking at anything that provides an alternative to them outside the centralised care system?
Senator, the answer to that would be no.
So
it's not to my knowledge. In answering the question around the differences in what's there, we have a dual regulatory system in this country which requires approval by state and territory governments to be an education and care provider for us then to add the childcare subsidy on that. If by other forms of care you're referring to...
I'm referring to alternatives to centre-based daycare.
Yes. So the alternatives at the moment in under the childcare subsidy are the ones that I outlined.
I'm aware of that. My question was, is there any work being done to expand that or to look at changing that? I understand the system as it currently stands.
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're due to rotate in about 2 minutes.
Okay. How many qualified ECEC workers are there currently in Australia?
Of any qualification, Senator?
Sorry?
Of any qualification?
Of any
Best degree,
qualification,
best
correct.
diploma.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, there's 270,000 educators in Australia currently.
Mm-hmm. Do we consider that figure to be enough?
I think there's been previous evidence that where we've said that there are areas where an increased workforce would result in more supply. I think the government's got a number of initiatives at the moment that are having a pretty big impact on increasing the workforce. So the workforce has grown by 15,000 people in the last 12 months, and the worker retention payment, which has just gone up to 15%, is having an impact. But I'm sure there's more that can be done.
So that 15,000 in growth, is that 15,000 new entrants or 15,000 net on top of people who've left?
15,000 net. So the workforce has grown by 15,000.
Okay, thank you. How many centres currently operate on staffing waivers?
6.8% of services had a staffing waiver.
And what percentage of services in each state are operating below required qualification levels because they can't find staff? If you're able to provide that on notice.
Yeah, I might have to provide that on notice.
Otherwise,
I don't think I've got that on me. I might have to provide that on notice, sorry.
Sure. Do you want to rotate? Yeah, sure. So we learnt yesterday, or not, we didn't learn, we spoke about the cuts in apprenticeship and trainee incentives for childcare from 2026, and we know that there is a care workforce crisis. Has the department done any analysis on the impacts to the size of the workforce with the withdrawal of those apprenticeship and traineeship incentives?
I might jump in and then certainly go to Mr Reid, and just because I was here for the questioning yesterday, because I was here representing the Skills Minister, so just some overarching observations, partly that it is...
I would like to get this department's perspective, I guess, yeah.
I'll go to Mr. Eade in a moment, but just for context, it's largely, a matter for the skills minister, and what we went over yesterday is that the main way that people are educated in early childhood education is not through the apprenticeship system or traineeship system. It's very, very low rates of people in the workforce go through that. Very high rates go through fee-free TAFE. Around, I think, 45,000 people are currently enrolled in fee-free TAFE in early education degrees. So I just wanted to provide that context that the $2,500 subsidy that the government is making available to people in the care economy for apprenticeships and traineeships would be covering a fairly small proportion of the potential early childhood education workforce. A much larger proportion of them go through fee-free TAFE and other opportunities to get their Certificate 3 and diploma.
We haven't done any modelling in relation to your question, but I would just add there are 98,000 people in enrolments in 2024 in a Certificate 3. That's almost double the number that were enrolled in 2020. There have been significant increases in diploma enrolments in 2024, which is the most recent data we have. So there is a healthy pipeline, I think, of people enrolled in early childhood qualifications, but no, we haven't done any modelling.
Okay. Then would you expect there to be more centres operating on staffing waivers as a result within the next 12 months or less?
I couldn't comment on that. I would say there has been a drop in the number of services operating on a staffing waiver over the last 12 months. So I think there's a 9% drop in the number of services operating. I might confirm that number, but I think it's a 9% drop over the last 12 months. So it has been decreasing. And as I said, the workforce has been increasing, and there is a healthy pipeline of people enrolled in early childhood qualifications. So I can't comment what might happen in 12 months' time, but I would say that there are positive signs in the data that we have in relation to the workforce and qualifications.
Thank you. Should I just clarify in terms of the staffing waivers? The vast majority of staffing waivers are about lack of access to an early childhood teacher. So in terms of all of the qualifications that might exist, it's the teaching component that those staffing waivers mostly relate to, not qualifications in general.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Crane, it would be interesting to get that final figure on notice back to the committee as well. Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May, you have the call. I'll just kind of draw Senator's attention. We are due to be moving to a CEQA at this point, so we're now running behind for this section. But Senator Hodgins-May, you have the call.
I will reduce my questions as much as I can. Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the Inclusion Support Fund, but I also just want to acknowledge that while we've been sitting here in the last 25 minutes, there has been a trigger warning that there's been another story coming out about accused childcare pedophile Joshua Brown, and being charged with another 83 offences across 3 new daycare centres, which is just devastating. And I just feel that we're sitting here and we are talking about band-aid fixes for a sinking ship with this system. We are not confronting the fact that for-profits are consistently performing much worse. We are not confronting the fact that corporate landlords are making a mozza of billions of dollars at the expense of money that could and should be going to our children. So I just want us to keep it real in here that what we're proposing just simply isn't enough, and it doesn't. People in the community are not satisfied that enough is happening to address these really structural issues in our childcare system and our early education system. Another one of those issues that's raised frequently with me is in relation to the Inclusion Support Fund. Minister, in response to a question on notice SQ25 000336, the department confirmed that the current hourly subsidised rate of an educator funded through the Inclusion Support Program is $23, and that this has not changed since the rate was set at the inception of the program in 2016. It's been nearly 10 years. I really would like to know why the government hasn't increased this funding.
First of all, Senator Hodgins-May, before you joined the hearing today, we collectively acknowledged that Victoria Police had made new announcements and that there were 4 additional victims of this alleged perpetrator and 4 families in absolute distress today, and more charges laid in relation to the 8 existing known victims of this alleged perpetrator, and all of our thoughts are with those families. And really sickening circumstances, and of course incredibly important that we are all focused on keeping children safe and strengthening safety and quality in our early learning system. In relation to the inclusion support program, this is an incredibly important program. I see it in action every time I visit services, almost every time I visit services, which I do almost every week when I'm not in Canberra, and including when I am in Canberra, as I did earlier this week. We know that the needs of children for support are increasing, and that puts pressure on this particular program, this inclusion support program. And our goal with the funding of this program, which is, and I'll get the department to confirm some of the numbers, but I think over $130 million program, is to help as many children and as many families as we can. And the number of children who are receiving support and services who are receiving support is increasing. So the program is supporting more children than ever before, and we are, as a government, investing more funding in the program than ever before. And the funding,
draw you to the $23 and the fact
the funding support in terms of how that funding is calculated is a contribution towards the cost of providing the service. So you
think $23 that was agreed on in 2016 is adequate? An adequate
I think that
figure.
we're supporting the program. We're supporting more children than ever before. We're increasing our investment in the program, and the program is a contribution towards the cost of providing the service, and we're determined to take that envelope of money that we have and provide that contribution so that we can help as many children as we can. And it is a program that is incredibly well supported and well regarded. Indeed, on a visit that I did to an early learning service here in Canberra, Good Start Isaacs, this week, a mother stopped me in the corridor, and this doesn't happen all the time, Senator, thanked me for the inclusion support program.
I'm not disputing that it's not an important program, Minister,
and
it's just that price
assistance
point
that it's providing to her child. So obviously, as a government, we need to look at the funding that's available to us, and we need to create settings that help as many people as we can within the funding that is available to us.
Thank you, Minister. The Productivity Commission identified that many services are significantly out of pocket when employing an additional educator under the ISP, and they recommended that the hourly subsidised rate be urgently increased. I'm curious to know why the government's ignoring this recommendation and disincentivising providers from supporting kids with additional needs. And the program is so incredibly important. This is a really important recommendation out of the Productivity Commission. So I'm specifically asking why this recommendation isn't being followed as a priority, acted on.
We're supporting more children than ever before. and we're increasing the funding to the program, and the $23 is a contribution to the cost of providing additional educators, which is the main way in which the program supports children. There's a range of other ways in which the program supports children and supports services to include children as well.
Our inclusion support staff, sorry, just one sec. Minister, has the government delayed decisions on reforming ISP funding, again identified as an urgent priority of the PC report, due to the Thriving Kids initiative? Is there an interaction there that's stopping that ISP funding from being elevated?
I wouldn't put it the way that you've put it, Senator, but there is an interaction between inclusion support and Thriving Kids. It's quite a detailed policy discussion. I know you don't like it when I talk for too long about early education policy, but I'll do my best to do it quickly. So inclusion support helps children with additional support needs so that they can be included in early childhood education. Often it provides an additional educator. Sometimes it provides support from specialist inclusion agencies to the service itself to augment the capacity of that service to include children who have additional support needs. We as a government have identified that early childhood education is an important foundational program or service for the Thriving Kids program, and we are working with the Thriving Kids Advisory Group and with the Department of Health to figure out how Thriving Kids can really boost the support that is provided to children in early learning. We think there's a lot of opportunity for Thriving Kids to do that, and we will think about inclusion support and Thriving Kids together because their goals are in some respects quite similar.
Thank you, Minister. And just to clarify, I do like listening to you speaking about policy, but we have 10-minute blocks, and so I'm really keen on the things that aren't already on the public record.
Speaking of which, I'll rotate after the next question.
Sure. In response to my question on notice, the department noted that they are working with the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing to ensure that early childhood education and care interface is considered in the development of Thriving Kids. Can you please explain what consultation has happened between educators in the sector, and could the department also please provide on notice any relevant mapping, research, etc. that is being done with DHDAC on Thriving Kids and the ECEC sector? So first of all, what consultation has been done with educators in the sector?
Ms Crane's been very, very involved in that, so I'll hand over to her.
Thank you. And yes, happy to take the other question on notice. The primary engagement is being led through the Department of Health and through their advisory group. They have a number of representatives on that, including representatives from the sector and different parts of not just the early childhood sector, but also schooling sectors and others. In terms of some of the other engagement, as early as yesterday, or the week is blending, there was a deep dive that was conducted by Ms Brighton and myself, along with Department of Health colleagues, where union representatives were there, representatives from a number of peaks, other sectors, etc., to do exactly what you're talking about, to understand where the connections might be, what some of the opportunities might be, but also what are some of the things that might need to be considered. Partly that also explored where some of the best practice examples may be across the country that exist in different settings, or that might need to be leveraged as considerations given to how Thriving Kids is rolled out, with early childhood as one of the mechanisms in there.
Can I just ask one very quick follow-up just on ISP? And it's a very quick one, maybe a yes/no. But are inclusion support staff, those subsidised through the ISP, required to do any mandatory training in behaviour support or for children with additional needs. Is that a requirement?
No.
It's not a requirement. Okay. And is any additional training to support disabled children required under ISP funding for educators?
Not under the funding, no.
Senator Kovacic, you have the call. Thank you. What are your target figures for staff turnover, vacancy rates and staffing waivers by 2028? And are those targets published anywhere?
Senator, there are no targets the department would hold on that.
Okay.
Sorry, Senator, target rates for who?
Yeah, so do you have target rates for the sector itself in terms of managing the worker shortage on staff turnover, vacancy rates and staffing waivers by 2028, so you can have a lens on where the sector is going?
No, Senator, not target rates. We monitor that data, but we don't have target rates.
You don't have any targets. We go, this is where we need to be by a certain point in time, or this, you know, like I talked about before, you know, the signals of certain periods of time where, you know, there could be a point to action. So we don't do that in the childcare in this space?
No, Senator, because it very much depends on what the childcare sector
actually
looks like.
I understand, so yeah.
Setting targets when we actually don't know what families might be doing in terms of childcare, for example, it would be very difficult to set those targets.
No, not really, I think, in terms of what your expectation... Well, there's funding based on the subsidy is there, obviously, and there's a forward estimate in relation to the subsidy. So there are workers that have
to... That subsidies depend on family demand.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, there are workers within there, so I'm just trying to understand whether that is something... you do track it, but you don't set any targets internally to go, this is probably where we should be to implement some sort of policy. So, okay, that's fine. The worker retention payment is currently set to end on the 30th of November next year. Is there any insights you can share on what impact that will have on the ECEC workforce?
Impact of... Sorry, Senator.
The worker retention payment ending.
Oh, ending, okay.
If the worker retention payment was to end, the impact on the workforce would largely depend on what the Fair Work Commission's decision is in the gender undervaluation case. That is making a decision about awards currently for this workforce, and so if it was to end and the awards...
it's currently scheduled to end, so yeah.
And if the awards were to increase to the level of the worker retention payment, there wouldn't be any impact on the workforce because their wage would continue as is, but there could be an impact on fees. If the award does not increase, then some workers could receive a reduction in pay.
Right, okay. So it'll depend on what happens with the award effectively. If the award, as you articulated, goes up, then fees will go up. If the award doesn't go up, then worker payments will go down.
I think there's a lot of unknowns, depending on the Fair Work Commission decision.
Do you have any modelling, or has there been any discussion around what the impact would be on centres in either of those scenarios?
We have not done any modelling, no.
Okay, thank you. The sector is already saying that if the worker retention payment stops, as is foreshadowed in November next year, then prices will spike, as you've suggested, because of enterprise agreements and any Fair Work decision that upholds the wage increases. What do we need to do, or has the department considered what needs to be done to avoid a sector-wide price spike?
Senator, ultimately that would be a decision for government around what response it wanted to take.
Okay, so we're not doing any work to sort of think about options, how to mitigate it. We're just going to see what happens next year.
Senator, I think as Mr Reid has outlined, there's a range of factors at play here, and so in considering what action might be taken, we regularly provide advice on a range of things around that, but I think, again, any decision or determination on which direction to take is a decision for government.
Of course, but there are warnings from the sector, so I was just curious, and as you have articulated, there are various things that could occur here. Do we have any kind of a plan A, B, C and D in case A, B, C or D happens?
Senator, as Ms Crane said, we provide a whole range of advice to government about the future of early childhood education and care. And so part of that would be part of that issue that you've raised is the consideration advice that we will provide to government. Ultimately, government will make a decision as to what to do in relation to the particular program that you're talking about.
Okay. Well, the sector is saying that it's pretty straightforward. The subsidy ends, the wage remains high, centres are squeezed, and they either close or they increase their costs. Would that be a fair assessment of what will occur?
I can answer questions. This is a $3.6 billion commitment that our government made to raise the wages of our nation's early childhood educators by 15%. The second part of that payment just hit this week. It's $11,000 a year to retain a workforce that, for all the reasons that you're asking about today, we absolutely need to attract and retain. And the evidence is that it's working. At the same time, in order to receive the funding to pay for the pay rise, we've asked providers to enter into agreements to cap their fees. And so providers have, for the first time, entered into arrangements to cap fees.
I'm aware of that.
So this is your concern about what happens is of interest when you characterised the pay rise as a sugar hit.
I did not use those words. I would actually ask you to withdraw that.
The opposition used those words.
I have never used those words.
Well, the opposition characterised it as a sugar hit. So it's an important program.
Clarified.
Yeah. I'm not here to debate the Minister. I'm here to ask questions.
I think the Minister has clarified that she was referring to the opposition more broadly rather than you personally.
Well, she said
this is a really important. This is a really.
Thank you, Senator.
It was a collective. It was a collective view. It was a collective view.
Apologies. You just need to stop while I'm intervening on a point of order.
Yes, Chair.
So I just asked you to. I don't think we require a withdrawal at this point, but just to be mindful with language. Minister Walsh, you can continue your answer, and then it's back to you, Senator Kvasik.
So the questions that are being raised because we made this $3.6 billion commitment to raise the wages of early childhood educators by 15% while capping fees for those providers who were in receipt of the grant. As Mr Reid has said, the next step is to see what the Fair Work Commission does in relation to the gender undervaluation payment. This is a process that the Fair Work Commission is undertaking. They've made a provisional decision that the Children's Services Award be boosted by 23%. We await final decision in relation to that matter. And then, the questions that you're now asking are around future decisions of government in relation to the worker retention payment.
So we have 11 months until that, or 12 months until that time. So what I'm asking about is the impending price spikes that are anticipated for 1 December next year. And centres will be making their plans for next financial year now. So we're just trying to understand what the consequences will be for families and their children from the 1st of December next year. And what I'm asking is about the policy work and the planning that is being done now in order to manage either of those outcomes or any of those outcomes on the 1st of December next year. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Sorry, Sandra, I thought I answered in the fact that the department has undertaken and will continue to undertake a range of policy work in relation to early childhood education and care. That includes costings, and we'll provide information to government as we would normally do.
Thank you. Is the portal for the service delivery prices project up and running at the moment?
The portal?
Yeah.
Not at this stage. It's very close. We're just working through some final feedback from stakeholders that we've tested the data collection tool with, and we're just finalising some cyber security assessments and testing, but it's very close.
What time frame do you anticipate, like within a month, within 3 months, within 6 months?
I would think it'll be this month.
Okay, thank you. have providers been...
Sorry, that was a data collection we're expecting to commence this month. Yep. The portal itself, which isn't needed to start the data collection, is due to open in February, but the data collection itself we expect to start this month.
Okay, so that's when the providers themselves will be able to upload information into the portal?
That's likely to be February. Yep.
That's February,
yeah,
right.
But the data collection process itself with large providers will commence before that.
Okay. How will you ensure there is an adequate mix of centres in that data set so that the outcomes of the project don't skew, say, the price mix towards a preferred model of childcare that might prefer a particular provider or a particular provider model? How do we ensure that we have a broad range of data being drawn into that?
So there has been a sampling methodology developed with Deloitte and consulted on with the sector to make sure that we have that representation and we get diverse representation from across the sector. We're hoping as much as possible that we can do that through voluntary collection with the sector, but as you know, we have legislation recently passed and received a roller sent today that does provide the Secretary, Mr Cook, some powers to compel information if we don't get that representation from the sector.
Thank you. And just thinking about the portal being up and running in February, but you're starting to collect the data now, what is that data collection process now, and how is that sort of being securely sort of progressed into the portal?
That's why, sorry.
Thank you, Senator. Julia Chandra, Assistant Secretary for Workforce and Reform. That data collection will be started with large providers through spreadsheets, and then that will be securely transferred across to the portal when the portal...
be uploaded into the portal?
Once that's available.
Okay. Okay. What policy options is the department currently scoping to link the SDP project to fee regulation or flat fee models of childcare?
I think the service delivery project itself is not a policy project. It's essentially a research project, a data collection and research project. So I wouldn't say that we're linking any policy development to the service delivery project itself. Governments might make decisions following the project around some of those policies in relation to the information gathered through the service delivery price, but it's not a policy project, really is a research and evidence gathering project that may inform future policy, but nothing's linked, no policies are linked to that at this stage. Okay,
and how many centres do you expect will be compelled to hand over pricing information under the new powers?
We hope none. We hope we'll get all the information we need through a voluntary basis. I think we're hoping to collect information of 1,000 services, and we hope to do that fully through voluntary collection, but it's too early to say whether we'll need to use the powers to compel or how many services would need to compel. But yeah, 1,000 services we want to obtain information from through the project.
Okay, at this point, we do need to rotate.
Could I just finish this one? Yeah,
you want to finish that one? And then we'll
perfect.
go. Okay.
How will we be able to ensure that the early education service delivery prices project avoids becoming a de facto price cap? We've seen issues in other sectors like aged care and the NDIS where problems have evolved, and particularly here in early education that would perhaps discourage small and independent services.
Any decision around fee capping into the future would be a decision of government, or what we're trying to do through this project is just make sure we can collect really robust and evidence on the cost of delivering quality early childhood education, and we collect that evidence through a variety of service types and cohorts and geographical regions. We're just trying to build the best evidence base we can, but any future policy decisions would be a matter for government.
Thank you, Senator. We're approaching 30 minutes behind for CEQA. So, Senator Hodgins, may you have the call, and then I'd be grateful if you could give me an indication of where you think we're up to, because we've got multiple agencies waiting for later tonight. Senator Hodgins, may.
Chair, so you'll be happy to know. Minister, I just would like to know who you think is best placed to run early childhood education, an offshore private equity firm or government or local councils? Who is best placed to deliver that really important care to our youngest people?
We want to make sure that every child who is in early childhood education and care has quality early childhood education and care, irrespective of the provider type. And our role is to make sure that occurs. And of course, we've been through today a number of the ways in which we are doing that.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Kovacic.
Okay. All right. So, will the service delivery project have region-specific prices, or will you be averaging, say Bondi and Broken Hill into the same project?
The project will gather...
Into the same model, sorry, yeah.
The project will gather evidence on the different costs across different geographical regions.
Yeah. Okay. How will the SDP project effectively model specialised services? For example, how will the average regional price that is set under this SDP project account for, say, infants, culturally or linguistically specific services in remote areas, services for children with a disability, especially where there are multiple intersectional factors affecting price?
So the data collection process will capture information across different cohorts such as those, and it will be able to give us evidence around the different costs in relation to different cohorts, such as children attending in an Aboriginal community controlled organisation, children attending in remote. The data collection process will gather information across all of those.
Okay. I have a question about attendance. I understand that you collect data both on enrolled hours of children in care as well as actual attendance hours. With safety concerns in this sector, we're hearing that families aren't using their attendance. Can the department outline what levels of attendance are currently being experienced on a national and state level and territories as well? And what percentage of hours are being attended by children in centre-based care?
I might need to take some of that on notice. I can tell you that our data shows a small decline in new enrolments, so a 0.5% decline in new enrolments from the previous year, but there is no decline, there is no change in pattern of children already attending care, so there isn't an increase in withdrawal of care.
I didn't mean in withdrawal, but actual attendance.
I would have to take that on notice.
Yeah. Are you able to provide that on a national and state and territory level?
I think we'll be able to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, because that is primarily what I'm trying to understand. So who will decide whether a profit margin is reasonable for a service under the SDP and under what benchmark?
If by determine an appropriate profit margin you mean, something that might inform, for instance, a rate cap or something like that,
Correct.
that would be a decision of government.
Decision of government, okay. As a basic fairness and transparency measure, will childcare operators have an opportunity to see and, if necessary, challenge the service delivery price that is calculated for their service type and region before it is published? So will that be some element of consultation?
I mean, there is a lot of consultation occurring with the sector through the service delivery price project. So there's a sector reference group that's been established and met at least 5 times since the project commenced.
I understand that. I mean, once a figure is determined, and perhaps there's a region or a group of centres that go, actually, that doesn't work for us for these reasons. Is that something that will be considered, or once it's done, it's done?
I mean, yeah, I don't think there's going to be one figure developed from the service delivery price. I mean, it's collecting a range on costing, but I understand the premise of the question.
Yeah.
Definitely the findings and analysis will be consulted on with the sector through the project. That's the intention, that the sector will be consulted throughout the project. Policy decisions of government following the project, it's too hard to answer that because the project itself isn't developing these policy outputs, I think that's too hard to answer, but definitely throughout the project the sector will be consulted on what information has been gathered, likely findings from the project. I can assure you of that the sector will be consulted throughout the project.
Yeah, I guess for me it comes to a fairness and transparency measure. That's the purpose of the question, is that, you know, something is set and then they have an opportunity to actually come back and go, well, you know, this doesn't work for this reason.
I mean, I would say we usually do consult on policies as they're being developed, and so if there were policies that were developed as a result of this project itself, then usual practice is you would consult, but I can't, you know, it's...
Yeah, I guess where I'm thinking is, and maybe you can assist me with talking about like the modelling, and whether you've done any about how the publication of a service delivery price will affect supply in thin markets, and if you're concerned on how one price misset might actually mean that, you know, maybe a town loses its only service because it's no longer viable, or that a specialist service might close because, you know, the modelling wasn't particularly nuanced to their special set of circumstances.
So, Senator, perhaps it's actually service delivery prices. So we expect out of this, because we're trying to get a range of services to provide their information, and that representative sample, as Mr Reid has said, that the end outputs from this project will be representative of all of the services that are provided information, which is one of the reasons we are very keen to make sure it's a representative sample and that we do get small, large, not-for-profit, for-profit, different locations, etc. I think, as Mr Reid has also said, it's the project itself will not, it's not providing policy, so it'll be outputs of here is what the data determined is the cost that providers are telling us at the moment it is costing to deliver in those locations or for those cohorts. It would be a very separate conversation then around, and what do you do with that information, and what decisions might government want to take?
I will add that the importance of getting the data collection process, the data definitions and the data tool right is critical to the success of the project, which is why we've done so much consultation with the sector, small providers, ACOs, large providers, not-for-profits, for-profits. We're consulting with a wide range of stakeholders to make sure that we get this right at the upfront, because it is critical to the success. It is,
and the transparency on how you get there is critical as well, because then people have an understanding of how the results were actually achieved, I guess. The sector has talked a lot about how this transparency is critical. Secretary, will you commit to being transparent in terms of Deloitte's full model, including publishing the assumptions around issues like wages, utilisation, occupancy and attendance versus enrolled hours, which are very different, real estate costs, return on capital and the like? And is it possible to do that, or will you do that before the decisions are made on funding reform, so that the sector can actually see that, so that data is all published?
Senator, we matter for government.
Right.
It's not my determination separately. Okay. So this is a project that's being to give us information and access. The outcome of that project and the publication of the report is a matter for government, as it would normally be.
This is my final question, Minister. Did you want to answer that question? Is there a commitment from government to being transparent in the production of all of that information, so the sector can be comfortable in how these decisions have developed and determined?
So I think consultation is really important, and there's been a large amount of engagement with the sector already, and that engagement would continue. Really important, I think, just to reiterate at this point, that this is a project that will continue on throughout next year. and it is very much a research project. And it's a project that will be used to inform future decisions of government. But it really is just a research project.
In that case, would the government commit to being fully transparent in terms of the detail of that research?
And so I think you would appreciate, because some of your questions have gone to this, there's a balance between sort of the, what is published and what is made transparent, and also, protecting the arrangements that providers have in place and some of their sensitive data and their commercial interests. So all of that has to be weighed up over the course of the year. And again, I think just important to say that the reason why we're
I'm not asking about the details of all the centres.
Could I finish? Yeah.
But I just didn't want you to go down a path that I didn't ask the question about.
We'll allow the Minister to finish her question, then I'll come back to you, Senator.
I think it's just important to understand why the government has commissioned this research into the cost of delivering early childhood education and care. We want this body of work to inform future policy directions, because we want more children to have the benefit of early childhood education and care. We want it to be more affordable. We want it in more locations. We want it to be quality. Those are the objectives that we're trying to meet here, and it's an important body of research to help inform future policy deliberations that have an intent of expanding quality, affordable early education.
Thank you. I was seeking transparency around the model and the assumptions around the model, not the sensitive data, as to whether the government will commit to, publishing that and making that available.
I think I might ask, it's a decision for a government, but there's a level of detail about how the project is being developed and, what the model is and how it's being developed that might be useful.
By model,
to
do you
hear
mean
about.
the data collection tool and definitions?
Like the tool, the definitions, the assumptions that have been used in order to come to it, so that the sector and the public more broadly is able to understand that this is how the determination was made. And I understand the importance of consultation, and that is absolutely important. But what often happens with consultation is people will say, well, we said this, this and this, but we weren't heard. We've seen that happen in the NDIS. We've seen that occur in aged care. And I think, given the particular challenges in this sector and the vulnerability of small children, that we also want to make sure that we don't repeat those same issues. And I think that's where the transparency is critical.
The product and the findings at the end, I think that would be a decision for government around whether they're released.
Thank you, and I'll leave that with the Minister, and I'll finish there, Chair.
Okay. In that case, we are finished in this section with the department. So those officials who have been with us for early childhood, they're not required for other sections later today, are free to depart, and we'll be calling ASEQA. ASEQA are joining us via video conference, so we'll just get them up on screen. And I know at this stage we're running about 40 minutes behind. We'll just suspend for a moment whilst we deal with the tech. committee has resumed. And we're calling officers from ASICA. I'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer, Ms Gabrielle Sinclair. Ms Sinclair, do you have an opening statement you were seeking to table or speak to?
Thank you, Chair. We have tabled an opening statement, but in the interests of time, I'm more than happy just to have that tabled.
Thank you, Ms Sinclair. Oh, right, we've got that now, so that's being distributed to the committee. So we're now moving into questions to ASICA. I'll start with the Deputy Chair and then move to Senator Hodgins-May.
Senator Hodgins-May wants to go first.
Oh, you're happy to cede to Senator Hodgins-May?
Yeah, I still have questions, but if she wants to go first.
Okay, Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, ASICA, for joining us today. My office has heard from people in the sector that there has been an increase in partial assessments of the national quality standards. Is this something ASICA is aware of? And if so, could you please explain to us what a partial assessment is?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So the national law and regulations have always allowed partial assessments for the purpose of assessment and rating. A number of years ago, the regulatory authorities, as a united voice, decided that they were going to use partial assessments more often where it was valid to do so. So, for example, regulatory authorities would go into a service. Their choice is to look at all 7 quality areas and make an assessment on each one. However, if they have intelligence about particular quality areas, they may, for example, undertake to do a spot check of 3 or 4. And this enabled regulatory authorities to be more efficient. Where they had any concerns, they would, of course, do all 7. But where they believed that the service was generally operating at a very good level, if they were already meeting, then they would do, as I mentioned, spot checks on certain quality areas.
Thank you, Ms Sinclair. And so why do you think that or are you able to talk to whether there's been an increase in those partial ones rather than the full comprehensive ones? And have you got any figures on how that's shifted over time, how many full assessments are happening versus how many partial?
Well, the decision whether it's a full or whether it's a partial is made by a regulatory authority. The information that they would input into our NQA-ITS would indicate that an assessment has been made. Whether, you know, it's immaterial from the point of view of quality, whether they did a partial or whether they did a full or whether they started as a partial and then completed a full. It's still counted as an assessment and rating visit.
So do you have information on how often centres are assessed in full?
As I mentioned, Senator, whether it's the 7, whether it's 6 or 5 or 4, that's counted as an assessment and rating visit. So we would not necessarily go back to a regulatory authority and ask them how they did it. That is a matter for them, and that is certainly based on things like has the service achieved, meeting or exceeding, whether there were any concerns since the last time that they did an assessment and rating visit, whether there are any concerns at all about the service. So it's a tool that regulatory authorities use, but I would reassure parents that regardless of whether it was considered to be full or whether it was considered to be partial, it was done appropriately for that service.
So ASICA doesn't have concerns that partial assessments might actually be overlooking important parts of the National Quality Framework in the interests of efficiency. You said that it is more efficient, but I think, the concerns we're hearing is that perhaps efficiency is trumping the full comprehensive assessments being done and that things are being overlooked.
I have not seen any evidence of that, Senator.
Can you please tell me actually whether parents have access to information that reveals whether it was a full or partial assessment that was last undertaken at a centre?
Parents can see the quality rating and they can also now see on our starting blocks the last time that a regulatory authority visited the service. We encourage parents, and we give lots of information on our starting blocks website, which is family focused, about the sorts of questions that they can ask. But, you know, certainly one of the questions we encourage families to ask about, you know, each quality area and how the service is going in each quality area. And they certainly have the right to ask, how and when was the assessment rating conducted? What did they look for? What did they find? And that goes to the heart, I guess, of the National Quality Framework, which is based on a good relationship between the service and the family.
But the website doesn't actually explicitly say this site was partially assessed on this date, because as a parent, now that I've got this portfolio, I certainly understand a lot more about it, but I can not imagine that stressful period of life, dropping the kid off and knowing that I needed to ask whether it was a full assessment or a partial assessment. So I think maybe you can understand that it would be beneficial for parents to have that level of transparency around the level of assessment that was taking place, and I'd urge some consideration of making that information available to parents and families and educators. Ms Sinclair, in March of this year, the ABC reported that 1 in 10 early childhood education and care centres in Australia have never been rated by regulators. Could you explain how this has happened?
So the National Quality Framework, Senator, was built on the fact that there is minimum requirements, minimum standards that must be met before a service can open. So that includes, and the Minister mentioned some of those today, that includes staff have to be qualified, there are the ratios, there's the safe environment, it's making sure that they're meeting all the requirements that we would consider to be the minimum standards for any type of service. On top of that, we have what is called the Independent Assessment and Rating. It's unique in the world. I know that Ofsted, for example, in the UK do it, but, you know, the National Quality Framework is considered to be internationally, you know, highly regarded because of that assessment and rating. A service obviously will not be assessed and rated until it's fully operating. So for any period of time, and we see a huge growth in the number of services year upon year opening to meet demand. A service, you know, maybe it helps to give an example. A service can be approved to open and operate because it meets all the minimum standards required under the law and the regulations. Then a regulatory authority will give time for that service to be fully operational. So that may mean, you know, 6 months, it may mean 12 months, where the number of children, you know, start to attend the service, where they start to where they have developed their policies and procedures according to the needs of the children and the families. And so for that period of time, so that 8% that we see nationally, they're given time to be fully operational before they're assessed and rated. And that's the reason why we will never get to 100% of services assessed and rated at any given time, because there will be that period of time when the new services are given to be fully operational.
So is
I
there
think
yeah, sorry, did you want to finish, Ms Sinclair?
I was just going to say, and we explained that in our quarterly snapshot, so families are aware that if their service hasn't been assessed and rated yet, it's because they are considered to be new.
Okay, so is there a timeline by which they are rated? Sorry if I should know this already, but is there a time frame by which, like, those new providers that are coming in are expected to be assessed?
It's generally 6 to 12 months from the time that they open their door to the time when they're fully operational. Because as you can imagine, you know, we expect every service to have a quality improvement program. We expect them to have, you know, under quality area 1, we need them to make sure that they have a program that's suitable for the children. And so, you know, we give them time to develop these things.
So if we went back and looked at those 1 in 10 centres, you would expect that those ones were all less than 12 months old?
I would.
You would? Okay. And can you tell me whether a service can be approved to open and operate with waivers. Is that something
That's
that happens?
generally not how authorised officers and regulatory authorities work. They expect that all requirements under the regulations and the law will be met. When a service applies for a waiver, and now whether it's a staffing waiver or whether it's a physical waiver, the regulatory authority will consider the circumstances, and they will consider, what are the unique factors that I guess is the barrier for this service to meet those standards.
Okay, thank you. I just have another question around under the roof ratios, which I know that we touched on in the last round of estimates. Last estimates, I was told the rapid assessment of safeguard practices, including how services use under the roof, would be completed and a report provided to the Minister by December. Can you please provide an update on where this is up to?
Yes, thank you, Senator. The report was done and we provided it to ministers a couple of days ago.
Thank you. And then perhaps to the Minister, can you please provide an estimate of when you expect the public to be able to see this report?
As I said in the last estimates, the report, the final report will go to education ministers, and education ministers are scheduled to meet in February, and it'll be a decision for education ministers as to whether to make that report public. And as I said to you in the last estimates, my disposition would be to make that report public.
Okay, good. Well, I'll see you back at estimates in February. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Senator Sharma?
Yeah,
yep, Senator Sharma.
Thanks, yeah. Hello, good afternoon. Just looking at some of the complaints data regarding the safety in childcare. So I see that in New South Wales, direct complaints to the regulator rose to 1,154 in the first quarter of this financial year, compared with 814 a year ago, which is about a 40% increase. Do we have any understanding of what is driving that?
The complaints to the regulatory authority is not something that ASIQA sees. So I can't answer that. I'm sorry, Senator. But my colleague, Mr. Bennett, might have more information.
Well, thank you, Senator. Craig Bennett, General Manager of Policy and Regulatory Systems. Senator, when you say, yes, complaints to the regulator, that could be a couple of things. That could be a complaint about the regulator, how it's doing its particular work, as opposed to what might be sort of a notification, a complaint that might come through to the regulator. So I'm just not exactly sure to be able to answer your question completely, the type of complaint you're talking to. What we do a lot of reporting on here at ASIQA, we actually have an annual performance report that's just been released today, is certainly to look at things like serious incidents, notifications to regulators, recorded breaches by regulators. The complaints that you're talking about, I'm just not sure, Senator, whether that could be about the practice of a regulator, which would be specific to that particular regulator. I just probably need a little bit more information to try and answer that question accurately.
Let me get a little more for you if I can then, and I might circle back to it just about exactly what those complaints refer to. What's ASIQA seeing though at the national level in terms of its own data, then, in terms of complaints? Because you have a sort of a system, don't you, the NQA ITS, is that right?
ITS, yeah. One of the main things we look at in particular, Senator, is around things like, it might be serious incidents in particular that are reported to the regulator. What I would say is there has been year-on-year increases. There's been, and even in our latest report, there has been increases in serious incidents reported to the regulator. And of course, why would that be? Of course, obviously, it's a growing sector. I would say also about serious incidents is there's always actually a correlation with high-quality providers and actually having high reporting rates. We actually want things to be notified. And what I should clarify also when I'm talking about serious incidents, this could be, typically we're talking about falls, a broken limb, those sorts of things that you would expect.
Okay, I was going to ask you Mr. Bennett, just to give some examples of what constitutes a serious incident.
Serious incident, yeah, it could be a couple of things, Senator. So that could be where it's actually defined in the regulations. It could be some sort of injury or trauma. You might reasonably expect that, some sort of medical attention would be needed. That could be, as you can imagine, that's quite a wide spectrum. From a broken limb through to something much more serious. An asthma attack. Yeah, an asthma attack. And Senator, this is something we've drilled in quite in depth in. We actually did. We look at, as you rightly said, we have the National Quality Agenda IT system, which is quite a repository of this information, which we can use to analyse and look at trend data. So on the topic of serious incidents, we actually a couple of years ago published a report to be able to really hone in on these questions and provide advice to the sector, so you can really segment it and look at is it a certain time of day, is it in a certain setting, certain cohort of children, and what does that mean for practice, for supervision, and how do we make that more robust? So they're the sorts of things that we do. But in answer to your question, yes, we have seen that has been increased in the last year.
And Senator, can I just add to that? In terms of transparency and accountability, we're really encouraging educators and teachers and service staff to report. And as Mr. Bennett mentioned, we know that the higher quality services are more likely to report incidents than lower quality.
Well, I can understand, injuries, traumas, asthma attacks, things, I guess, that happen in the normal and ordinary course of events, but accidents all the same. Does this serious incidents capture something more malevolent or sinister, though, as well? I mean, what does the spectrum include?
That would be something different, Senator. That could be talking. So there's also obviously, I should say obviously, but under the national law, a requirement to notify of allegations of abuse.
Abuse, assault,
and sexual abuse, physical abuse, and that they're allegations as such. One of the things that we look at that data and obviously work with regulators around that data. Regulators are responsible for sort of receiving those allegations and appropriately triaging and responding accordingly. But what we have a role in, Senator, to do is to analyse that data, to work with regulators and to look at sort of trends. One thing that we in doing some of that work recently is we identified the need that we needed better disaggregation of data to really drill into it and really answer the sort of questions you're asking today. So we've just most recently instigated some changes to reporting systems to be able to really disaggregate, to drill in on what is an allegation of physical abuse or an incident of physical abuse as distinct from an allegation of sexual abuse. We've only just made those changes within sort of the last month or so, which we really hope to be able to, that will assist us and regulators to drill into what that data is telling us, so we'll be better informed for conversations like this, Senator.
Okay. So, and just to confirm, and I'm keen to hear from you in a minute, just to confirm from my understanding, so serious incidents under that data set we were discussing before does not include allegations of physical abuse or allegations of sexual abuse. They are counted and recorded everywhere. So I shouldn't necessarily be concerned by the increase in the number of serious incidents. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, there can be some crossover. What I would say, Senator, one thing we've also had to work hard on is providing guidance to the sector about really drilling into what type of notification to make and when. So last year we actually developed, and we have it on our website, an online decision tree, which we direct providers, educators to actually go through, and it will really guide them to what is the notification that they need to make to their regulator, depending on the nature of the incident. So that is something that we're continuously working on.
And Senator, we did that in response to, we did the child safety report, as the Minister mentioned earlier, in 2023. And we certainly, in doing that work, we were advised by educators and approved providers about, the complexity of the National Quality Framework, but most importantly, they wanted to be assured about who and when and what and why, they should be reporting, so that decision tree that Mr Bennett mentioned has been very widely and well received. And so we're expecting that the number of serious incidents being reported should go up.
Okay. Just the last thing. There's a story in The Guardian published in July of this year, and I'm happy to table it later if it assists the committee, but the headline is "Thousands of reports of abuse have been made in Australian childcare centres. Most alleged perpetrators were allowed to keep working." And the article does, it's not only about ASIQA, but it talks about, I think, your report from 2023 when ASIQA did the review into the regulatory system is quoted in that. I mean, is that a fair summation of the situation, that headline, or you would contest it? I'm sorry, I don't want to ask you to offer an opinion, but I guess I was concerned to read it, and I'm just wondering, how does ASIQA capture these statistics, and how could you assess whether it was true or not?
Well, that's a very good question, Senator, because it's not ASIQA's role to say whether they're true or not. This is information that is required between the approved provider and the regulatory authorities, and the regulatory authorities, we're the custodian of the information. So the information is put into the NQA ITS. And when we work with regulatory authorities and providers, when we start to look at the data, we write what is called occasional papers. We do a deep dive. We look at, who was reporting, what was the outcome of the investigation undertaken by the regulatory authority, and then we say, what should we all learn from this, and how do we make sure that we give us, a proper, well thought out, well researched advice to both regulatory authorities and service providers to ensure that these types of incidents don't happen again. But I can say that in doing the child safety report back in 2023, we did see a number of those allegations of physical and sexual abuse were relating to inappropriate discipline by educators. And the second one was child-on-child sexual,
like age-appropriate.
Yeah. So child-on-child, whether for the age it was just being curious. But I think it's really important that we reassure families that 1.4 million children going to a service every day. The vast majority of services are doing an exceptional job.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that explanation. Just to provide the information I asked in my first question. So, figures I was quoting from were from the complaints submitted to the New South Wales Early Childhood Education and Care Regulatory Authority, and it's on the New South Wales Education Government Department website, and it again doesn't specify what constitutes a complaint, but they've had a 42% increase in direct complaints compared to the same quarter last year. So that's why I was asking about that. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to pass the call on.
Senator Classic.
Thank you. I have some questions in relation to law enforcement. In the References Committee a couple of weeks ago, we heard some evidence that child sexual abuse issues we are seeing in centre-based childcare are a law enforcement issue, and that serious law enforcement measures are required. Does the ASIQA see the need for those interventions, and have you been speaking to the AFP and state police to address these issues?
Thank you, Senator. I guess that I have to say that there's no obligation by law enforcement agencies, whether they're state and federal police forces, to notify us because we're not a regulator. We don't have any powers to investigate. So, are in exactly the same boat as the general public, and that we will see announcements by the AFP or other law enforcement agencies about, what they're investigating. I can say that our review of child safety back in 2023, we did work with e-Safety Commissioner. We did work with a number of agencies to really understand what was going on, and our recommendations go to the heart of things like the information that we knew at the time about, devices, personal devices should not be used, because unfortunately, as we have all heard, perpetrators share this information, and it's the way that they operate. The information that we gleaned from our consultation in 2023 has gone to the heart of ensuring that perpetrators don't have gaps in which they can slide through. And, as the Minister said, we were absolutely thrilled when Education Ministers' meeting decided to adopt the Educator Register. We fully believe, and that was part of our child safety report, that the more that we can be clear about who is working, what qualifications that they have, where they've been working, the more that we can shine a light on that, the more that we believe perpetrators will avoid early childhood.
Thank you, and I acknowledge you're not and understand that you're not a regulator, but obviously have that remit in relation to safety and quality. Another question, if you're able to answer, not obviously, we've seen further allegations or further charges today in relation to the Joshua Brown case, but since that case and the hunting ground investigation, has ASIQA made any recommendations or suggestions to ministers at a national level around different approaches about how we can manage these problems? And if so, any of those sort of in train to be sort of developed further or implemented?
Senator, we stand by our 2023 report. And, our last recommendation of that report was that, as these terrible, terrible cases emerge, it's really important that all governments and ASIQA and regulatory authorities in the sector keep working together, because the more that we learn from these investigations, the more that we can close the door. I believe that the global situation of perpetrators using devices, etc. I think it's shocking, but we believe that we have to be ever vigilant.
Yeah, and in terms of that 2023 Child Safety Review, you did identify many ways to strengthen the National Quality Framework. How many recommendations are outstanding from that, and do you have any information as to why they're outstanding?
So, Senator, we were asked that, and I think Department has, because our role was to provide it, it's the role of governments about implementation. Of course, I believe the Department has that information.
Oh, but are you aware of how many still remain outstanding? I know it's not your job to implement. I know it's your job to just provide the recommendations. I was just curious as to how many remain outstanding.
The majority in particular are being implemented or have already been implemented or being implemented through the reforms that were referred to earlier to this committee, with that legislative changes that have just passed or about to achieve royal assent in Victoria, which then applies across nationally. So a lot of the recommendation will actually be implemented through that, and that includes things like child safe training,
faster reporting.
Other matters also in there are sort of sit outside the National Quality Framework, and could go to things like working with children checks. So they're a little bit broader than the National Quality Framework. We're not best placed to give you the update on those, but we know that there's obviously sort of a large reform piece that's happening in Working with Children Check to work to harmonise Working with Children Check. The one negative in one state equals that in another state. So they're also things that we cast a light on. But in terms of the national quality framework itself, the vast majority have been implemented, and we have a role to help implement that, and we're doing so.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me how many services are currently on watch lists for serious or repeated child safety concerns, and what proportion of those are operated by large corporate chains versus small community providers?
I'm not sure that watch list for child safety concerns. Did you say, Senator?
Yes, correct. Yep.
It's not a category that we have under the national quality framework. So I couldn't tell you. We can talk more broadly about numbers of services, obviously meeting quality standards, exceeding, or working towards. But in terms of a watch list as such, is not something that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you don't have any sort of targeted areas that you monitor in that way?
No, Senator, we don't monitor the services. That's the job of the regulatory authorities.
I do understand that, but I was just wondering whether you do something like that as well in order to help inform what you're doing to understand where the challenges currently sit. Or do they feed that information to you?
The information we have, so I referred to previously something called the National Quality Agenda IT system, which is the database that we are a custodian of. But really it's a regulatory technology tool for information that goes between the regulated sector and regulators. And it's through that tool, like data analytics and all of those things are provided, and we do provide tools and assistance and support for that. What you don't have is at a seat where is any person actually looking at that particular service or that. But certainly information, intelligence, another piece of which will be the national worker register that's coming out. These are all pieces of intelligence that we are custodians of. We collaborate with those regulators, we meet regularly, we have committees with those regulators, including their lead investigators, we bring together to talk. It's really, a lot of the time we're a facilitator because we don't have the expertise, we don't have anyone at a sequel that's doing investigative practice. But what we do have is the data analytical capability and obviously that custodianship of the IT system.
Sure. I understand that you'll host the new National Work Register, is that right? How will you,
That's correct.
What sort of processes or parameters will you have in place to ensure it's accurate, up to date, and just not something that good faith and honest providers have to do more work, and those that don't do the right thing keep doing what they're doing?
Absolutely. Yeah, questions that are exercising our mind right at this moment. Look, Senator, in its initial phase, what we're really talking about, a foundational phase, is that it's just being established in law to be up and running by the end of February, to be a requirement for providers to include that information. But we are ready to roll that out and start testing it from next week, just in a testing phase to check that it does what it says it will do. In its first phase, the role will sit with the approved provider to enter that information. We are not watering down their roles that they need to do to, check that, do their due diligence and check referees, check Working with Children checks are verified, all sorts of training, and then entering that into that system. Now, it's the sort of data they already need to be, or already have a requirement to collect, but this is about making it accessible to the regulator, proactively accessible, so that's another source of intelligence for them. When they're going out there, they can check, look at that information. What we won't have initially, Senator, would be, for example, the ability to verify a Working with Children check. We won't have those integrations to begin with. But what we have been asked in building the register is actually to begin also the work which we've started on what does the future enhancements to this register look like? What does that look like to have, working hand in hand with what's happening in the Working with Children check or vulnerable persons check space, to be able to have that sort of real-time checking. What information can we get and make available to prospective providers who, as I said, this register will never supplant their obligation to do their due diligence. So to begin with, very much the due diligence needs to be done by the approved provider. It will be checked. There will be penalties for not having correct information in that register, so the regulator can take action.
Thank you. And just, I'll finish now, Chair. I have other questions, but I'll place them on notice. Do you know if those penalties might include suspension of the child support subsidy payments? Because that's probably, you know, one of the probably heftiest levers that could be used.
That would be a matter for the Australian government about suspension of childcare subsidy, but as we know, the Australian government has strengthened their laws to look further at take into account particularly national law. Exactly. So how that specific would be operationalised would be a matter for the Australian government.
Yeah, I understand that's not a matter for you. I was just curious whether you're involved in discussions as to whether that could be one of the levers that would be used.
What I would say is we've been in a lot of discussions, as I think we heard earlier in this committee, that there's a lot of work that's being done with regulators, and again, state and territory regulators, under the national law with the federal regulator. ASIFA, again, has a facilitative role, particularly because of the data and analytics that we have, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms Sinclair, thank you for attending before our committee today. You're free to depart. So see you next time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks very much.
Okay, we'll just suspend for a few moments as we are now heading into outcome 2, higher education, research and international. Ready to go broadcasting? Okay. The committee will now resume. I just wanted to give a bit of a program update. We will still seek to break at approximately 6 p.m, but for a significantly condensed break.
10 minutes is fine with us.
So it'll be closer to 15-ish, okay. To give people a moment. But given the changes to our program later in the evening, we thought that was in everyone's best interests. But we will now kick off with higher education. And Senator Kovacic, are you happy to take the call first? Yep, Senator Kovacic.
So, since the accord, would you be able to tell me how many FTE have been moved from the department's traditional policy functions into the interim ATEC structure?
Senator, I think I answered that this morning.
I don't think we got that one.
I gave you the ASL. So I said I couldn't give you. You asked for headcount and FTE.
Yes,
and I gave you ASL.
But the number. So that number that have been moved, that 69 or whatever the figure was, had they all been moved from the department? They were not new recruits. Any of those?
So that was the ASL. They weren't all filled. I think Mr. Markovic mentioned, and Mr. Turvey can actually help us.
Okay.
So they were ASL. I think of those ASL, I think around 50 or so were actually headcount.
Yep.
But Mr. Turvey might better help me what the current situation is.
Okay. All right. So that's fine. I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Sure.
So prior to the 2022 election, which higher education policy funding and quality functions sat within the department that have now been shifted formally or informally to the interim ATEC?
So So back to some of the examples I gave before, mission-based compacts, but again, Mr Turvey will be talking about what the functions are. To a large degree, the functions are
I think this was
outlined.
also one of the questions where you mentioned it's more for ATEC later.
That's right. So
yes.
Mr Turvey can give more detail, absolutely, Senator. Largely the functions of the interim ATEC are outlined in their terms of reference, which is available online. But again, Mr Turvey can provide quite explicit information for you.
Senator David Turvey, Executive Director of the Interim Australian Tertiary Education Commission. As the Secretary said, the interim ATEC's terms of reference are available on the website. They outline the functions that the interim ATEC is currently undertaking, which essentially is early shaping of the ATEC stewardship function and the role that it will undertake should the legislation be passed, consulting with the sector and working with the department on the implementation of the new higher education funding arrangements that the government announced in the 2024 5 MyEFO, doing work to better understand the cost of teaching and learning so that the ATEC can provide advice on funding levels per student, providing advice on how the Accord promise of improving First Nations participation in the education system can be achieved, and how to make First Nations people more central to the higher education sector, to progress work on tertiary harmonisation and a more joined up tertiary system with vocational education and higher education working better together, and generally providing advice to the Minister on higher education matters. So that's what's outlined in the terms of reference. I can go into more detail on the work that the team's been doing, if that's helpful.
I'd be quite interested in that. Thank you.
Sure, Senator. So the team that was stood up on the 1st of July has had responsibility for developing the ATEC bill. So we've been doing a lot of work on drafting and getting the bill ready for its introduction into Parliament. We have also been doing the work around the implementation of changes to the Higher Education Support Act that will give effect to the new funding arrangements next year. The government introduced those next year. We've been working on the development of what the new mission-based compacts would look like. So the ATEC bill outlines a new approach to mission-based compacts. And so we've been doing the design work with the sector about what those compacts would do, how they would work, how they'd be developed. The commissioners have also been assisting the government with negotiating with the sector on the transition funding arrangements for 2026. So that goes to negotiating kind of funding allocations for the 2026 transition year. So we've been assisting the commissioners with that, as well as developing the framework for the new needs-based funding model. We've created a First Nations working group to guide our work around First Nations, and we've been managing the Indigenous Student Success Program. We have been developing a tertiary harmonisation roadmap and working on the establishment of a tertiary system advisory council. We've been commencing the work on costing and pricing. We've established a costing and pricing working group to give us advice about how to collect information about costs of teaching in the higher education system. We've established a group to help us think about questions around enhancing professional practice in the higher education sector. So a working group of the sector to look at issues around the quality of teaching. We've been doing a lot of engagement with the sector, and then on top of that also doing the design work to establish the ATEC as a formal entity as it goes forward.
Thank you. For each member of the university's Accord panel that recommended the establishment of ATEC, have they since been appointed to the interim ATEC, and are they proposed for appointment to a permanent ATEC board, do we know?
Senator, two of the panel members, Mary O'Kane and Elizabeth Brent, are interim commissioners. Barney Glover, who was a member of the panel, remains the Jobs and Skills Australia Commissioner, but provides advice to those commissioners. In terms of the appointment of the permanent commissioners, of course, that depends on the bill passing, as you'd appreciate. But at the same time, to preempt that to some degree, there will be an open merit process. So people will be able to apply for the position. Anyone will be able to apply for the position. It'll be open merit.
Thank you. And did each of those individuals advise on the design, drafting and general policy measures in the ATEC legislation?
They have assisted. It's been driven by departmental staff with OPC. They have assisted in that, as has the sector more broadly. So we've had sessions with vice-chancellors, with university peak bodies, other people, skills personnel as well across states and territories who have provided advice to us in relation to the legislation.
So no more or less than other sector stakeholders.
That's correct,
effectively. Was it necessary to utilise any conflict of interest processes to manage that, or it was not necessary because it was a standard stakeholder consultation process?
So, Senator, interim commissioners have declared conflicts of interest as they are required to do regardless, and so that's standard process. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, in your view, does that mitigate the fact that they've sat on a panel recommending the establishment of that new body, and then they actually sit on that new body and have had the input into the powers and functions of that body? Do you think that those conflicts have been addressed by the
I think so, Senator.
declarations?
As you indicated, they have as much say in some of those pieces of work as the Vice Chancellors that were involved in responding or reacting to draft legislation when we provided it to them as well.
And I note that they're on the interim ATEC. Would that involvement to date potentially preclude them being appointed to that body permanently? And I guess I'm going to the place of perhaps there is a perception of a conflict in those circumstances.
It wouldn't preclude them, Senator, no more than, for example, if I was an acting secretary and then they made the position open merit and I applied for it, it'd be the same sort of arrangement. So because it's open merit, obviously it doesn't preclude them from applying for the positions.
Okay, thank you. One of the interim ATEC commissioners that I think you mentioned, Ms O'Kane, I believe she's just been announced as the Chancellor to UQ.
That's correct, yesterday.
Are there any concerns there in relation to regulatory capture, or are you comfortable with that?
So, Senator, I have formally written to Professor O'Kane in relation to that appointment yesterday. Of course, the appointment isn't until the 11th of July next year.
Yeah.
I've outlined in that correspondence that should she continue in the role of interim commissioner, she should recuse herself from not just University of Queensland, but any universities in Queensland, as well as reminding her of her obligations under her terms of appointment in relation to conflicts of interest as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've done that formally.
Lovely, thank you. And that was yesterday?
That was yesterday, because the announcement was yesterday. So
of course,
I immediately, yesterday afternoon, sent the letter yesterday afternoon.
Thank you. And just for my own clarity, your evidence is that the interim ATEC commissioners had the same level of influence and input into the design of the legislation as pretty much any other provider in the sector.
When I said same level, obviously because they're part of the development work that the interim ATEC staff are doing, of course they would have more, but other Vice-Chancellors have had the opportunity in terms of a closed session to provide advice. Universities Australia has, other peak bodies has as well.
Given Universities Australia has already warned that ATEC implementation has involved less consultation than previous major reforms, what steps are being taken to ensure that the department and not ATEC remains clearly accountable to Parliament for policy advice and legislative design?
Sorry, Senator, just run past that first one about the Universities Australia issue that you raised.
Universities of Australia have warned or have had articulated concerns that ATEC implementation has had less consultation than other historic or previous major reforms. So I wanted to get an understanding of what steps the department is taking to ensure that the department, because they are the ones that are involved in the process, not ATEC, remains accountable to Parliament in relation to policy advice and legislative design for ATEC.
Sure. So again, I'm still the accountable authority. The Secretary of the Department is the accountable authority, not commissioners. Yeah. And so under the PGPA Act, I've got the range of responsibilities in terms of Secretary of the Department, of which ATEC staff are departmental staff, as we went through this morning. In terms of legislation, the department, while ATEC played the role very strongly around supporting the development of it, it's department lawyers, it's department staff that work with OPC around some of those things, so the department continues to be accountable and responsible to that. The only difference to a large degree is that if the ATEC is established under law, there will be 3 statutory officers that will report directly to the Minister. That's predominantly the fundamental change.
With what degree of certainty and whether you can guarantee that we can become confident that no member of an interim ATEC has had access to commercially sensitive provider data that could advantage them in other roles, such as, whether it be as a consultant, a board member or an advisor to an institution?
So again, in terms of those conflicts of interest, those things are required to be made. Mr. Turvey, I don't know what level of data has been made available, but you might want to add to that one as well.
Senator, because we're aware that this might have been an issue, Professor Glover, the Jobs and Skills Australia Chief Commissioner, has been leading the discussions with the universities around the 2026 funding arrangements. So Professor O'Kane has had kind of some visibility, but she's been kind of less involved in this than Professor Glover.
Yeah.
So no one in the sector then per se has that level of detail that Professor Glover has, who, as you know, is no longer in the higher education sector.
Okay, thank you. Do you need to rotate the call?
Maybe after this question, just to give Senator Pocock a go before the break.
Sure. Well, I've got a different line of questioning, so I'm happy to hand over. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Cook, I just wanted to follow up some of those questions that Senator Kovacic was just asking you. When did Professor O'Kane notify you of her intention to become the Chancellor of UQ?
I was notified on Wednesday night after the Senate had voted that Miss O'Kane had been voted in as the Chancellor for next year.
Mm-hmm.
She notified me previously that she was in conversations, that it wasn't until last night that Wednesday night, that she formally advised me via email.
Do you remember when she notified you that she was sort of going through the, I don't know if it's an application process or, being interviewed or...
She told me she was in discussions. I actually did record that date. I don't have it with me, but I can provide that on notice.
Weeks ago, months ago? Is it like
it would have been short months ago. Yeah, not 6 months ago or anything like that, no.
Did that raise concerns for you then, given her role and just how much information from all of these universities
So again, at that time... Sorry, didn't mean to jump in.
No, go for it.
So at that time, as Mr Turvey said, even at that time, we asked Professor O'Kane, to basically recuse herself from the work that was being done in terms of managed growth allocation. And as Mr Turvey said, that's why Professor Glover drove that work.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So maybe on notice then, the date that Mr Glover took over. And is this one of the reasons why the interim ATEC work seems to be progressing fairly slowly?
And when you say slowly, Senator, I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's the interim ATEC is doing the work that it's required to do under the terms of reference.
Okay.
I don't believe it's going slowly. It's doing the work that's required to do under the terms of reference that have been set by the Minister.
Okay. I just assumed that they've had the accord for 2 years and we haven't really seen.
Well, the interim ATEC started on the 1st of July, so the interim ATEC's about 5.5 months old.
Okay. And I understand that you've sort of said that Professor O'Kane will need to recuse herself with dealing with other Queensland universities. Mm-hmm. But I imagine it's a very competitive market, and I imagine the other Group of 8 universities probably aren't thrilled by this. Have any of them raised concerns with the department?
No, well, not with me, Senator.
Okay. Do you think they might...
Having said that, it was announced 24 hours ago as well, so...
Do you think there's a need for Professor O'Kane to potentially step aside entirely, given this is a competitive marketplace and she will have access to, I assume, you'd hope that she's sort of seeing under the hood of all of these universities as part of the work of the ATEC?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat the question again?
Do you think how tenable is this role over the next, till July? She is going to, you'd hope, get a pretty good look at universities across this country doing the work. If you look at the, I guess what the Minister's comments have been, what he said in his second reading speech, is the situation tenable where we have someone who's going to one of the universities and in the meantime is going to be seeing how all of them are operating? So,
Senator, a few things, noting that at the moment one of the interim commissioners is in a university. So, Senator, Professor Brent's in a university. She's been able to manage those conflicts of interest very clearly over the last couple of months. Having said that, as I said, I've provided a fairly fulsome letter to Professor O'Kane in the last 24 hours. I anticipate there'll be continuing conversations with Professor O'Kane about her role and the role as the Chancellor of Queensland, which starts in July next year.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'd like to turn to the work of the interim ATEC. And what work, including any preparatory work, modelling or policy development, is underway to reform job-ready graduates?
Senator, the interim ATEC team is not specifically working on reforming job-ready graduates at the moment. What we're doing at the moment is commencing some work to analyse the costs and prices of higher education teaching. So we're in the early stages of work to analyse how to frame the kind of costs of higher education delivery, where that information might come from and how to organise it. And so we've established a costing and pricing working group and engaged Professor Stephen Duckett to lead that work, engaging with the sector on how financial information is collected and organised at the moment. But that's very early work at this stage.
Is Professor O'Kane involved in that cost and pricing work?
She has been at those meetings, yes.
Secretary, do you think that'll be appropriate going forward?
Well, there'll be a question for that going forward, Senator. As I said, I wrote to Senator O'Kane. I made her a senator. I'm not sure whether that's a promotion or not, but anyway,
I don't think so.
I won't comment. Professor O'Kane, I wrote to her, and yeah, you've heard me say that already, so we'll have a continuing conversation with Professor O'Kane.
I guess, talking to universities and young people, JRG is the first thing that Vice-Chancellors raise. We've known that for a long time. The now government in opposition were railing against it, rightly. Terrible policy. Hasn't worked. It's jacked up degrees. So maybe this is one for the Minister. And I guess referencing the Minister Clare's second reading speech on the ATEC bill, he says that the government has now implemented every recommendation of the Accord interim report and implemented 31 out of 47 recommendations from the final report in full or in part. Minister, why isn't your government prioritising the Accord's recommendation 16, which was to reduce student contributions to address the most significant impacts of the job-ready graduate package, starting with students in humanities?
Thank you, Senator. And you referenced young people in your question, and it's great news that another 1.5 million Australians have got that text message or that email today telling them that 20% has been wiped off their HECS debt as part of our plan that we took to the election to wipe 20% off the HECS debt of 3 million Australians. You quoted Minister Clare in your question and his speech, and I've heard him say many times that the university's Accord is an ambitious blueprint for the future and that it's a blueprint that will be implemented, not just in one budget or two budgets, but that will take time to implement. And as Mr Turvey has said, the interim ATEC has been asked to do the building blocks of work that's about better understanding the costs of teaching and learning in higher education. And they've started doing that work. We want a better and fairer education system, and the Minister has, made a range of changes in response to the Accord. And I know you're very familiar with many of the reforms that have been made, including things like doubling the number of university study hubs in our regions and our outer suburbs, increasing the number of free university bridging courses, which help tens of thousands of people who might be locked out of higher education to get in and have a really good chance at it. And of course, from next year, we're implementing needs-based funding, which is a really important equity model to help students from disadvantaged backgrounds to get to university and unlock the opportunities that higher education brings.
Thank you, Minister. I mean, yeah, if you got the text and you have the HECS debt, very welcome to have 20% off, but that's not going to help people who commence on 1 Jan or next year, and they're going to have an arts degree and $50,000 HECS debt. And I'm just really concerned that the government is kicking this problem down the road. But let's maybe move to another of the Accord's recommendations, recommendation 16C, which says reducing repayment times by changing the timing of indexation for HELP loans so that the amounts withheld for compulsory payment can be accounted before indexation is applied. And I'm just wondering how the government can continue to effectively charge interest on repayments that have gone back to the ATO. This would not be tolerated anywhere else. If a bank tried to charge you interest on repayments that you already made, that is illegal. Why are we doing that to people with the HECS debt? Surely that's a fairly simple change that the ATO could have done by now.
So in relation to HECS, obviously...
Just the timing of indexation, that's what I'm asking about.
So in relation to HECS debt, obviously we took a commitment to the election to wipe 20% off student debt, and we are doing that. And we also, as you know, made some really important changes around repayment thresholds, and those changes were incredibly important. So people's repayments are lower and only kick in when people reach a higher threshold. And I think my recollection is that that change was considered to be a really significant change by the architects, the original architects of the HECS system, and one that was long overdue, so raising those minimum repayment thresholds. And obviously we also fixed how indexation is calculated in terms of CPI or WPI, and the lower of the two. That's a substantial body of reform, and the government continues to work through reform to HECS and to a range of matters covered in the Accord which we commissioned.
All right, thanks. Last question.
Sneak it in and then we'll do the break.
Minister, you didn't go anywhere near my question there, and so I'm just interested if you can maybe, at least you don't address the fact that we're charging indexation on money already repaid to the ATO, but could you maybe provide an indicative timeline for reform of indexation, the timing of indexation and the Job Ready Graduates program?
Well, we've wiped HECS debt as we committed to do. We've changed the repayment thresholds, which is a significant reform. We've fixed indexation, which saves people significant amounts in terms of being the lower of CPI or the WPI. And we've said that the recommendations of the university's accord, which we of course established, are incredibly important, and we're working our way through those, and including, you referenced job-ready graduates, and Mr Turby's talked about the important body of work which is being done to look at the real costs of teaching and learning, which will be important to support future government policy decisions.
Okay. So we are going to take a break for 15 minutes. So the committee's in suspension, returning at 6:15. Now resume. Good to go. Great. We're continuing in higher education. Senator Lager, you have the call.
Great. Thanks very much. Good evening, everyone. My question is just related to the Closing the Gap. The Higher Education Support Amendment 2023 Bill ensured that all First Nations students were provided with a Commonwealth support place where they met the entry requirements. We introduced that policy because when we came to government there had been no progress on closing the gap in tertiary education for many years. I understand that policy came into effect from the 1st of January 2024. Could you talk us through that change and if there's been any increase in the number of First Nations students starting at uni in 2024 and early indications in 2025?
Thank you, Senator. Yasmina Yoldic, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education Research and International. As you rightly pointed out, the policy has come into effect and we have seen the First Nations commencements increase by just under 7%, to be exact 6.9%, is that correct? First Nations also have free demand-driven places from 2026 in the medical space, and we will be monitoring that very closely. I will ask my colleague, Ms Moore, to elaborate if you'd like.
Yeah, certainly, thank you. Jessica Moore, First Assistant Secretary, Policy, Payments and Data Division. As Ms Yoldic has said, we have seen quite a large growth in numbers in the 2024 year for First Nations students, up 7%, and that does coincide with the introduction of demand-driven funding, and it is part of a broader agenda in respect of promoting further First Nations uptake in higher education. Dr de Crespigny, do you have more data on that to add?
Yes, Dr de Crespigny. I head up the Market Analysis and Data Branch. We've got, the total enrolments of First Nations students have also increased by just over 5% in 2024 to 24,561 students. And that's a proportion, there's been a small increase in the proportion of total domestic students who are First Nations too among the higher education student cohort.
And I think the other thing I'd say, Senator, is while we don't have the data for 2025 yet verified, the live data is looking positive for further growth.
Excellent, thank you. And in 2023, roughly 0.6% of doctors identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, despite being 3% of the Australian population. We know that evidence shows that First Nations healthcare providers deliver better outcomes, health outcomes for First Nations patients. Could you please talk us through the steps that the government is taking to improve the participation of First Nations students in healthcare and medicine?
Thank you, Senator. As mentioned earlier, from 2026 we'll be seeing free medical places for First Nations people as well, and we're hoping that it may have a similar effect as general Commonwealth supported places as well.
Yeah, Senator. So obviously the introduction of demand-driven places for First Nations medical students was part of the bill that went through Parliament earlier this sitting. It commences from the 1st of January 2026, and it was a recommendation of the Accord final report to provide places for all First Nations students who apply and meet the entry requirements for a medical degree. So this is a really important measure, as you mentioned. The data indicates that First Nations health outcomes we have better outcomes when they're treated by First Nations health professionals. So this measure is a really important step about building the First Nations medical workforce.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kavasic. Oh, sorry, Senator Shaw.
I just want to turn to international student numbers, if I could, please.
Sure.
So I understand that on the Education Department's website, it says the Australian Government has announced a national planning level of 295,000 for 2026. This is 25,000 places more than in 2025. Do we have figures on the actual number of international students commenced and enrolled as against the planning level at 31 December and 2025, or the latest available year to date data?
31 December 2025. We
Sorry,
wouldn't
December
have
2025, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, September or December?
No, December. Well, I guess from year to date, calendar year to date.
Most comparison.
So
year
what was
to
that,
date.
Minister?
I was, I mean, uncharacteristically for me, trying to help you out by saying whatever the most recent data is.
Yeah, so most recent data.
So I think, Senator, we can help you some of that, and Mr. George can help you on that.
Thank you, Senator. We published that data and we're currently sitting at 102% of the national planning level.
102% of the initial planning level. So what was the initial planning level for 2025 was 270,000, is that right? And then, so we're sitting at 102%, so what are we at, 275,000 or something?
273.
Senator Damien Oliver, Assistant Secretary Managed Growth International. As the Deputy Secretary said, we publish a weekly update. And so, in fact, the most recent update from the 28th of November, which is as at last Friday, actually shows us at 277,900 current new overseas student commencements, which I think has probably just ticked over to 103% of the national planning level.
Okay, so 277,900 as of 28 November.
That's correct.
And you refresh that data weekly, do you?
Yes.
Okay. It's on your website, so I hadn't found that yet, but I trust that's where it's published, on your website?
Yeah, that's right, on the Department of Education website.
Okay. When I was looking for, I don't know if this is correct, I'd encountered a figure on the department's website of 335,000 commencements, but is that not accurate? I can't remember where I saw that or found that.
So, Senator...
Or is there a difference between commencements and enrolments?
There is indeed. So there's probably three concepts to work with. We, on a monthly basis, publish updates to international education statistics, and that will show at that particular point in time the number of international students, the number of enrolments, because a student can be undertaking multiple courses in a year. We count each enrolment, as well as a commencement. And so a commencement is an enrolment begun for the first time. So a student undertaking a bachelor course, for example, is an enrolment in the 3 full years of their study. The commencement is only counted once. The new overseas student commencement, which is the measure used for the national planning level, is a subset of commencements, and the intention is to remove those students who roll on through a kind of quite typical course progression, perhaps from a bachelor to a master's course. They're already onshore, they're undergoing an approved study program. In those cases, we haven't counted them towards the new overseas student commencement tally of the national planning level. There are also certain cohorts excluded from the national planning level and the count of new overseas student commencements that are captured in the commencement count, and they're categories such as research higher degree students, for example.
I see, okay. So just so I've got this clear in my head, so the figure you gave me before, 277,900 as at 28 November, what's the exact terminology for that figure? That's...
so they're new overseas student commencements, and they're
overseas student commencements?
A subset of commencements, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, so the hypothetical individual who's counted in the latter category of commencements but not in the former is a student who's perhaps gone from a bachelor's to a master's or enrolled in another course or something but is already onshore, effectively.
That's right, but it is only a category. If a student, for example, though, finishes one course and starts a new course at another provider, that's still included within the definition of a new overseas student commencement, and that's because our intention is to track students who are sort of moving around the system, but those exclude those that are undergoing a typical course progression.
Okay. That's very helpful, thank you. And then of that, the new overseas student commencements, so the 277,900, how many of those are higher education and how many of those are vocational
education and training? Yeah. So 191,400 of those new overseas student commencements relate to higher education, and 86,500 relate to vocational education and training.
Okay. Thank you. And how many... So you said the overall numbers are at 103% against the national planning level for 2025. How many providers are... Do we know, like, have we got a breakdown in providers? How many providers are above their planning level? Is it sort of concentrated in a few providers, or is it broadly spread?
Yeah. So, Senator, with the onset of the ministerial direction, first ministerial direction 111, and now superseded by ministerial direction 115, the key concept of significance to providers is what's called the prioritisation threshold. That actually equates to 80% of their threshold, and that's the point at which processing of their offshore student visa applications slows down. And so Ministerial Direction 115 commenced on the 15th of November. And so what that means is that we are now tracking against providers' 2026 allocations. And at the moment, there are 23 providers that have exceeded their 2026 allocations.
So 23 providers have exceeded their 2026?
They've exceeded their prioritisation threshold. So they're
80% or above?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's because, I mean, I'm just conscious we're not in 2026 yet.
Yep.
How's this happened already? Because they've already enrolled people for next year.
Because the functionality of ministerial direction is that it is actually looking at the number of future students, or current students, but it's also including future students who've been granted a visa. So you can imagine that particularly for students looking to come onshore to Australia to study, there's a chain of events that begins with applying to a university or another higher education provider, that provider providing them a conditional offer. Then they take that and use that to apply for a student visa. And because that's the key lever that the ministerial direction targets, that's how we've defined the threshold.
Okay, I understand that. So what's the consequence? The 23 providers have exceeded their prioritisation threshold for 2026. That means visa processing slows down for them?
That's right.
What if they exceed their... Is it possible for them to exceed their planning level?
Yeah.
And if so, what are the consequences for that?
So again, the consequence is that they go to the bottom of the queue effectively, so everyone else above them will be processed before them is the consequence.
Okay, but they will still be...
There is no cap, that's right. They'll be eventually, if there was no one else above them, they'd be processing, there is no cap. But what we have seen and what the reason for Ministerial Direction 115 is to put in that third category, which really will slow down anyone who gets into a third priority category having their visas processed. And I think there's just a quick correction, Senator. I'm not sure what date we gave about Ministerial Direction 115. It's the 6th of November that was actually issued.
6th of November, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just wondering, is one of the consequences of this creation of the prioritisation threshold, I mean, does it encourage a rush of early applications and admissions or early acceptances?
So, Senator, part of the, I think, the intention in putting forth individual provider allocations is intended to mitigate against that risk, particularly if...
Because they're not competing against others.
Because they're not competing against others. And
right.
So that gives them the confidence to be able to manage their pipeline according to... according to their academic delivery planning.
Okay. Last question. So the national planning level's 295,000 for 2026. As I understand it, though, when you reach your prioritisation threshold, your visa processing slows down, but nothing actually stops you from exceeding your planning level. So how do you make sure, as the department or the minister, that the national planning level of 295,000 is not exceeded? Because that doesn't seem to be a hard stop you can put on it. Or that's what the point you were making, Mr. Cook, that it's not capped.
There is no cap, but on the basis
there is no cap.
We're now on the 4th of December, and we're around this year's planning level, or about 2% over or so. There's confidence in the numbers that the government's actually decided upon based on how we used the calculations and the formulas last year for this year. So, we're pretty much landing on what the expectation was for this year.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Has the department conducted a regulatory impact analysis quantifying the net compliance cost of adding ATEC into the system?
No, Senator, I don't think we have. I'll just look to see if you can help me. Because the ATEC is not a regulator, of course. Yeah.
No, but there would be an impact regardless.
Well, Senator, obviously, the ATEC's functions as outlined in the bill that's currently before the Parliament, there's two functions. One is to provide advice and the other is to enter into emission-based compacts. The bill does include the capacity for the ATEC to request information.
Yeah.
But in the design, we're working very hard to make sure that we draw information that's already available from other sources that universities might already be providing. So we're trying really hard not to ask for additional information.
Yeah.
So we don't think there is an additional regulatory burden at all. We're not, as the Secretary said, we're not a regulator. The ATEC's not a regulator. And its work will be, in fact, attempting to try and minimise regulatory burden.
Yeah, and I understand that it's not a regulator, but it determines matters that are critical to the sector, and inevitably providers will need to engage with it as they do with other bodies that oversee the system. So perhaps my framing of the question could have been better. What I'm suggesting is the overall cost burden of having this additional body within the system that providers need to engage with.
Who would have engaged with the department on some of those matters if the department was doing those matters?
So you're saying none?
There shouldn't be a double dealing. I'm not saying none, but there shouldn't be a double handling. And as we indicated, actually one of the functions of ATEC is explicitly to streamline regulation of higher education
that's what I'm trying to understand, where the streamlining comes into play. So you're saying it's a complete carve-out, and we had this discussion in relation to staff earlier, but it's a complete carve-out of processes outside of the department into an ATEC, which means, in your view, there should be no duplication whatsoever. It's just, it's just taken outside of the department in a sense, but still accountable to the department. Yes. Outside but inside.
That's exactly
right.
Yeah.
It's like an alfresco.
Or a movie I've seen anyway.
Yeah, right. So I'm just trying to understand that, right?
So how certainly, again, the strong intent of the government and me as accountable authority is there's no double handling.
Okay.
So there should not be something that's the department may request on behalf of ATEC, particularly in some of our data functions where we will continue to hold those data functions, but our intent is not to create a burden on the sector which requires them to basically do things in a duplicate way. And in fact, we're looking at data sets at the moment, existing data sets, and how we can streamline some of those data sets to inform the work that ATEC's doing.
Yeah, so I guess one of the challenges there is, and I think I talked about this morning, is sort of thinking about this is something that in my mind is the department's remit and that the department is good at and already does. So it's kind of, being taken away from the department while it's still within the department. So does that mean that the providers now won't actually interact with the department itself and that it will only interact with ATEC?
No, Senator. There's a whole range of programs that will continue to exist in the department that are being administered by the department. Programs largely aren't administered by ATEC. ATEC's role is to provide advice, with the main function in terms of interaction with providers is mission-based compacts. That's their main function in terms of interaction. Mr Turvey, unless I'm...
That's correct, Secretary. Yeah, and the idea of the mission-based compacts, there are compacts already exist. They're a funding agreement with the department. The idea with the ATEC is that the mission-based compacts will be framed in the context of sector stewardship. So trying to get the institutions to think about their role in the system as a whole, and those individual bilateral agreements would be framed in what the commissioners see as the priorities for the sector. So the innovation, I guess, is the idea of independent statutory office holders who have deep experience from the sector, who know the sector well, that can help shepherd and guide and steward the system, and get the system, the institutions in the system thinking a little bit more collectively.
Gotcha. So then it's just effectively an additional body that the providers will deal with, though that's still in the department.
That's right.
Are there concerns that it just adds a little bit of extra complexity, or like in the system as a whole, or you think not really, it's just a carve out to the side?
Again, my goal is to ensure that doesn't happen,
Yeah.
Senator. Providers would have engaged with the department on mission-based compacts. In fact, I used to have, when I was the Deputy Secretary of Higher Education, I used to meet with universities every fortnight to talk about their mission-based compact.
Yeah.
That work won't be done by the department, it will be done by ATEC. They won't have to do it twice.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you able to tell me how much the interim ATEC commissioners are being paid?
Yes, someone can, Senator.
And so what those salaries are, and then what the payments in total to date have been?
So there's a I think it's a daily rate, Senator.
Yeah.
Just hoping someone can help me.
Yes. Thank you. And then I have one more question after that, Chair. Thank you. I see you looking at me. Yeah.
I have to look somewhere.
I know you do. I know you do. I know you do.
Senator, the daily rate for the Chief Commissioner is $1,291,
Yep.
and the daily rate for the First Nations Commissioner is $971.
Thank you. And do you have a total for payments to date?
Look, Senator, we've had a complicated problem with invoicing and payments of the commissioners. So at the moment we have invoices, but we haven't actually paid them.
Oh, gotcha.
We
if you're
haven't
able to provide that on notice when you're able to, I would appreciate that.
We can, yes.
Thank you.
We have actually, Michelle Polley, Assistant Secretary of Stewardship Branch, we have actually paid one invoice for Larissa.
Sorry, I don't know the number.
But as yet we haven't paid any of the invoices for Professor O'Kane.
Thank you. And just my final question for my understanding, what legal authority do the interim ATEC commissioners have to negotiate the new enhanced mission-based concept?
So sorry.
None.
Compacts, not concepts.
So no legal standing. The interim commissioners are contractors employed by the department to provide advice.
Yep.
So final decisions about funding agreements are made by the department and the minister.
Yep. So they won't be able to do that.
That's right. The department's currently doing that in terms of the interim period at the moment.
Yep. Yep. All right. And just actually finally, if you could, and I know that I'm under pressure from the chair, but just...
I'm not under pressure from the chair.
Okay.
The chair is very relaxed. Do you not remember me under pressure?
Thank you. I feel it, sorry. Yeah.
I'm not talking about you, Senator.
How many... Can you just list for me all the different regulators that oversee the higher education sector? I think previously, we were told, I don't know how many it was it like 14, something like that?
So a lot of those are outside the department,
Right.
Senator. So in terms of the portfolio, effectively it's tertiary, TEXA. So TEXA is the regulator, and you'll see them. You'll see them in minutes, I'm hoping. We now have a function in the Department of Education around gender-based violence, and they're the two functions that I'm aware of for the portfolio. Other regulators might be involved in things that they might be doing. If they're doing defence research and those sort of things, we'd have to go out and actually identify those other regulators.
So basically, we've got the Commonwealth Government, the state and territory governments, relevant ministers, the Higher Education Standards Panel. Is that correct?
So they're not a regulator, no. They give advice to ministers and TEXA.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And they will be proposed to be subsumed by ATEC if the bill passes.
And the Australian Skills and Quality Authority, the National Student Ombudsman and Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Our school will only regulate if it's a VET program that a university is delivering, and not all universities deliver VET programs.
And then the State and Territory Ombudsman's offices, and Australian Research Council and National Health and Medical Research Council.
So I wouldn't call the ARC a regulator.
Yeah.
They provide grants, but I wouldn't call them a regulator.
Yeah, so they don't do any... And what about the Tuition Protection Service?
So TPS is not a regulator, no. TPS is a protection service for students.
Okay.
If a provider defaults, they can actually refund student fees if a provider defaults.
Okay, and then we have anti-corruption commissions, Australian Research Integrity Committee and the Fair Work Ombudsman. Are you able to just on notice provide me a list of the different regulators that you have to report to? That would be useful for me.
I don't report to any regulators, Senator.
So, sorry, in terms of the policy development within this space, so you don't have to provide any information whatsoever?
If the Ombudsman's not a regulator per se. I guess I'm looking at the definition of regulator.
Yeah.
If you're talking about universities, we can certainly tell you who we believe universities are covered by. And as I said, in terms of our portfolio, we believe there's two. We anticipate, as you said, there may be states. Again, an anti-corruption commissioner aren't regulators per se.
Yeah. So perhaps in the framing of the question, it's more so in terms I'm talking about in this space. So what the universities would need to do, obviously, you yourself are different.
Yep.
So,
we'll help with that. No problems.
Okay, that would be lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I have to correct myself one more time. I'm sorry about this. I just want to be clear for Senator Sharma particularly, the Ministerial Direction 115, I've got it in front of me now.
It's a different date.
Was signed on the 7th of November 2025, came into force on the 14th of November 2025.
Okay. Signed on the 7th, came into force on the 14th. Okay.
That's correct.
Great.
Sorry.
All right, thank you very much. We're finished with higher education for the department.
Sorry, I just had one question, if I could. Just, are we going to get ATEC before this committee in the future?
ATEC
doesn't appear before estimates?
So, Mr Turvey is the Executive Director of ATEC.
So so you're the representative. Okay.
Correct, so the interim ATEC.
But I think you're asking about the permanent ATEC and still before us in legislation in the Senate. But we're about to do an inquiry and I encourage you to participate.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Officials as related to education, all free to go. And I am now calling Texas, so we'll just suspend for a minute while we get those officials up to the table. Great. The committee has now resumed and I call officers from the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, including the Chief Executive Officer Dr Mary Russell and Chief Commissioner Professor Kerry Lee Krause. Dr Russell or Professor Krause, do you have opening statements?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Great. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Good evening. Thank you for waiting. Dr Russell, good to see you again, and thanks again for the work that you're doing. I think particularly in regards to the ANU, I've got a bunch of questions, but I was keen to try and race through them because I know we're short on time. And most of them are regarding your compliance assessment of ANU and Ms Briggs' mandate with her review. And I'm interested if Ms Briggs has the authority or scope to make adverse findings about the conduct of individual members of the ANU Council or members of the ANU Executive.
Thank you for the question. So, as you know, Ms Briggs' assessment and report will form part of TEXA's compliance assessment, and the end point of that is that TEXA will need to make a decision about whether or not the ANU has been meeting or failing to meet the threshold standards. So those outcomes that are open to us and any regulatory action relate to ANU as an institution and not to individuals within ANU. I would expect that Ms Briggs will feel free, if she needs to make observations about individuals. However, the ANU's own independent investigation that's being overseen by their, I think it's the governance group, by Ms Tom. I understand that will inform any internal decisions in the ANU about whether any of their codes of conduct or other sort of policies have been breached.
Okay, thank you. And does TEXA itself, through the Section 59 compliance assessment, have the power or intention to make findings in relation to individual office holders as distinct from the institution's compliance?
I'm going to allow Mr Reardon to speak to that with more precision than I can.
Senator, the agency can make findings of fact that support its conclusions about the higher education standards framework, but as Dr Russell said, the higher education standards framework focuses on regulation at an institutional level rather than regulation of individuals.
And what processes does TEXA follow if that there are adverse findings against, I guess, either individual members or a council generally? Like, what are your powers, and what does that process look like?
Senator, I'd observe that we're, like every other Commonwealth agency, subject to obligations of procedural fairness insofar as a decision was being made or a finding being made that affected an individual. We would need to consider the extent to which that individual would need to be given an opportunity to comment on the issues and the evidence that inform the finding that's being contemplated. I realise that's at a level of generality. Of course, we have to consider the nature of what we're dealing with at a particular point in time.
And once you go through and you land on a point where you think there's been procedural fairness, this is our sort of view on this. Which body or minister would these concerns be passed on to?
Well, Senator, there's a range of bodies and ministers that we can forward concerns to under our legislation. I should say as well, under our legislation, one of the conditions of registration imposed on all higher education providers is that both the provider and individuals who make or participate in making decisions that affect the provider are required to be fit and proper persons. So it may be that, for instance, findings could go directly to an individual's fitness and propriety, and that then feeds into a broader decision about the institution that the agency could make. So whether that would be feeding into decisions that the agency made or on the basis of disclosures to other agencies would really depend on the nature of the issue that was before us.
Okay, thank you. And I think it was at the last Senate estimates, you tabled correspondence between TEXA and the ANU Chancellor regarding the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor, and thank you for doing that. Are you confident now in the process that ANU is proposing when it comes to the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor?
Thank you, Senator. So there are two appointment processes that are being contemplated by the ANU. The first is the appointment process with relation to the Vice-Chancellor. We have asked, and the ANU have agreed, not to progress, not to actually commence that process of advertising and recruitment until TEXA's findings are available. And that's on the basis of two considerations. The first is that it is absolutely paramount that there is trust and confidence in that process. And the second is that we might reasonably expect that Ms Briggs' report and our own findings inform the types of attributes and experience that are needed for the next Vice-Chancellor. So the ANU, with our understanding, are planning. They're considering selection criteria, but they are not commencing a process for recruitment for the Vice-Chancellor. If I can answer separately in relation to the recruitment of the Chancellor, the current Chancellor's term ends at the end of 2026, and the Council has expressed some concern about relative urgency to be able to begin a process for recruitment.
For the Chancellor?
For the Chancellor. Yeah. So we have similarly expressed to the ANU, and they have agreed that that process also should not be commenced until after our findings are concluded. However, the circumstances are somewhat different. There is an interim Vice-Chancellor in place, and by all accounts, there's a degree of stability around the Vice-Chancellor role. I was asked by the Chancellor to attend the last ANU Council meeting, which was last Friday, the 28th of November, specifically to speak with the Council about the appointment processes and spoke with Council about the I guess, mindful of their concerns about urgency and needing to be able to kind of progress that process, put to them some considerations about the extent to which they could delegate to an independent committee to progress that process, and we would be willing to work with them to see whether that could be facilitated.
Thank you very much. And is there a timeline on the various Ms Briggs' piece of work, the TEXA, just thinking in terms of the timeline for the end of 2026, the Chancellor's term expires. Where do you see all this kind of playing out? So
we're really mindful of not adding instability to organisation that is already under some stress. We are working towards an optimal timeline of having a report from Ms Briggs late February or early March. I need to stress that that's not the conclusion of the matter. That will mean that we can look at our compliance obligations overall, and we will do our very best to make sure that we have a decision by April.
Okay. And how does the TOM review fit into all this?
So that is the ANU's own review. Yes. So understandably, when allegations of the sort that were made to the inquiry are made, we would expect that an institution would establish a credible and effective inquiry of their own to look at those matters. You would need to ask the ANU about the expected outcome. I understand that matter is quite properly not being managed by the Council. It's being managed by the Special Governance Committee of the ANU, which includes Mr Metcalfe and Christine Nixon.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And if this is resolved in April, will the current Chancellor and Council members be involved in the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor? And do you think that's appropriate given all the, I guess, concerns at the university around governance, given where we're at?
So, as I said before, our view is that if there's a necessity to progress the matter more quickly, we would only think it's appropriate if that could be delegated to an entirely independent selection group.
Great.
However, what I have said to the ANU Council is that we cannot prejudge the outcome, but that it's a matter of good governance that the Council should contemplate a range of outcomes, from finding that there are no substantial problems to finding that there are extreme problems of governance that would necessitate a complete changeover of the Council. So it will land somewhere, on that spectrum among other possible recommendations or conditions from TEXA. I think one of the things we will continue to be willing to work with the ANU on is the fact that they will need to consider how that process could go ahead, either if certain council members were not able to participate in that process, or in fact if there was an extremely negative outcome of TEXA's compliance assessment.
And does TEXA have the ability to sort of assess the situation and look at whether or not, from a governance perspective, the university should sort of essentially turn a page and appoint a new Chancellor and then appoint a new Vice-Chancellor, so that it is sort of a total new dispensation?
There's an intersection of acts here. Mr Reardon?
I'm hesitant to comment about the breadth of powers other than in general terms. I mean, the agency has, for instance, powers to impose conditions on registration, which, as I say, at a general level are quite broad. Separately, I mentioned earlier that there's a specific condition that's imposed by statute requiring that individuals are fit and proper. But I'm somewhat hesitant to go into the details of the specific uses that might be made of those powers beyond describing their
But it
terms
sounds
generally.
like your powers are sort of sufficient in that area, should you want to. Is that a fair summary or not? What's hard to say?
We're actively contemplating the full range of possible
okay.
outcomes, and I would have to say this is not something I think that has ever arisen for TEXA before.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's a really difficult one.
So, if I may, I don't even want to respond on notice within this time frame. We would be happy to keep you updated closer to the time.
Okay, thank you. And then just one final question, if that's all right, Chair. I'm not sure if you were watching earlier. Senator Kovacic was asking about Professor O'Kane's appointment to the University of Queensland and potential sort of real or perceived conflicts of interest given how, I guess, the look that she's had at the higher education sector and other universities and her involvement in pricing structures and all sorts of things. And I'm wondering if you see any risks from a regulatory point of view.
So we have no jurisdiction in relation to assessment or management of conflicts of interest with respect to ATEC commissioners. We would expect that all governing bodies, including UQ, but not limited to UQ, would have really rigorous processes in place for ensuring that interests are declared, properly considered and properly managed from the perspective of the governing body of the university.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Coming to you, Senator Sharma, the last rotation.
I just wanted to turn briefly, follow up with my colleague, Senator Kovacic's sorry, it's late in the day. My colleagues, the Senators, questions just about the regulatory environment around the higher education sector. So I remember seeing that the Texas submission to the inquiry of March of this year, and there's a table in there, on, I think it's page 5, table 112, where there's a list that TEXA provides of other bodies' responsibility for higher education providers. So I think we've got there the Australian Skills Quality Authority, state and territory-based ombudsman officers, national, state or territory-based anti-corruption commissions, Australian Research Integrity Commission, Fair Work Ombudsman, Tuition Protection Service, NHMRC, Australian Research Council, National Student Ombudsman, Commonwealth Ombudsman, Higher Education Standards Panel, plus relevant federal and state education ministers. It's a pretty long and intimidating list, and I noticed, I think, in your preamble to that, you say the higher education regulatory environment is complex. Will the creation of a new body help that complexity? I guess that's what I'm wondering.
And by a new body, Senator, are you referring to the ATEC?
Yes, sorry, I've forgotten the acronym, but I'm glad you reminded me, yeah.
I would reiterate the evidence of the Secretary earlier that not all of those entities are in fact regulatory.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that that universities don't have obligations and accountabilities to those bodies. I think from our perspective, it's important to remember that TEXA is the primary regulator of quality for higher education providers. So when we look at the powers we need, it is on the basis that we have that function for all higher education providers in Australia. We accept the importance of working really closely and in close alignment with the ATEC as it develops its functions, so that that to the greatest extent possible, data is appropriately collected only once and used many times by agencies. That we work with the ATEC to ensure that any points of overlap in expectations are dealt with, that we don't have conflicting expectations or requirements of higher education providers. We already do that work very extensively with ASQA, with the National Student Ombudsman, and we would expect to do the same with ATEC.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to close the loop on that one. The TEXA annual conference took place last month, is that right?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so where was that held?
That was held at the Sofitel and online.
Okay, Sofitel in which city?
In Melbourne.
Okay, and that's an annual thing that
it is
TEXA hosts, and is it for TEXA employees only? Is it for TEXA partners and contractors? Who attends?
So it is a conference that's funded entirely from registration fees. It's not funded from TEXA's appropriation, and it's primarily for the sector. So it's attended by senior staff from universities, by people who work in the quality and assurance areas, by academic and research leaders in universities. It's very extensively attended by independent higher education providers. It's one of the kind of key forums for those providers. We work really hard to facilitate student participation. So we have a separate student forum.
Do they ever get a concessional rate to attend?
So yes, we put on a free consultation forum for students. We provide free registration for up to 3 students from every higher education provider across the sector, and that their costs. So we provide all of the conference-based costs, but expect that their provider will cover their travel and accommodation if required. There are additional students who attend as well. There are peak bodies that attend, and I think importantly I'd add it's a combination of a conference, and we always run pre-conference workshops that are very targeted. So for example, this year we had we had 300 people register for the pre-conference workshop that we ran on governance, that was looking at practical strategies for strengthening governance in a way that aligned that with the findings of the Expert Council on University Governance, and also with the Senate inquiry and the issues that had been raised there. So it's a combination of very practical applied sessions, opportunities for us to consult with the sector and hear from students and providers in the sector, and for them to hear very kind of contemporary, relevant presentations from experts.
Okay. What are so outside participants pay a registration fee? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And TEXA staff? No, I presume not?
No, but
okay.
TEXA staff, I have to say, do a lot of the heavy lifting about providing the conference and presenting. I think many of us at this table spent many, many hours that week actually delivering workshops, delivering presentations, facilitating panel discussions and so forth.
How many TEXA staff attended the event in 2025? Do you have those figures?
I would have to take that on notice. We do have that as a key feature of our calendar, so it's the point of the year that we often bring some of our interstate staff into Melbourne, and we link team development activities, in-service activities to the site of that conference.
Okay. If you could just take on notice how many TEXA staff attended. Did you have a figure for the overall number of participants or attendees?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Sharma. We had an overall attendance in person of 980 people. 980.
And you said there was an online...
There was an online.
I guess, do you have a...
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, that's right. And then do they all pay the same registration? How much is the registration fee?
I can do that.
I
have that in front of me. So we have an early bird rate of $1,250, which is for the seminar and the conference, so the seminar that Dr. Russell talked about on the day before. We have a full fee rate after the early bird has, expired, of $1,600. Okay. And the virtual rate is $480.
Oh, you have to pay to attend virtual.
$480.
You guys are very commercial.
$480.
And can I ask, so you said it sort of operates on a cost recovery basis. Dr. Russell, there's no expense to the government, or do you want to...
No, so I need to be really clear.
Okay.
It's not part of our cost recovery model that we charge out to providers. It's on the basis that the registration fee is calculated to make sure that we recover the costs of the conference.
Okay. Now, does that include the costs of your staff travelling to Melbourne and staying there?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It does not.
Do you have a figure there for the cost of TEXA?
We would have to take that on notice.
Okay, if you could take that on notice, please. And then just finally on this, because how this came to my attention was, I think it was published on Grant Connect, the the grant. So I just I understand the contract that Texas entered into initially was to the value of about $166,000 on the 17th of April, and then it was amended on the 27th of October, and an additional $211,000 or thereabouts was added to it to take the total value of the contract to $378,000. Do you mind just explaining what each of those steps is about?
I will do my best. I'm not a conference convener. My understanding is that that there is an initial amount based on
to hold the venue,
an intentional underestimation, so of about 300 attendees, in order to lock in the venue and lock in the arrangements that are going to be necessary. Once we are closer to the time and the program is known, and we have indications from the sector about the number of people who will be attending, then there's an adjustment for the actual anticipated numbers. So it's not that it's a cost overrun, it's just a staged process of finalising the contractual arrangements with the venue, the understanding of the AV that's required. I mean, like I said, we didn't envisage that we would have 300 people wanting to come to a workshop that would normally be more like 50. So, you know, we needed a larger room once we understood the demand for, for that governance-related workshop.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Thank you. And just, I was looking through, so in past conferences you've tended to have them Sofitel Melbourne Conference Centre. You do them every year, basically, right?
We do.
The same financial model?
Yes, we had one recently at the Convention Centre. We had a lot less positive feedback from attendees about that venue, and it was somewhat less flexible for the types of things that we want to do. So, it must go through the procurement process in the usual way, but it seems fit for purpose and it's preferred by the attendees.
Okay, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just taking the details about
Sure.
Texas employee attendance and cost on notice, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Okay, I believe that concludes our questions to Texas. Yep. Okay.
I think I've got a couple of more. I've got one more question, sorry.
Yep.
I'll just get to that one. My apologies. At paragraph 1.16 on page 5 of the March 2025 Texas submission to the governance inquiry, you outline that TEXA assesses whether providers' self-assurance complies with the provider's legislative obligations as well as meeting the governance expectations set out in the threshold standards. Could TEXA please advise how many times a year, or perhaps for each of the last 3 years, has TEXA identified compliance issues with universities with respect to their obligations under their state or territory authorising law?
No, Senator, if we may provide that on notice, I would at this stage indicate that our inquiries and our assessment of providers relate to the TEXA Act or the ESOS Act and National Code, not state and territory laws. But we will provide you with a more detailed answer.
If you could, please. And then the next questions may be the same. How many times a year, or perhaps for each of the last 3 years, has TEXA identified compliance issues with universities with respect to their governance expectations as set out in the threshold standards?
We can provide you with an answer on that now, Senator. It's by provider, not just by universities. If you have that to hand, Ms. Bain.
We may need to take elements of that question on
Sure.
notice,
Yep.
but between the 1st of January 2025 and 24th of October 2025, TEXA commenced 113 preliminary regulatory processes, but I can't answer how many of those were with universities. I don't have that data.
Okay,
today.
and you can provide that on notice. Thank you. Are you also able to take on notice then how many instances, unless you have it now, of compliance activity meet this classification relating to those governance expectations since TEXA's establishment?
I will have to take that on notice. Thank you, Senator.
And are you able to outline the implications of any such compliance activity, and in particular, have there been any conditions or cancellations as a result?
There have not been cancellations, but we will come back to you on notice with details of. It might be more complete to give you an indication not just of conditions but of undertakings in relation to those matters.
Okay, then I think we are actually done.
Okay. Apologies, I do have one correction to make, an additional piece of information. Sure. Of the 113 preliminary regulatory processes we commenced in that timeframe I gave earlier, 24 relate to corporate governance, 14 of which relate to corporate governance at universities. We can provide the rest of the detail on notice.
Thank you so much. Yep, much appreciated.
Thank you. That concludes today's hearing. So I'd like to thank all witnesses who appeared, Cairnside Broadcasting and our Secretariat for their assistance. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Thursday, the 11th of December 2025. The committee stands adjourned. Thanks.